I'll just push it all back to the wall." "I'll help." "Nope, no heavy lifting. You sit and relax." I smiled as I sat back on the couch and watched as my best friend grunted and groaned as she pushed the heavy boxes across the floor. I was damn lucky to have her. The next morning, as I got off the subway to walk into work, I spotted Daniel's face on the front page of the tabloid papers at the newsstand. My heart leapt to my throat as I considered what would be written inside. Had someone found out about us? Had someone found out about the baby? I swiftly walked over and grabbed one of the magazines, flipping through the pages frantically. "Excuse me, miss, you're going to have to pay for that," said the attendant. "Right, sorry." I pulled out my wallet and slid him a few bucks before turning my attention back to the magazine. I finally landed on the centerpiece spread that was collaged with photos of Daniel and a slew of Victoria's Secret models after their runway show. I swallowed hard as I studied each photo. I couldn't believe he was back to being his old self. How could I have been so stupid? "Miss, this isn't a library. Please take your magazine and move along," said the attendant impatiently. "I paid, didn't I?" I snapped. Okay, just don't crowd the counter," he said, putting his hands up in defense. I stepped aside and read the article, trying not to get distracted by Daniel's dazzling smile and his carefree attitude about being photographed. He was never like that with me. Everything was always so secretive, always sneaking out back doors or dressing down in sweats and a t-shirt. God forbid someone recognized him in Brooklyn or with a nobody like me. It seemed like a stupid thing to be upset about, especially when I had no interest in being in the papers or being hunted by paparazzi. That sounded like a nightmare. I guess I just couldn't help feeling like he was embarrassed of me. That was what hurt the most. I scanned the article and read that these photos were from last year but had just now surfaced. I let out a mixture of a sigh of relief and laughter, knowing that this was not present day. Clearly the tabloids were having a slow news day and were trying to hook their readers with misinformation. For a moment, I felt bad for him, but then I remembered everything that had happened. I stuffed the magazine in my bag and walked around the corner to my work. When the elevator doors opened to my floor, I was met with a slow applause that quickened as I walked into the room. I looked around, feeling very confused. I looked behind me to make sure they weren't clapping for someone else. Brian approached me with a wide grin. "There she is," he said, clapping along with everyone. "What's going on?" I asked. "I'm surprised you didn't know, since you're the one who landed Daniel Jacobs in the first place. He just doubled his donation." I stood there speechless as I tried to process what he was saying to me. "When did this happen?" "All of 15 minutes ago." "But Shelley," I said, looking for her. She was the one who I had take over for me. Didn't she deserve the credit? "It's all because of you, girl," she said sincerely, walking up and giving me a hug. "I just finished up the fine print. You're the one who got the deal in the first place." "Thanks, Shell," I said shakily as I gave her a squeeze. She let me go and everyone started to dissipate to their offices and cubicles, leaving me feeling dumbstruck. The original donation amount had changed the entire trajectory of our company, and now it had doubled. We now had more money than we knew what to do with. I smiled meekly at everyone as I walked to my office, trying to hide the shock on my face. Once I was in the safety of my office, I closed the door and sat in my desk chair. What a whirlwind of a Monday morning, and another way of Daniel trying to get my attention. The man was persistent, if anything. He was either trying to impress me or he was trying to paint himself in a good light after this morning's tabloids. It wasn't because he actually cared about the nonprofit or what we were doing, which suddenly made me angry. What was it with this man and thinking he could just buy his way out of any trouble he was in? Life didn't work that way. I had half a mind of telling him off, but decided to text Monica instead. He wasn't worth wasting my breath. Me, Mr. Moneybags is at it again. Monica. What now? A car for when the baby turns 16? I'm sure we could find room for it in your loft. Me. Ha ha. I wouldn't be surprised, but no. He freaking doubled his initial donation with Leading to Learn. Monica. Shut up. That means it's... Me. Yep. $1 million. Monica. Holy shit. Me. I know. I heard a knock at the door. Come in, I said, placing my phone on my desk and looking busy. Brian peeped his head in. Are you free for a meeting in an hour? Sure, what's up? Mr. Bradley from headquarters is driving in from Philly. He heard about the deal and he wants to meet with you. I looked at Brian warily. It's a good thing, Addison. He drummed his fingers on the door frame. 1 hour. I nodded and he walked out the door, closing it behind him. A wave of nausea rushed through me and I leaned over my desk trash can, thinking I was going to hurl. Mr. Bradley was the executive director of Leading to Learn. I'd met him a few times, but never had a meeting with him. I started feeling anxious. An hour passed too quickly, and I made my way to Brian's office. I knocked softly, and he invited me in. Brian sat at his desk, and across from him was Mr. Bradley, in a navy suit with a leather briefcase by his side. He stood and shook my hand firmly. Hello, Mr. Bradley, I said, taking the seat next to him. Miss Hartley, I hear you've been doing great things here. Things this nonprofit could only dream of. Oh, I wouldn't say that. You made a deal with the largest donor we've ever had or probably ever will. We're very proud of her, said Brian, smiling at us both. Thank you, I said softly. I think your invaluable people skills and negotiation tactics should be recognized, said Mr. Bradley. Those were two things I didn't have. I was put on this deal because someone else was busy. It wasn't because I had a knack for small talk or was even a little persuasive. Daniel just saw something he thought he liked and threw money at it. Just like he did with everything. I felt like an imposter. We would like to give you a promotion to head up the donation team, continued Mr. Bradley. Oh, but, I started. It comes with a generous raise, and it will be a good internal move within the company. Who knows? Maybe you'll have my job one day, said Mr. Bradley. I chewed on the inside of my cheek as I thought about what he was saying. As if sensing my hesitancy, he said, You don't need to decide now. Just think about it. I will, sir. He stood and shook my hand firmly before I walked out of the room in a dreamlike state. All of this was happening because of Daniel. I wanted to thank him and punch him at the same time.
Chapter 32. Daniel. By lunchtime on Monday, I was growing anxious knowing I still hadn't heard from Hart. It had been 3 days since the silent auction where we bumped into each other. I thought it was something like fate that had brought us together that night after she asked for space. Now, I wasn't so sure. We seemed to be back where we started. I felt like I was on a roller coaster that I didn't want to get off yet. The highs felt limitless, and the lows felt bottomless. If it were any other woman, I would have brushed this off, but there was something about Hart. And it wasn't just because she was carrying our baby, or that the sex was the best I had ever had. She was different. Impatiently, I drummed my fingers on my desk as I stared at my computer screen. All my gifts had been delivered over the weekend, but I still hadn't heard from her. I became desperate this morning and phoned Leading to Learn to let them know I wanted to double my donation, hoping it would get her attention. It was a ridiculous ploy that clearly didn't work. I let out a sigh of frustration. Clearly, she wasn't one who responded to gifts. Again, different from other women I had been with. I wondered what the hell could have happened in the course of an hour for her to leave the hotel and not hear from her again. I had been racking my brain for 3 days and couldn't figure it out. It was eating away at me. I had to know. Standing, I quickly grabbed my jacket from my chair, sliding it on. I walked out of my office and swiftly through the lobby, pressing the button for the elevator. "Mr. Jacobs?" asked Margaret from her desk. I looked over and she stood looking nervous. "Yes, Margaret?" "You're stepping out?" she asked. "I have to be somewhere." "But what about your meeting?" she asked, glancing at the clock. Shit. I had a meeting in 15 minutes with a representative from London. "Reschedule it," I said. It wasn't the smartest move, given that this deal with London had been a pain in my ass. I knew it would be worth it, but the time I had poured into making sure all the details were right had been exhausting. This fight, or whatever this was with Hart, wasn't making it any easier. Okay," she replied. The elevator doors opened and I stepped inside as I watched Margaret frantically look through her papers and pick up the phone. London would just have to wait. On the curb, I texted Armand and he pulled the car around. I gave him the address for Hart's work and we were on our way. Her building wasn't far from mine and I could feel my uncertainty start creeping in as we got closer. It was probably a bad idea showing up at her place of work, but she had really left me no choice. The car pulled up to the curb and I stared up at the building, wondering what my next move would be. Armand cleared his throat. "Sir, we're here," as if I didn't know. "Thank you, Armand." I nodded. He got out and came around to open my door. I stepped out and smoothed my suit before walking inside. I rode the elevator up to her floor, trying to come up with some excuse as to why I was there to see her. We hadn't been working together on the donation paperwork, but surely it wouldn't be odd for us to have a meeting. She was the one I initially wanted to work with before things got complicated. The elevator doors opened and the girl at the front desk looked up sleepily, only to be brought to life suddenly. Hello, Mr. Jacobs. Welcome." "Hello," I said, placing my hands on her desk. "What can I help you with?" "I am here to see Miss Hartley. Is she in?" "She should be. Do you have a meeting?" "Yes," I lied. "Right this way." She stood, and I followed her down the hallway, feeling the watchful gazes of the staff. I had almost forgotten about the phone call I had made this morning that would change their entire company. They must have heard the news. "I just wanted to say we are just so excited about your generous contribution to our nonprofit. It truly is amazing. The whole office has been talking about it," said the girl as we walked. They definitely all knew. "I like being able to help. Ms. Hartley made it clear the important work you do here. It's admirable, and I'm happy to do my part." "Well, here we are," she said, knocking softly on the closed door. "Come in," Hart called. My heart rate picked up a few paces as the door opened and I walked inside. Hart was looking down at her desk, focused on writing something on a post-it. She looked so effortlessly pretty in a pinstripe button-down and a makeup-free face. I suddenly felt very anxious. "Mr. Jacobs is here for your meeting," said the girl from the front desk. Hart's face snapped up, and she saw me standing in the doorway. I suddenly felt very hot. The looks that crossed her face were a dance of panic, confusion, and anger. "Thank you," said Hart coolly and dismissively. The door closed behind me, and we were alone. "What are you doing here?" she asked pointedly, sitting stiffly in her desk chair. "I had to see you," I said, taking a step closer. "You disappeared the other night." "I had to go." Her words were clipped as she crossed her arms. "And then you wouldn't return my calls or texts?" "I guess I was busy." "Well, did you get the gifts I had sent over?" "Yes, I got your exorbitant number of packages that were delivered," she sighed. "I just wanted to help out. More like you wanted to buy my attention when you weren't getting it. That's not true, I said, even though it partly was. I'm not that kind of girl, Daniel. I don't know how many times I have to tell you that. I can't be bought with expensive dinners at French restaurants or gifts from Bergdorf's. Maybe the other women in your life were easily won over with that, but I'm not one of them. I know that. That's why I like you. But you don't like me enough to be seen with me in public. Would it hurt your image? She asked, with a sarcastic, pouty face. Is that what this is about? I asked, feeling exasperated. I saw this morning's tabloids. You have no problem parading around someone half my size wearing next to nothing. Those pictures were from last year. My voice rose an octave. It doesn't matter. I'm not who you're meant to be with. I'm not like those girls. I don't know what sort of games you're playing. How many times do I have to tell you that I'm trying to protect you from the cruelty of the press? They'll hunt you down. They'll dig up your past. You don't need that stress, not with the baby. Oh, the baby that you don't even want? She asked, shooting me a look. What the hell are you talking about? I heard you the other night, talking to that man about how you had no interest in marriage or babies. I swallowed hard. I didn't know she had heard that awful conversation that I had to smile through like I believed what I was saying. I must have sounded like such an asshole. No wonder she laughed. Yeah, what a fun conversation to walk in on, she snapped, noticing my surprise. Heart, I didn't mean any of it. She crossed her arms and looked at me as if my nose was growing. I'm serious. It was all business. I was just trying to schmooze that guy and tell him what he wanted to hear so we could possibly do business together in the future. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, she muttered. I know, but it's true. Even if it's true, it's ridiculous, Daniel. Why would you pretend to be someone you're not to impress some asshole? Unless that is who you are. It's not. It was stupid, but it's just how business works. You have to understand. I don't have to do anything. I don't know what is true or what's for show with you. If I was doubting you before, now I know I can't trust you at all. Not to be a father, not to be a boyfriend, not to be in my life at all. You don't mean that, I said, walking behind her desk. Don't, she said, giving me a look that could have killed me right there if I took another step closer. I put my hands up to show I meant no harm. Please, just listen to me. No, I don't need you trying to get out of talking like you did Friday night. You can't just pretend there's nothing wrong by getting me into bed with you, she said, getting to her feet. That wasn't fair. We both got lost in each other in that hallway, in that suite. It takes two, I reminded her. She rolled her eyes, and that pissed me off. Don't act all high and mighty when you're the one who came up with me to that hotel room. No one forced you. How dare you? Her face turned a bright shade of pink. I wasn't sure if she was blushing or angry. Face it, you're scared too. That's why it's easier to fuck than to talk. I never wanted any of this, she cried, shaking her head. Really? Because that first night at my place, you were singing a different tune. In fact, you were screaming my name on the bar of my counter. My frustration was fueling the words that were coming out of my mouth quicker than I had time to process them. She stammered. You what? Asked a voice from the doorway. I looked up suddenly and saw Hart's boss, Brian, standing there. He looked between the two of us with his head cocked and his questioning brow raised. Brian, Hart exclaimed loudly, pushing past me. It's not what it sounds like. Really? because it sounds like you had sexual relations with a business associate. I can explain, I said. Don't, said Hart sharply, whipping her head around. Addison? Asked Brian. She turned to face him, and I could see her body tremble as she took a deep breath. I'm so sorry, Brian. I just lost my head for a second. Well, unfortunately, that is not a good enough reason for going against our ethical business practices here at Leading to Learn. I'm so disappointed in you, Addison. But if you just... Brian held up his hand and shook his head. I think it's best if you start looking for another job, he said. One that doesn't trade sex for money or donations. He turned to leave, but not before looking to me and giving me a solemn nod. Mr. Jacobs, he said, closing the door behind him. Hart kept her back to me. She was so still, I couldn't tell if she was breathing or not. Hart? I said softly, reaching out and putting my hand on her shoulder. Don't touch me, she said. I removed my hand. I'm so sorry. Let me talk to him, or... She turned quickly and faced me. No! Haven't you done enough? Tears welled in her eyes, and I wanted nothing more than to wipe them away and pull her into my arms. I had made such a mess of this. Of everything.
Chapter 33. Addison. It felt like all the tears I've been holding back the past few months because of this man in front of me came pouring out of me. I didn't bother stopping them or wiping them away. I just let them come. I didn't care what I looked like or how I sounded. I didn't care if I looked weak. I let everything go right there in my office, while Daniel stood close by and watched because that was all I would let him do. My whole life had changed in the course of a few minutes, in this office that I had worked so hard to earn and wouldn't be able to call mine anymore. I wished I could put all the blame on Daniel, but he was right. It did take two, and I was every part to blame in this tangled web we had weaved together. I wished I could go back and change the trajectory of where we had ended up. I would have called in sick the day of the meeting. If I did, he never would have recognized me at that fancy bar and ordered a round of drinks that would continue back at his place. If I did, I wouldn't have got so caught up in him and let go of my inhibitions, resulting in a very real baby that was growing inside me now. But I couldn't go back in time. Instead, I had to live in this moment. This moment of my boss knowing everything, or at least enough to know that this was bad. Really bad. I was mortified that Brian knew some of the most intimate details of my life. Even more so, I was devastated that it had cost me my job. It was all too much. I leaned my back against my desk and slid down to the floor, putting my head in my hands. I felt Daniel sink to the floor beside me. He wasn't leaving, and I wasn't sure if it pissed me off or if I found it slightly endearing. I lifted my head from my hands and looked at him. "Why did you come here?" I sniffled. "I was desperate to see you, to know what was going on." "And you thought coming to my work was the best idea?" "Like I said, I was desperate," he answered softly. "You've ruined everything," I whispered, anger making my voice wobble. "Let me fix it." "You can't. I know you think you can get away with everything in life, but you can't." "Let me just talk to your boss again." I shook my head and looked down at the ground. I couldn't believe Daniel thought he could sweep this under the rug, as if it wasn't his life that had been turned upside down. There is no way Brian would let this go, and even if he did, I wouldn't feel right about working here, knowing what he thought of me. While his assumptions about Daniel's and my relationship, if that's what you could call it, were off base, I knew how it looked. It looked like I wasn't good enough at my job, so I took other measures to secure a deal. The thought made me sick. I felt a wave of nausea roll through me, causing me to double over. "Are you okay?" asked Daniel, putting his hand on my back. "I'm fine," I said, pushing his hand away. "We can figure this out." "We?" I snapped. He gave me a sad look, which just further pissed me off. "Don't look at me like that." "Like what?" "Like you've just lost one of the things that mattered most to you. Like you've just lost your future. Like you have no idea how you're going to afford your rent." He thought for a moment. I could see on his face that he had never had to worry about anything like that. It wasn't his fault that it made him so out of touch with the reality of most people. My reality was I had hit rock bottom. I had nowhere to turn to. My parents had already made it clear they wouldn't help me. "You can find another job. I can help you," said Daniel. I laughed loudly, a smile never reaching my eyes. "Yes, please. Help me find a job where people will speculate on how I got it." "You have to let me help somehow," he said. "How?" "I know you haven't cashed the check I gave you." "You think that's the solution?" "It will help until you can find another job." "I don't need your money." That was a bald-faced lie. He sighed frustratedly before getting to his feet and walking toward the door. "Where are you going?" I asked, not sure if I wanted to know the answer. He could be leaving, which deep down I didn't want, or he was going to make a further mess of the situation. "I'm talking to your boss," he said with certainty before opening the door and stepping into the hallway. I scrambled to my feet as quickly as I could, which was difficult as my bump was already twice the size it was. I had done my best by trying to cleverly conceal it, but was still surprised no one had noticed. Maybe they were just being polite. Hurriedly, I followed Daniel out into the hallway, but he was already at Brian's door. I felt everyone's eyes on us, even though they were trying their best to be conspicuous. I tried to walk calmly with a forced smile across my tightly pressed lips, but my heart pounded against my chest. Daniel was already in Brian's office. I opened the door and quickly closed it behind me. "Please, I can double the donation," said Daniel. His back was turned to me, and Brian sat at his desk with his fingertips pressed together. He didn't bother looking at me when I entered the room. "You mean the donation you've already doubled this morning?" asked Brian, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, whatever it takes." "Don't you think that will raise some questions?" "Not if it's kept private." "Mr. Jacobs, nothing with you is private," replied Brian, his tone harsh. I leaned against the wall, feeling like a child who wasn't invited to the adult table. I didn't know what to say. I just let it all unravel in front of me. "Yes, I agree that questionable choices I've made in the past have found their way to the pages of the press, but never with my business practices. Those are held in the highest morale. Please don't let my reputation skew the standards I have for my company or skew your opinion of Hart." Brian looked at him questioningly. Addison," said Daniel quickly. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment as I realized how the situation had gone from bad to worse. "Mr. Daniels, while I admire the business you've built for yourself with the morals you are trying too hard to convince me of, I can't allow Miss Hartley to continue working here. If and when this gets out to the press, the nonprofit would have to close its doors. I can't have that happen." I swallowed hard. He was right. If word got out that Leading to Learn was getting donation money through questionable practices, it would be forced to close. There would be lawsuits. It would be incredibly messy. I couldn't let that happen. Even though I was losing my job, what we had built still meant so much to me. "I understand," I said, finally saying something. I pushed myself from the wall and took a step next to Daniel. "Brian, I want to apologize for putting you in this compromising situation based on my poor choices. I hope you know that what transpired between me and Daniel, while it was wrong, it was real. It had nothing to do with furthering my position here at Leading to Learn. Brian studied me for a moment before speaking. I'm sorry to see you go, Miss Hartley, but it has to be done. I gave him a solemn nod before turning toward the door. As I left, I heard Daniel say behind me, You're making a big mistake letting her go. I ignored it and walked toward the elevators. I didn't have any of my things with me. I just had to get out of there, if only for a little bit. As the elevator doors started to close, Daniel put his hand through and pushed his way inside. I didn't say anything, didn't look at him. We rode in silence that seemed loud because all the words that had been exchanged were bouncing off of each other in my mind. When we were on the first floor, I quickly walked past him and out onto the sidewalk. There, I finally felt like I could finally breathe. I sucked in the fresh air and closed my eyes, feeling the sunlight on my face. I'm sorry, said Daniel, stepping beside me. I shook my head and kept my eyes closed. Can I take you back home? He asked. I don't have any of my things. Well, I could. No, you're not going back in there. You're not doing anything. Haven't you done enough? I asked, my eyes snapping open and really focusing on his face for the first time today. That was a mistake. The sincerity I saw in those blue eyes was almost enough to make me forget the entire mess of my life and let him save me. But life didn't work like that. I didn't work like that. I know things look bad right now, but we'll figure something out. There he went with the we again. You mean I'll have to figure something out? No, I'm here. I'm in this. I haven't left yet. That's what people do when things get hard. They leave. Hell, I've been that person. I've never gotten close to anyone because I was afraid of the hard, of the messy, of the complicated. But I'm here, and things are pretty damn hard, aren't they? His words dug into me like nails, and as much as I wanted to reject them, I let them leave their impressions on me. It was the first time he had really ever opened up about anything. But it was too little, too late. Why? I whispered. Why what? Why are you still here? Because of you, because of the baby, because it's the right thing to do. I thought of the baby, of what a messy life he or she had already found themselves in, and they weren't even Earthside. It made my heart break. Of all the things I wished I could go back and change, I ultimately knew that changing anything would mean I wouldn't have this baby inside me. The baby that had changed my life with a single heartbeat and convinced me that I was ready to be a mom despite everything. A good mom. Nothing with Daniel had been easy up until this point, and I would hate to have the baby grow up in a world that was so unsteady. I couldn't let it happen. I took a deep breath before delivering the words that I knew would change us forever. A lie that felt like poison leaving my mouth. There is no baby, Daniel, I said. He gave me a double take as his mouth fell open. I think it's best we never see each other again. I turned and walked back toward my building. A single tear fell down my cheek. I quickly opened the doors and entered the elevator, hoping he wasn't following me. I looked out the window and saw he hadn't. His back was toward me and his head was hung low. It was the last image I saw before my tears blurred my vision and the doors closed.
Chapter 34. Daniel. Heart left me speechless on the sidewalk. I felt like I might cry or throw up or punch something. After everything we had been through over the past few months, I was ready to be together. I was ready to be a father. Well, almost. Was anyone really ready to become a parent? Ready or not, I wanted to be a part of that baby's life. I wanted to be a part of Heart's. Now I was left with nothing on the sidewalks of Manhattan. I felt like everything I had fought for was ripped away from me in seconds. I felt empty. Not only had I lost Hart, but we had lost the baby too. I tried to grasp at what could have possibly happened in the course of a few days. I couldn't imagine Hart having an abortion without telling me, no matter how angry she was about the miscommunication a few nights ago. I also couldn't bring myself to imagine her having a miscarriage and going through that pain and loss all by herself. Both possibilities broke my heart. She had been alone for both. I should have been there holding her hand. I felt tears burn at the back of my eyes, a feeling I hadn't felt since I was a child. I blinked quickly to prevent them from falling. "Sir?" a voice said. I looked up, and through watery eyes saw Armand standing there. "Let's get you in the car," he said, putting his hand on my back and guiding me into the back seat. Never had I been more grateful for him. "Thank you," I said, before he closed the door. He didn't ask any questions. He didn't even glance back as if he wanted to give me privacy to work through the clear set of emotions running through me. He didn't drive me back to work. He drove me home, which was a decision I wouldn't have made, but a decision I needed. I couldn't work right now. Not when my heart was angry and breaking at the same time. 15 minutes later, the car pulled into the parking garage, and Armand came around to let me out. I gave him a nod that said thank you before going up to my apartment. I took off my suit that felt like it was suffocating me and climbed into bed. It was barely 2 p.m., but all I wanted to do was sleep. I hoped when I woke up I would realize this was all a nightmare. There had been too much loss. Hart lost her job, which was something I would never forgive myself for. If it weren't for my desperate impulsivity, she would still work there. And the other loss, which was almost unfathomable, the loss of our baby. I had gotten lost in looking for cribs and strollers and onesies, and really saw the joy in it all. I was going to be a dad. Was being the key word. I closed my eyes and settled under the covers, falling into a deep sleep. My emotions had worn me out. My phone trilled loudly. I groaned as I searched for it blindly, feeling around the bed and my nightstand until my fingers wrapped around it. I brought it close to my face and opened one eye. It was Brody calling. It was 5 p.m. "Hello?" I answered groggily. "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I disturb you?" he asked sarcastically on the other line. "Hey, Brody." "Are you fucking sleeping?" he asked. "Yeah, I am." "So, you left work after bailing on a meeting with the London rep to go take a nap?" "Seems that way." "What the hell is wrong with you?" he asked, his voice rising. "Look, I don't really need my little brother babysitting me," I said, irritably. You do when you're dropping the ball. We could have lost the whole London deal. You know that, right?" "Well, did we?" I asked, uncaring. "No, thank God. Margaret called me frantically to let me know you left. I had to run the meeting myself." "You're a big boy, Brody. You can handle it." "Okay, Dad." "It's about time you stepped up. I can't do everything for you." I knew I was taking my bad day out on him, but it felt good to unleash on someone. Anyone. "Call me back when you're not such an asshole," muttered Brody before he hung up. I turned off my phone and tossed it back on the nightstand. I rolled over onto my stomach and closed my eyes again. I just wanted to go back to sleep again. And I did. I slept until 5 the next morning. The sunrise coming over the building served as my alarm clock. I stretched my arms and let out a long yawn. It felt like I had been asleep for days. I rolled out of bed and patted the cool wooden floor of my bedroom to the bathroom. I ran a cold shower and stepped inside, letting the frigid water wake me up. I brushed my teeth and threw on a pair of gray sweatpants and a hoodie. I put on a pot of coffee, and as I waited, my stomach growled loudly. Yesterday, I had skipped lunch and dinner in favor of sleep. Sleep was my only escape from what had happened. But now I was awake, and moments seeped into my thoughts like I was remembering a dream. I opened my fridge and pulled out a carton of eggs and a package of bacon. I fired up a pan, and soon my kitchen was filled with their savory scent combined with freshly roasted coffee beans. I brought my plate of food and mug of coffee to the large 10-person dining room table in the large room next to the kitchen. Putting my food down, I then sat at the head of the table and began eating. I looked around my large penthouse and listened to the silence that surrounded me. In that moment, I realized just how alone I was, and just how much I wished Hart was here, and how much I wished the room was filled with her laughter and the squeals from our baby. I really thought maybe our life would end up here. Toys on the floor, bottles on the counter, diaper baskets. Figuring out how to do a new life together as we brought up a new life. I should have told her sooner. I should have told her that night at the charity event. Instead, we let our emotions get the best of us, and it led to what we always did, being tangled up in one another. It was the first time in my life that I wished we would have talked rather than had sex. That was saying something. Now, there were too many words left unsaid and too many realized dreams that had shattered. My phone buzzed on the table in front of me. I picked it up quickly, hoping it might be Hart, but knowing deep down it wasn't. No, it was Brody. Has my brother re-entered his body? Me. Not yet. I'm not coming in today. Can you handle it? I watched the 3 dots bounce on the screen and waited for the angry response to follow, but it didn't. He didn't say anything. I took the day off and spent most of it on the couch or in bed. It was very out of character for me, as someone who had never even taken a personal day. I just couldn't focus on work or business deals. All of that seemed so flippant in the grand scheme of things. I went back to work the next morning and barely spoke to anyone. I didn't see Brody all day, which was what I preferred. Margaret seemed to be wary around me, like I might flip a switch at any second. I was glad they avoided me. I just wanted to go through the motions at my desk alone. For weeks, I carried on like that. I knew I was being an asshole. Even in meetings with potential clients, I didn't have my usual charisma. I passed them on to Brody, who took them without question. He probably knew I would just screw them up. One afternoon, after another big meeting with the London representative, Brody came by my office. He knocked and entered at the same time, as he normally did. I never understood what the point of him knocking was. I looked up from my papers and gave him a nod. He closed the door behind him and sat across from me in one of the armchairs. He watched me silently for a moment, which was irritatingly uncomfortable. "Yes?" I asked finally. "We need to talk," he said. I sighed and sat back in my chair. "What is it, Brody?" "I don't know what is going on with you, but things can't keep carrying on like this. People are wondering where you are. You're the head of the company, for God's sake, Daniel. You can't just keep hiding away in your office and having me run your meetings. People are starting to ask questions." "No, they're not," I said. "Yes, they are. It's a miracle the London deal finalized today after I had to win their trust over the past few weeks. No one likes being passed around like an appetizer. They were wary to continue." "But you did it, didn't you?" I asked. "Yes, I did. No thanks to you." "Then I don't see your problem." "The problem is you are the CEO of this company." I thought we were a team. I can't keep running my position when I'm doing yours too. I stayed silent. I knew he was right. I just couldn't snap out of this stupid funk. I'm worried about you, said Brody seriously. I'm fine, I said. You're not. But I think I know what will help. What's that? I asked curiously. Getting away from New York. I don't mind taking over for a little bit longer if it means you going on a trip, feeling refreshed and getting your head back in the game. I can't just up and leave, I said, exasperated. Yes, you can. You've already been mentally checked out for weeks. He wasn't wrong. Here's what you do, he said. You go and find Kira. Kira? I asked in surprise. Yeah, go find her and patch up whatever went down that has you being the asshole you are. Then you invite her on an exotic vacation. I snorted. He thought this was about Kira. It was laughable, but it also wasn't surprising. I had let him and everyone else in the world think there were wedding bells in our future because I was trying so hard to protect Hart. In the end, she still got hurt. I hadn't confided anything in my brother. Maybe I should have. Too late now. There was no point in telling him when everything had ended. It would be easier for him to assume something else than dig up the pain that I'd been trying to bury the past few weeks. You know she'd love it, continued Brody. The girl lives for selfies on the beach at 5-star resorts. She looks good doing it. I'd rather go alone, I said. It would be better with her. Think about it. You can fuck her in every orifice. She'd let you, happily. Then you can release some of that stress that is clearly pent up. I rolled my eyes. Maybe he was right. Not about Kira, but about getting away for a while. It would be good to clear my head and get out of the city that had so many reminders of Hart. Where would I go? I asked. Brody grinned, knowing I had given in. I hear Bora Bora is nice this time of year.
Chapter 35. Addison. Are you sure you want to do this? Asked Monica. I'm sure, I said, forcing certainty to my voice. I just don't want to see you getting hurt. Again. Haven't you been through enough? I had been through more than enough. I had lost my job. I had lost the man I thought I knew and lied to him in the process. Knowing the baby was still growing inside of me when I told him it was gone was too painful to think about. It was wrong. But at the time, it felt like it was my only choice. I wanted to protect this baby. I felt weepy just thinking about it. Monica noticed and pulled me into her arms. Look, if you think going to see your parents will help, then I support you, she said. Thank you, Monica, I said between tears. For everything. She squeezed me tightly as I tried not to sob in the middle of the airport. I had been a mess for the past few weeks. My heart had felt like someone had taken a sledgehammer to it, pounding it until there were no good feelings left. Only the sad ones. Only the broken ones. Text me when you land, okay? She said. Okay. Thank you for coming. Of course, she said. She gave my belly a little rub before turning and heading for the exit to the transfers. I smiled as I watched her go. If I didn't have her, I didn't know what I would do. Maybe she was right in thinking flying home to see my parents was a bad idea. I had gotten by just fine without them over the years, but me becoming a mother only made me want mine. I wanted my baby to have more family than just me. I got through security quickly and found a cafe to sit in while I waited for my flight. There was a little table that was vacant, and I propped my feet up on my little suitcase. I ordered a cup of chamomile tea and a cheese Danish and hoped it was enough to tide me over on the flight. It was a short flight, but I was always hungry. Maybe there would be a snack served. As I waited, I read one of the pregnancy books I'd bought. With the visit home to my parents looming in my mind, it was hard to focus on sleep routines. It was even harder to focus whenever a man in a suit passed by. They all made me think of Daniel. I didn't hear from him again after that horrible day in my office. I had told him I never wanted to see him again, so I shouldn't be surprised. But still, Daniel had proven his persistence in the short time I had known him. He was either hurt by the thought of losing the baby, or he was relieved he had no obligation to me anymore. Both hurt like hell, but the first one made me want to cry every time I thought about it. It was wrong to lie to him. I knew it was. Every day I thought about calling him and telling him the truth. I was sick to my stomach just thinking about it. But like Monica said, there was no going back now. The damage was done. I heard the boarding call for my flight being announced and placed cash on the table, enough to cover my pastry and tea and a decent tip. I thought for a second about becoming a waitress. Maybe I could find a serving position at an upscale restaurant in Manhattan. The tips had to be good, at least until I found a new job. Although I doubted anyone would hire someone who was clearly pregnant. Since being fired, it was like my mind was always in overdrive, trying to find ways to survive as I entered motherhood. Brian said I could stay on until the end of the month, which was generous considering what had happened. It had been so awkward in the office, though. I wasn't sure how much my coworkers knew, if anything. The thought made my stomach turn. It was bad enough having Brian know, which was why I was glad to use some of my remaining vacation time to go home to Pittsburgh. At the gate, I did as Monica instructed and let the front desk know that I was pregnant. She said I would be able to get pre-boarding, and she was right. I found my seat and settled in before the rest of the passengers. There were some perks to being pregnant. I patted my belly lovingly and looked out the window at the tarmac. I tried to remember the last time I had been home. It had been too long to recall. Soon we were up in the air. I spent most of my flight reading and listening to classical music on my headphones. Thankfully, there were crackers and pretzels to tide me over. The flight was fast, and as we started our descent, I thought about my parents down below. I wondered who had come to pick me up, if they were waiting at the gate or on the curb outside, if they looked the same or older. I took a deep breath as the wheels touched down on the tarmac, as I was about to find out. I rolled my suitcase off the plane and through the tunnel that spit me out at the gate. I looked around timidly and spotted my father leaning against a pillar. I was relieved he had come alone. He and I had always been closer than my mother and I. I studied him for a little bit before he got the chance to notice me. His hair had more gray and looked like it was thinning slightly. There were more wrinkles sprinkled around his eyes and carved into his forehead. He had put on a little weight in his belly. We were the same in that regard. My heart swelled, realizing how much I missed him over the years. But then I remembered why I even had to miss him in the first place. His eyes found mine, and I gave a nervous wave before walking over. "Hi, honey," he said with a single nod. "Hey, Dad." His eyes fell to my belly, and I held my breath. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he silently took my suitcase and began rolling it toward the elevators for the parking garage. I slid into the sedan he had been driving since I was a teenager. He refused to sell it. I laughed softly as I closed the door. My parents were nothing if not stubborn. The ride home was silent, if not for small bouts of awkward small talk. The weather, Brooklyn, his beloved Pittsburgh Penguins, everything but my protruding bump and what it meant. When my father pulled into the driveway, the sun was beginning to set. I saw Mom sitting on the porch on the swing I remembered from my childhood. She didn't stand up when she saw us park. Her lack of acknowledgement didn't hide the coldness in her eyes that I could feel from 20 feet away. I swallowed hard. Maybe this had been a bad idea. I walked up the steps as my father pulled the suitcase behind me. "Hey, Mom," I said, trying to hide my nerves. Her hair was shorter and darker than I remember. Her skin had more spots on it, and I couldn't tell if her brows were furrowed or if her wrinkles were just prominent. "Addison," she said, standing and giving me a stiff hug. "Thanks for having me." I gave her my best smile. "You didn't really give us a choice when you said you were coming." "Right," I said, ignoring the dagger she had just thrown. "I just thought it would be good for us." "Well, come in." She led the way through the front door. As I stepped inside, it felt like I'd entered a time warp. Everything looked the same, smelled the same. I took it all in as I spun in a slow circle. "Dinner will be ready in an hour," said my mom. "You can get settled upstairs in your old room." "Thanks," I replied. Up in my room, I realized nothing in there had changed at all. It still looked the same as it did in high school. My posters were still on the walls. The same floral sheets were on the bed. My jewelry box was still on the dresser, and I opened it, listening as it played the familiar tune. I watched as the ballerina spun. I found it odd that they had kept the room the same after our falling out. An hour later, right on time, my mom announced from downstairs that dinner was ready. I met my parents at the small dining nook in the kitchen. The table was set for 3, and a big bowl of spaghetti sat in the middle of the table, my mother's signature dish. "Looks great, Mom," I said as I sat down. She gave me a tight smile and began serving the spaghetti on our plates. We began eating our meal in silence, as if we were playing the silent game. The first person who spoke lost. "So what brings you all the way home?" asked my mom after a few minutes. "I just didn't like how we ended things over the phone," I said. "I hoped we could make things right before, the baby." My mother's tone was unenthused. "Right." Her eyes fell to my bump. There was no love or excitement behind them. I instinctively covered my stomach with my arm as if to protect my baby. "How far along are you?" asked my father curiously. "Almost 5 months." Wow. His eyes grew wide. He seemed more interested than my mother. "I know, it's going fast." My mom looked from me to my father as if she didn't like what was going on between us. "And the father?" she asked pointedly. "I thought I told you he won't be in the baby's life." "Jesus Christ," muttered my mother. "I know you're disappointed," I started. "Why are you here, Addison?" asked my mother sharply. "I thought we already told you on the phone we won't be financially supporting your poor decisions." "I know that. I'm fine financially. I actually just got a raise," I lied. My mother looked appeased for only a moment before digging back into me. "Probably not enough to support you and a baby. Do you know how much raising a child costs?" "I know, Mom. I'm going to make it work." "And the father, he can't support you?" asked my father. "I don't really want to talk about him," I said softly. "Probably because he's a deadbeat," said my mother with disgust. Hardly, I thought. "You don't know the situation," I argued. "I know enough to know that you've made a terrible mistake and are here for us to bail you out." "That's not true," I said. Now, said my father, looking at my mother. "Don't now me, Roger. Your daughter has made a mess of her life." "Look, I just came to try and fix things between us. Please, can we just what?" my mother interrupted. "Pretend you haven't ruined your future? I thought the nonprofit had been bad, but this? I don't know how we could ever look at you the same." My eyes stung with tears, but I refused to show her that her words affected me. I would not appear weak in front of my mother, if I could even call her that. Here I thought seeing her would make things better, that maybe seeing my growing belly would make her soften. Instead, seeing her made me realize I wanted to be nothing like the mother she was.
Chapter 36. Daniel. "Welcome to the St. Regis, Mr. Jacobs. I am Riva," said the woman in the crisp white linen suit. "Thank you," I said, as I looked behind her at the crystal-clear, teal-blue waters sprinkled with little huts with straw roofs. I couldn't believe I was here. Just over 24 hours ago, Brody was in my office convincing me that a vacation would be good for me. Then we were booking a first-class flight from New York to Bora Bora that night. It was all too surreal. "I hope your flight here didn't feel too long," said Riva. It wasn't too bad. The 18-plus hours were spent drinking Bloody Marys and watching in-flight movies, or sleeping in my private compartment. I felt bad for anyone who wasn't in first class. I didn't know how anyone flew that long in economy. That would be hell on earth. Or hell in the sky. "Please, enjoy some complimentary champagne as our welcome to you." Riva waved over a server who quickly arrived, balancing a tray with a single glass of champagne and an array of tropical flowers. "Thank you," I said, taking the glass. I took a long sip, the bubbles dancing down my throat. A bell attendant came around with a gold cart and began carefully putting my luggage on the red velvet surface. "We will have your luggage taken to your suite, but in the meantime, I would like to give you a tour of the grounds," said Riva. "Thank you, Riva." I nodded. She walked me through the expansive lobby with its white walls and woven ceiling. Bright tropical flowers were arranged in large vases. She introduced me to the concierge, where I could make reservations or schedule excursions and activities. We walked to the open-air spa with views of the lush vegetation and the smooth ocean. Riva and I continued making our way down the winding wooden paths until we arrived at my room, which was really a bungalow. It was the last one on the wooden path. Riva opened the door with a keycard and pushed the door open. "Welcome to the Royal Suite, Mr. Jacobs. I hope you find it to your liking. This is where I leave you. I hope you enjoy your stay with us. Please, don't hesitate to ask for anything." "Thank you," I said, slipping her a $50 bill. I stepped past her into the room and heard the door click behind me. I walked into the living room, which looked out over a large deck and a rectangular pool. The doors were open and the ocean breeze met my face. To my right was the master bedroom with a large king bed covered in crisp, white linen in the center of the room, facing an unobstructed view of the ocean. I noticed the walk-in closet to my left was open and my luggage was already arranged neatly inside. The master bathroom had a jacuzzi tub and his and her sinks. I was surprised how deceivingly small this bungalow looked from the outside. I stepped out onto the deck with my champagne and looked out over the ocean. This was truly paradise. It was strange to be here by myself, lonely even. I wished Hart were here with me. This could have been our baby moon. I read that was a thing. Along with a push present, which I had already been thinking about. I guess I didn't have to anymore. She was always on my mind. I wanted to reach out to her again after the mess I had made at her work, but the way she looked at me made me not even try. I had seen her angry before, but not like that. There were sharp edges behind her words, and they cut deep. "I think it's best we never see each other again." I downed the rest of my champagne and shook my head, trying to get the echo of those words out, trying to forget the pained look on her face. I kept blaming myself, but we both made choices we couldn't take back. I realized now that I didn't really know her that well at all. It had only been a few months since we met on the terrace at my work. Little did I know that our lives would change after that day. In those months, nothing had ever been smooth. The waters of this ocean were smoother than anything between us. We spent our time either fighting or fucking. There really wasn't anything in between. We never took the proper time to get to know each other, and maybe that was partly my fault. It wasn't what I did with women. I never spent enough time with one to get to know them. Maybe Hart was always that moody, or maybe the pregnancy hormones made her that way. Really, the whole time I had known her, she had been pregnant. I never really knew her at all. On top of everything, she had lost the baby. Whether naturally or planned, it was a lot for her. That would drive anyone into a pit. I just was sorry I wasn't there to help her through it. I was also sorry for us and what we could have had. The thought was almost too much to bear. I never even knew what we were going to have. A boy, a girl. There was no point in thinking about it now, and that was heart-wrenching. I pushed my hands from the railing of the deck and walked back inside my room. I took off my travel clothes and changed into swim trunks. Then I called the front desk to have some appetizers and a cocktail delivered to the room. After I hung up, I walked back to the deck and launched myself off, landing in the clear, blue waters below. That afternoon, I ate fresh fruit and French fries from the deck and sipped on Mai Tais as I floated in the warm waters. It felt like I was on my own private island. Brody had been right. This was a good idea. A really good idea. I couldn't remember the last time I had taken a vacation. I had traveled for work, sure, but not for leisure in a very long time. Maybe this was what I needed to forget everything. I pulled myself onto the deck, water dripping off me, and faced the sun. I heard my phone ring on the deck chair. I reached over and grabbed it. It was Brody. I accepted the video call. "Hey, bro," I said, grinning. "Wow, is this my brother actually smiling?" he asked. He was in his office, and for a second I felt guilty for not being there. But he had been the one to insist on this trip. Yeah, you were right. This place is amazing." Wait, what was that?" He cupped his hand to his ear. I rolled my eyes. "You were right," I said. He gave me that annoying, triumphant smile of his. "I told you it would be just what you needed to get out of whatever funk you've been in. I'm already feeling better. Look at this place." I beamed as I turned my phone and showed him the view of my room and the ocean surrounding. "Wow, maybe I should have gone instead. It has been tiring doing all your work for you." "Ha ha," I laughed sarcastically. "How is it going over there?" "We're moving forward on the design process with the London offices, thank God. I never thought we would actually get anywhere with them. But enough talk of work. You are there to relax." "How do you do that again?" I asked with a smirk. "You'll learn," he replied. "Now get back to paradise. I'm just about to go to lunch. Enjoy, bro." "Thank you, Brody." I hung up and pulled myself to stand, my body already dry from the sun. I padded into my suite and into the bathroom. I took a long shower and got dressed for an early dinner. The travel days had caught up to me, and I was ready to eat and then crash until morning. I walked down the winding path toward the lobby, passing other guests on the way. It was mostly couples walking hand in hand, their hair wet from the ocean and a frozen drink in their other hands. I smiled and nodded as I passed, trying to be happy for them, when they were a reminder that I was alone here. I found the restaurant just off the lobby. It was open air, much like everything here. I sat at a table on the patio that overlooked the white sand beach. I ordered a whiskey on ice and sipped on it slowly as I watched other guests at the restaurant. I did a double take as I saw a woman with long, dark hair sit at the bar, as if Hart would somehow be here. I laughed to myself, but couldn't tear my eyes away at the possibility it could be. When I saw her partner join her and she turned toward him, I saw the profile of her face and knew I was out of my head. I took another sip of whiskey and began studying the menu. A moment later, a server came by. She wore a purple floral halter dress that hugged tightly to her breasts before flowing down to the floor. Her bright blonde hair was pulled into a low bun, and her tan skin contrasted against it perfectly. She was probably in her early 20s. "Hello, Mr. Jacobs. We are so pleased you could join us tonight," she greeted with a heavy French accent. "Hello." My eyes fell to her name tag, Colette. I let my eyes explore a little more without bothering to hide it. I noticed her cheeks turn a shade of pink as if she were sunburned. She gave me a knowing smile. She was game to play along. "Have you had a chance to look over the menu, Mr. Jacobs?" she asked. "Please, call me Daniel." She let out a small giggle. "I have, but I would love to hear your recommendations. It's my first time in Bora Bora." "Well, how do you like it so far?" "I like what I see so far." She batted her eyelashes and bit her lip as she tapped her pen against her pad of paper. "I'm happy to hear that, and I would be happy to share some of my favorites on the menu." She leaned in and pointed out her favorite items. She smelled like coconut and salt water. I ordered her recommendations: crunchy pork salad, samosas, chicken with coconut rice. "I'll get that right in. Let me know if you need anything at all." She walked away, her hips swaying, holding my attention until the moment she disappeared into the kitchen. She could be fun, I thought. A little vacation fling, waking up naked in the sheets to the ocean air drifting in the open doorway, taking a dip in the water to wake us up, the salt water on our tan skin as we drank too many fruity cocktails before we tumbled back into the king-size bed. Having someone to fuck this pain away would make this trip even better. No strings attached. The idea was tantalizing. When she came by and served my food, I almost asked her when she was off, but decided against it. I knew in the end, I only really wanted to be with Hart. Anyone else would just be a Band-Aid. So instead, I ate my food, which was insanely delicious. And with a full stomach, I walked back to my room and passed out alone.
Chapter 37. Addison. The sunlight streamed through the purple curtains hanging in my bedroom, casting a violet hue over my childhood bedroom. I felt the warmth against my eyelids as I rolled from my side to my back. I opened them slowly and stared at the ceiling, which still had glow-in-the-dark stars from when I was little. Yawning, I sat up in bed. I looked around the room at the boy band's smiling faces on glossy posters and the book series I used to read lined up on the shelves. I had once been such a happy kid in this room, playing and learning and not having a care in the world, having parents who liked me. I knew deep down my parents loved me. I loved them. But over the years, we just stopped liking each other. Things would be different if I had a sibling. They would have another child to look after and cast their dreams onto instead of putting all their faith in me. It's funny because I don't know what their expectations were for me. I just know that I hadn't lived up to them. First, my job. Second, not finding a husband. Third, having a baby without said husband. The rest of last night's dinner had been wildly uncomfortable, in a silence that was only broken by forks scraping against the plate. I helped my mother wash the dishes while my father went to the living room to watch the nightly news, a tradition I had known since childhood. Except back then, he would let me climb into his lap and let me ask question after question about what the newscaster was saying. There was none of that last night. Instead, I stood by the sink watching my mother inspect the dishes I had washed with scrutiny. After we were done and my hand-washing skills had passed her standards, I went up to my room and stayed there for the rest of the night. I called Monica, let her tell me, "I told you so," and then started to look for flights home. But then something incredible happened that turned the whole night around. I felt the baby kick. Up until then, I thought I had maybe imagined the little flutters that the baby books had described, but this was real. This made me sit up in bed, wide-eyed. I pressed my hand gently to my stomach and felt another kick. Immediately, tears came to my eyes. "Hello there," I had whispered. It was as if the baby was telling me I wasn't alone. Not anymore. I was about to build my own little family, and it would be filled with love and warmth. It wouldn't feel anything like this. I took comfort in knowing that and was able to fall asleep cradling my bump. I had no desire to stay here last night, after the conversation at dinner took a turn for the worst, as I knew it would. I should have known better than to come back home. Too much time had passed. Too much damage had been done. I would never be the daughter they wanted me to be, and I had to accept that. I only stayed because it was already a stretch in my budget to fly to Pittsburgh. Adding a last-minute hotel stay was not in the cards, but I didn't have to worry about where I was staying tonight. I already had a flight booked back home to New York in a few hours. Quickly, I rolled out of bed and changed out of my pajamas and back into my travel clothes from yesterday. I had thought I would be here long enough to maybe do a load of laundry, but here I was. I pulled the leggings over my bump and looked at myself in the small full-length mirror. It was an odd juxtaposition to be becoming a mother as I stood in the bedroom I grew up in, when everything looked the same. I went to the bathroom to wash up and splashed water on my face and brushed my teeth. The smell of bacon and eggs wafted up the stairs, and my stomach grumbled hungrily. I would rather just get to the airport early than endure another meal with my parents, who had no idea I was leaving yet. What else did they expect, though? I grabbed my suitcase from my room and said a silent goodbye to the childhood I once knew, before gently closing the door behind me. I walked downstairs and into the kitchen. My mother was at the stove, and my father was at the table reading the paper. When they heard me enter the room, their eyes went from me to the luggage in my hand. "Are you leaving?" asked my father, surprise in his voice. "Yeah, my flight's in a few hours," I said, rocking back on my heels nervously. "I just think it's better this way." My mother pursed her lips and turned back toward the stove without saying a word. "Addison," my dad started. "Let her go, Roger," said my mother, her back to us. "At least let me take you to the airport." "And waste a perfectly good breakfast? I don't think so," snapped my mother, whipping her head around. "Really, it's fine," I said, waving my hand at him. I knew he was trying. I knew this hurt him. It hurt me too. But I would never let it show. Not in front of my mother. "I'll call an Uber." I pulled out my phone. "Nancy, I'm taking Addison to the airport," said my father, standing from the table. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. I was taken aback by him standing up to her, for once. I fought back tears as I gave him a thankful nod. He gave me a smile before grabbing the keys off the hook by the garage door. "I'll be back soon." He opened the door and slipped out, leaving my mother and me in the kitchen. "It was good to see you, Mom," I said softly. I could see her stand a little straighter as she continued to stir the eggs in the pan. I started walking toward the door, rolling my suitcase behind me. "Goodbye, Addison," I heard her whisper. I closed my eyes for just a moment, trying to soak in her words because they might be the last ones she would speak to me, and headed out the door to the car. My father and I rode in silence to the airport. It was comfortable, though. I knew there wasn't really anything left to say. He would have to side with my mother, and veering away from that would practically be treason. Instead, we listened to classic rock on the radio like we did when I was little. I wanted to wrap my hands around that moment and keep it forever. When we pulled up to the curb at the airport, My dad came around and helped me get out of the car before grabbing my suitcase from the trunk. We looked at each other for a long moment, as if trying to get our words across in the quiet air between us. Finally, he pulled me in for a hug. A real hug that was filled with tenderness and goodbye. It nearly broke my heart. I pulled away and gave him the best smile I could before walking into the terminal. I didn't think I could handle any more goodbyes in my life. On the flight home, I started writing down a list of my current finances and then added everything I could think of that the baby would need. I realized I would have to come up with an entirely new budget, one that included medical insurance and diapers and probably daycare for when I hopefully found a new job. And that job would have to pay a lot more than the one I was about to lose. I suddenly started feeling very warm as the plane started to descend and we approached New York. My breath felt like it was short and it was hard to fully fill my lungs. I wondered if I was having a panic attack. I gripped the armrests tightly and closed my eyes as I tried to slow my breath. I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in my head. It seemed to be working. But then I felt my stomach tighten in a way I'd never felt before. After a few seconds, it released, giving me some relief before tightening again in a minute. I put my hand on my bump and felt it harden and soften. It was an unusual sensation, and it started to worry me when they grew more painful. I took a deep breath and willed for the plane's wheels to meet the runway quickly. Finally, the plane bumped up and down slightly as it steadied itself, moving quickly down the runway until it began to slow down. I breathed a sigh of relief. At least we were on the ground now, but I wasn't out of the woods yet. It seemed to take forever for the plane to park and open its doors. I may have had priority boarding getting on the flight, but I was just like everyone else in the herd trying to get off the plane. I winced as I waited in the slow-moving line, gripping the handle of my luggage tightly to try and help with the pain. As soon as I was off, I quickly found an exit and hailed a cab. "I need to get to the hospital," I said. The driver's eyes grew wide as he eyed me, clutching my stomach. He gave me a nod and pulled the car away from the curb, stepping on the gas. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the hospital. The driver was so worried about me that he helped me out of the car and pulled my luggage into the hospital. He made sure I was helped before he left. As a nurse helped me into a wheelchair, I thanked him profusely, wishing I could tip him more. He pressed his hands together and gave a little bow before leaving out the sliding doors. The nurse wheeled me up to triage to see if there was a room available. On the way up, I texted Monica to let her know what was going on. Within minutes, she told me she was on her way. Thankfully, there was a room available. The nurse helped me out of my clothes and into a hospital gown. Everything felt so surreal, so scary. It was too early to be here. I felt panicked. The nurse must have sensed it. "Everything's going to be okay," she soothed. I gave her a grateful look as she helped me into the bed. "I need to wrap this around your belly so we can monitor your contractions." "Contractions?" I asked, my voice shaky. "Yes, you're more than likely having Braxton Hicks contractions. They're normal, but we need to be sure." She helped me sit up and wrapped a belt around my stomach before covering me with cool white sheets. "I'll have paperwork sent up soon, but in the meantime, rest." Resting felt like the last thing I could do. 45 minutes later, the nurse led a very frantic Monica into the room. "Oh my God, Hart, what is going on?" she asked, rushing to my side. "Your friend is having some pretty severe Braxton Hicks," said a man's voice. I looked up and saw a doctor in the doorway. He gave me a warm smile before walking over to my bedside and studying the computer. "We've been monitoring your contractions, which have most likely been brought on by stress. Is there a lot going on in your life at the moment?" "A little," I murmured. "A little if you count being pregnant, losing your job, your parents hating you, and you lying to the man you could have one day loved." "Well, we need you and the baby to be healthy. You need to take it easy. No unnecessary stress, okay?" "Okay," I said. Easier said than done.
Chapter 38. Daniel. I gripped the edges of the surfboard as I looked back over my shoulder for incoming swells. There were a few other guys out on the water, much better than me, who were riding in almost every wave. I had been studying their movements and trying to catch on, only getting lucky a few times. It had been a spontaneous decision to rent a surfboard from the activity shack this afternoon. I wanted to do something adventurous, something active. Now, here I was trying to stay balanced as I sat on the glossy wood that rocked beneath me. I heard a couple of the other guys shout. There must have been a good one coming. I looked back and saw the swell. The others were beginning to paddle fast, so I joined them. When I felt the board begin to dive down, I hopped to my feet and spread my arms out like unsteady wings. I felt the wave catch beneath my feet and the board went from wobbly to smooth. I had caught it. I gave a triumphant yell as I rode the wave close to shore before jumping off. That was exhilarating. I could see why people fell in love with it. The challenge of it, the thrill. I picked up the board and tucked it under my arm, dragging it onto the sand before plopping down. I shook the salt water from my hair and watched as the other surfers continued picking and choosing the best waves to ride. This was the 4th day here in Bora Bora, and I was starting to feel more like myself again. Everything about this place was so different from New York. The beach replaced the damp asphalt. Crystal clear waters replaced the brooding waters of the Hudson. Straw huts replaced the glass skyscrapers. It was a completely other world, and I had been soaking it all in. "Can I get you a drink, Mr. Jacobs?" said a voice. I looked up, squinting against the sun before I made out the face of Colette, who stood above me in her usual floral dress, the uniform for the female staff at the hotel. It looked best on her young body, one that I had yet to explore. "I thought I told you to call me Daniel," I said with a grin. "That's right. You looked good out there, Daniel." "Were you watching me?" "Maybe," she answered, biting her lip. We were back at our usual flirting game that hadn't gone anywhere because I hadn't allowed it to go any further. Every day, I would see her in one way or another, up at the restaurant or down here on the beach where she would serve drinks. We would banter back and forth, pass some sexual innuendos, exchange a few suggestive glances. That was it. It was my first time. I shrugged, looking out at the water. "Really? I wouldn't have guessed that. You looked like a pro." "You, my dear, are a fantastic liar." She giggled. I watched as her eyes took me in and wondered what she was thinking. I knew I could easily find out. I still had a few days to find out. She would be willing, that much was clear. I just couldn't seem to pull the trigger. "You know what sounds good? A pina colada," I said. "We make the best," she quipped, jotting it down on her pad. "Can you add a little extra rum?" "Sure. I'll even add an extra umbrella." She winked before walking down the stretch of sand, taking orders on her way. I watched as the men on their honeymoons looked at her, careful not to be caught by their wives who were lying on a beach chair next to them. I couldn't help but laugh to myself. Men were so predictable, myself included. At least, I used to be, before Hart. I lay back on the board and closed my eyes, letting the warm sun dry the salt water against my skin. I wondered what Hart was doing now. It had been nearly a month since I had seen her last. It might as well have been a year for how long it felt. I just hoped she was okay. A few minutes later, Colette brought over my pina colada. It had an extra umbrella, as promised, and an extra shot or two of rum. I took a sip, and my eyes grew wide as the rum burned my throat. It was deliciously strong. "Are you trying to get me drunk?" I asked, raising my brows. "You asked for it," she replied, before slinking away and begging my eyes to follow. I finished my drink, and Colette returned with another one, without me asking. She was definitely trying to get me drunk. I smiled at the thought as I took a sip of my second drink. It felt good to have a woman's attention. Even better to let the sweet taste of alcohol blur the pained edges of my memories with heart. After my second drink, I returned my surfboard to the activity shack, feeling the buzz of that cocktail running through my veins. I walked up the steps of the beach to the wooden pathway back to my room. My head felt fuzzy and my limbs loose. I was properly tipsy. I held the key card to the door and it clicked open. I stepped inside and lay face down on the bed. The afternoon of sun and rum had me spent. I passed out quickly. A few hours later, a knock at the door stirred me from my drunken slumber. I opened one eye and groggily rolled onto my side. Outside, the sun had just set and the sky was purple and sprinkled with a few stars. I had really conked out. I still felt a buzz from my drinks. The knock at my door sounded again, and I remembered that was what had woken me in the first place. I rolled off the bed. "Coming," I called. I padded toward the door, assuming it was room service. They like to come by some mornings or nights with complimentary fruit or chocolate. I opened the door to see it wasn't room service. It was Kira. I blinked a few times to make sure I was seeing things correctly. "Kira?" I asked. "The one and only," she said, as she put her hand high on the doorframe and leaned her body against it. She wore a skimpy, hot pink bikini. The bottoms hung low on her hips, held in place by thin strings, and the top was stretched across her voluminous breasts. It was pointless in trying not to look. My eyes were drawn up and down every inch of her long body. "What are you doing here?" I asked. She stepped inside the room and the door closed behind her. "I'm here to make you feel better." "But how did you—" "Brody." Of course my brother would do something like this. Send a little plaything to make me feel better. "You do want to feel better, don't you?" Kira asked suggestively. I watched as she reached up and untied the strings of her bikini top with one hand, letting it fall and her breasts spill out before me gloriously. They were tan and her pink nipples were erect and just inviting my mouth to taste them. Then her fingers pulled at the strings at her hips, the hot pink falling to the floor and leaving her slender body completely naked in front of me. I swallowed hard as she moved her hands down her breasts to her stomach to between her legs. She began to move her fingertips against herself in slow, circular motions, her eyes never leaving mine. "Kira," I whispered, my throat scratchy. She threw her head back and let out a pleasure-filled moan as she continued massaging between her legs, her fingers disappearing from view. I felt myself growing hard against my board shorts as I watched her play with herself. There was no denying Kira's beauty or her sex appeal. She knew exactly how to work a man. Unable to deny her, I took a step toward her and placed my hands on her hips gruffly, digging my fingertips into her skin. Her skin was soft and warm. She brought her head up and looked me in the eyes before putting her mouth against mine. My mouth opened eagerly. I wanted to taste her. Her tongue lashed against mine desperately as her hands wrapped around my neck. I pushed her toward the wall, pressing my body tightly against hers. The only thing between us was the thin material of my shorts. My hands moved from her hips to her breasts, cupping them in my palms as she spread her legs so my erection was pressed against her just so. I let out a throaty moan as I felt her wet warmth seep through my shorts. I could have her right here, right now. I could fuck her right here against this wall, anywhere I wanted. One swift motion and I could be inside her, filling her, slapping into her hard and fast until there was nothing left to give. But then I thought about Hart, and the thought sobered me up. It brought me back to reality. I wondered how she would feel about me being in this hotel room with my ex naked against me, and that made me pull away from Kira's kiss. She opened her eyes and searched mine. "What are you doing?" she asked breathlessly, before trying to kiss me again. "I can," I said. "Yes, you can." Her hands slid down the front of my shorts until they met my erection. She smiled coyly as she began massaging me slowly. I closed my eyes and lost myself again, but only for a second before I reached down and removed her hands. "No, this isn't right," I said. "What the hell is wrong with you?" she snapped, shoving at my chest. "I don't know," I muttered. "Brody was right about you. You're not yourself." She crossed her arms and glared at me. "I'm sorry," I said, running my hand through my hair frustratedly. She was right. Brody was right. I didn't know what the hell was wrong with me. Why did I care how Hart felt when she clearly didn't care about me? It was stupid, but I couldn't help it. "Yeah, me too," said Kira. She picked up her bikini and quickly slid it back on. She struggled to tie the strings that were tangled. "Let me help you," I said. "Don't touch me," she snapped. "Okay, look, I'm sorry you came all this way." "Me too." She opened the door and slammed it behind her. "Fuck!" I yelled. I paced the entryway of my suite for a minute to cool down before walking out to the deck. It was dark now. I looked out at the water, which gently lapped against the stilts that held up my little bungalow. If Kira was a test to see if I was back to my old self, I had clearly failed. It was clear that I wasn't over Hart. I started to wonder if I ever would be. Maybe I should have had my way with Kira just to get Hart out of my damn head. I looked back toward the door, as if I had any chance of getting her back here. I knew it would be futile, though. Hart would still be there in my mind, in my heart. I sighed and pulled out my phone. I started looking for the next flight home from Bora Bora. I was cutting my trip short.
Chapter 39. Addison. Once I was discharged from the hospital, I splurged and split a cab with Monica back home to Brooklyn. I didn't want to deal with the subway. I just wanted to get home with as little stress as possible. "What a whirlwind 24 hours for you," said Monica, reaching for my hand. "You have no idea," I said. "I wasn't expecting you back in New York so soon. I'm sorry it didn't go like you hoped." "You can say I told you so again if you want," I muttered. "Oh no, did it get worse after our call?" "Yep, much worse." "I take it things didn't smooth over with your parents then?" I shook my head solemnly. "I'm so sorry, Hart." "I had to get out of there. My mother, God, she's just so cold. It's like I can't even remember who she was when I was growing up because who she is now has tainted everything." "And your dad?" "The same pushover he's always been," I sighed. "However, he did surprise me. He stood up to her and drove me back to the airport. At least he's better than my mom. I just really thought we could make things better, but I was living in some sort of dreamland. They will never accept me or support my choices, especially not now. Having a child out of wedlock is my mother's worst nightmare." "Well, she needs to get with the times. It's not the 50s anymore." Monica rolled her eyes. "True, but I did really make a mess of my life." But you have a beautiful baby boy in there who loves you and needs you, said Monica, placing her hand on my bump. I felt her, kick. Shut up, said Monica excitedly. Last night, it was like they were telling me I wasn't alone in this. You're not. I leaned my head on her shoulder as we weaved slowly through traffic until we were in front of my apartment. Even though I'd only been gone for one day, it felt like so much had happened that a year might as well have passed. I was exhausted. Between traveling and the unexpected hospital visit, I just wanted to lie down and pass out. While I paid the driver, Monica grabbed my suitcase from the trunk and waited for me on the curb. When we entered the building, I saw Elma hanging some papers on the community bulletin board. She turned around, and when she saw me, her eyes immediately traveled to my bump. "Oh, my God, you're pregnant?" she exclaimed loudly. I realized I hadn't bothered to cover it up, like I had been for the past few months. Really, I had grown so much bigger that there wasn't really a way to hide it now. I didn't see the point. "You know it's rude to assume," said Monica coolly. "It's okay, Monica." "Yes, Elma. There's a bun in the oven." "Whose is it?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "It's also rude to ask that question," snapped Monica, crossing her arms. "It's that guy in the suit, isn't it?" said Elma excitedly, clearly ignoring Monica. "He is so handsome. And rich, too, I bet. I was wondering where all those packages were coming from. It all makes sense now." Elma kept talking, basically to herself at that point, but I didn't confirm any of her assumptions. "I'm really tired, Elma," I muttered, looking toward the stairs. "Oh, of course, sweetie. Go on now. Let me know if you need anything. Chocolate, crackers, tea?" "Thank you," I nodded. I began walking up the stairs to my apartment. "You're way too nice to that pesky woman," muttered Monica behind me. "I know. She's just lonely, though." "I wonder why." I laughed as I put my key in the door and pushed it open. My loft was exactly as I left it. Clean, but the back wall was cluttered with unopened boxes and gift bags. Just more reminders of Daniel. My heart swelled and shrunk at the thought of him. "You still haven't opened anything?" asked Monica, closing the door and wheeling my suitcase to my closet. I shook my head. "I'm not ready yet." "Okay, well, I hate to leave you, but I have to get back to writing. I have a deadline." "It's okay, I feel better now. Thank you for coming to my rescue." "Always, girl." She gave me a hug before slipping out the door. When she was gone, I took a long, hot shower and collapsed into bed. The next morning, I went into the office to wrap up any loose ends before having to leave. I wore an oversized dress and hoped no one noticed it was ballooning out slightly in front of me. Thankfully, no one looked at me any differently. I'd always been a bit on the bigger side, so that worked to my advantage now. As I walked down the hallway, I wondered if they even knew I was fired or why I was. It didn't seem like it. Brian probably wanted to keep the entire affair with Daniel on the down low, so nothing was leaked. After lunch, he called me into his office. "Addison, take a seat," he said. I sat across from him and folded my hands in my lap, not noticing it pulled the fabric tight across my stomach. His eyes skimmed my belly, and he looked at me with concern. "Are you—" "Shit." I nodded solemnly. "Wow." "Yeah, it was a surprise to me, too." "I don't want to know any more," he said, putting his hands up. "The less I know about that and who is responsible, the better." "Right." "I just wanted to check in on your progress of contacting your previous contacts." "It's going well so far. I'm about halfway through my email list. I've passed them on to other staff." "Good. Remember, you have until the end of the month." "Yes, I know." "And remember, that's me being generous." He sat back and crossed his arms. It took everything in me not to roll my eyes. Brian had kept making it clear how generous he was after my mistakes. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. All right, well, you can get back to work now. As I walked back to my office, I realized there was really no hiding this bump any longer. My coworkers would know any day now, and I would just have to accept that. I just had to figure out a way to dodge their questions and keep it light. That night, I went on my laptop and began my job search. I filled out several applications and sent resumes to various companies in Manhattan and Brooklyn. A few nonprofits, a few offices looking for secretarial work, a restaurant or two. I realized I couldn't really be picky at this stage. I would go anywhere that would have me. The next morning, I had a few callbacks. I was even able to set up an interview that afternoon on my lunch break. It was for a secretary position at a law firm just a few blocks away from the Leading to Learn office. I wore my loosest pair of pants, and even then, I couldn't zip them or button them up. To hide that, I wore a long white button-down. It wasn't the best, but it would have to do. It also did nothing to hide that I was pregnant. I figured it was best to be honest up front. At least they would know what they were getting themselves into. Maybe they would take pity on me. It was an awful way to think about getting a job, but I was desperate. The interview would have gone perfectly. I was qualified and had years of experience in the office, but I was also pregnant and no pity was taken on me. The interviewee was polite, but made it clear they needed someone long-term as her eyes grazed over my bump. I thanked her for her time and left, feeling defeated. The next few interviews I was able to line up were more of the same. They were impressed by my qualifications, but worried about the growing body they saw before them. Interview after interview, I left knowing it was another one I had to cross off the list. At the Leading to Learn office, my coworkers had definitely noticed. It wasn't hard to when the pants I wore were held together with a safety pin. Shelley was the only one who asked me about it, though. She was really my only friend in the office. She had asked me to lunch one day on our break and brought it up then. "Hey, there's a buzz going around the office, but I wanted to hear it from you before assuming anything," she said. "Oh?" I asked innocently. "I'll just come out and ask. Are you expecting?" I nodded and couldn't help but smile. I was happy to share the news with her. She had always been so kind. Her eyes lit up and she rounded the table to give me a hug. "Oh my gosh, this is so exciting," she beamed. "I thought there was something different about you. Must be that pregnancy glow." "Ha ha. You're being much too nice. I feel like I've been a hot mess." "Not at all," she came back, returning to her seat. "Well, thank you." "So, who is the special guy?" she asked. "Oh, you don't know him." I waved her off and hoped it would stop there. Thankfully, it did. "Do you know what you're having?" she asked. "Not yet. I think I'm going to wait." "Eee, I bet it's a girl," she squealed. I laughed. It was the first time in a while I had felt genuinely excited to be pregnant. I didn't have to be afraid of what anyone else thought. The people who cared about me would support me. That night, as I was filling out more job applications, there was a knock at my door. I didn't know why, but for a second, I hoped it would be Daniel. The truth was, I really missed him. It felt so dishonest to go through this pregnancy without him, knowing he thought the baby was gone. I still felt terrible about it. And besides that, even though we had our ups and downs, I missed being with him. I knew it was silly. We had both put each other through hell at times, but the rest of the times were perfect. I wondered if I had never let my insecurities get the best of me, if maybe we would have made it. The knock sounded at the door again, and I opened it to find Monica standing there with Thai takeout. "Hungry?" she asked with a knowing grin. Always. I held the door as she slipped inside. We took our posts on the couch with our takeout cartons, and I gave her an update on the job hunt. She listened intently as she slurped down pad thai. After I finished my uneventful and depressing update that still left me with no job, she looked at me intently. I was thinking, she started. What? I can move in here for a few months when the baby is born, relieve you of some of that rent and help out. Oh, Monica, I can't ask you to do that, I said. Why not? I write from home. I could watch the baby if you do end up finding a job or if you're just tired. Whatever, I want to help. I felt my eyes growing watery as I looked at my best friend, who was willing to change her whole life to help me out. It was overwhelming. I couldn't say anything. You don't have to decide now, but I want to help. I am Auntie Monica after all. I laughed softly. Coolest aunt ever. I know, she said proudly. She looked over at the wall of boxes and gift bags and seemed to think for a second. And don't forget, you still have that check if things got really bad. I shook my head. That would be my last resort.
Chapter 40. Daniel. The next morning, I woke up and reluctantly packed my suitcase. I was leaving. The night before, it felt like a dream with Kira showing up here, but I knew it wasn't. She had been here. I had tasted her. I had almost taken it too far. The thought made me sick to my stomach because somehow it felt like a betrayal to Hart. Hart, the woman who told me she never wanted to see me again. I owed nothing to her, but my heart was still with her. It was frustratingly painful. I got dressed and walked down to the restaurant to eat breakfast. My flight wasn't until later that afternoon. It was the soonest one I could find that would get me out of here. As I approached the restaurant, I could see Kira's back to me as she waited at the hostess stand. She wore a sheer cover-up over another skimpy bikini, turning everyone's heads. She hadn't seen me yet. I stopped in my tracks and made a quick turn toward the steps of the beach. She was still here, obviously. It wasn't like she was going to pass up on a vacation at a 5-star resort simply because she didn't have her way with me. It was good I was getting out of there soon. I didn't want to risk seeing her again. I would order some breakfast on the beach. It would be a nice send-off to this beautiful place. A server came down who wasn't Colette and handed me a menu. I studied it for a moment and ordered eggs, bacon, and fresh fruit. I settled into a lounge chair to wait for my food. The waves crashed gently against the shore, filling my ears with the calm sounds of the ocean. I was disappointed I had to leave today. This place was truly paradise, until my brother ruined it all. "Mr. Jacobs, I have your food." I opened my eyes and saw the server standing over me with a bucket of champagne and a tray of food. I sat up and made room for him to set it down on the lounge chair. "Thank you," I said. I was ravenous. I realized I hadn't eaten dinner last night after my afternoon surf and too strong of cocktails that Colette had served me. Then I had passed out and Kira was at my door. The whole night was a blur. I dug into the eggs and took a bite of crispy bacon, watching as guests passed by hand in hand, enjoying their morning at the beach with sandy toes. "Daniel?" I heard someone say. Shit, I knew that voice. I looked to my right and saw Kira walking toward me, trying to balance a mimosa and walk in heels. Not the best choice of footwear for the sand. I shook my head at how ridiculous she looked. She plopped down in the lounge chair next to mine, her mimosa sloshing out of her cup and spilling on her tan skin. "Oops," she giggled. "Kira, you shouldn't be here." She rolled her eyes. "Are you still playing hard to get?" "I'm not playing anything. I meant what I said last night." Fine, whatever. She put her hands up and reclined in the lounge chair. She was not getting the hint. This was why I was leaving today. I finished my breakfast in silence and saw my server approach with a bucket of champagne. Mr. Jacobs, I was just informed it's your last day here. We wanted to thank you for staying with us with a complimentary bottle of champagne, he said. Oh, that's not necessary. Champagne? Said Kira, sitting up and smiling at the server. I sighed frustratedly as the server set the bucket between us and began working the cork. There was a pop and a fizz, and he began pouring 2 glasses. Kira clapped excitedly. I wanted nothing more than to get out of there, but I didn't want to be rude to the server. After he handed us our glasses, I thanked him and took a sip as I watched him leave. Well, this is romantic, said Kira, stretching back into the lounge chair. Her bikini was desperately clinging on to her, threatening to expose the intimate parts of her I had seen the night before. This isn't anything, I said, standing up. I set my glass in the sand and put my sunglasses on. I began padding down the beach toward the steps, with Kira calling after me. Thankfully, the waves drowned her out. I called for a shuttle to take me to the airport. I didn't care if I was entirely too early for my flight. It was better than being here and having another run-in with Kira. Damn you, Brody. The airport was busy with flights coming in and going out. It was probably good that I was early so I could get through check-in and security. Once I was through, I found a bar and ordered a whiskey on the rocks, and then another. What else was there to do at airports? A few hours passed, and the announcement was made that my flight was boarding soon. I grabbed my luggage and rolled it down to my gate. Being first class, I was able to board first and settle into my seat, but I couldn't get comfortable. Not before takeoff and not for the actual flight. The flight home was brutal. Nothing like the first. I couldn't get settled in my seat, even though it was my own private compartment with a full-on bed. The Bloody Marys weren't strong enough. The movies didn't hold my attention. Sleep didn't come. It was a hellish 18 hours back to New York. I kept tossing and turning in my seat, thinking about how my getaway had gotten cut short with Kira showing up the way she did. I could have stayed, but knowing her, she would be back. That was clear at breakfast this morning. I didn't want to feel like I was on the edge the whole time, or that my resolve would eventually break and I would succumb to her. Would it really be the worst thing? I thought to myself. Falling back into our usual pattern of fucking and fighting and playing games. It's what I knew with Kira. It's what we were both comfortable with. It certainly would be a distraction from Hart. But eventually I had to let that go. Hart? Kira? I clearly wasn't the same person I was a few months ago before Hart came into my life, or I would be in bed with Kira right now. Her hot pink bikini on the floor and her long limbs tangled around me. But that wasn't me. Not anymore. Which was why I was on this plane back to New York to try and piece my life together and not run from it anymore. I was grateful for the days I had in Bora Bora because they brought some clarity and much-needed relaxation. My brother had the right idea in suggesting it, but then he ruined it all by sending a human package to my door. When my flight landed, I went through customs and waited for my luggage at baggage claim. Armand was outside on the curb waiting when I emerged out of the sliding doors. "Mr. Jacobs," he nodded before taking my bags. Armand. "How was your trip?" he asked. "Fantastic," I said. "I will definitely be back." "Good, sir. I'm happy to hear that." He opened the back door and I slid inside. "Home?" he asked. I looked at the time. It was nearly 7 p.m. I should have gone home, but I had matters to take up with Brody. I felt like the entire flight I was just seething at his presumptuousness in sending Kira as some sort of quick fix when he knew absolutely nothing. No, actually. I'd like to go to my brother's place. Yes, sir, said Armand, putting the car into drive. 30 minutes later, he pulled the car up to Brody's red brick townhome on the Upper East Side. I looked up and saw the third-floor lights were on, so he must be home. Thank you, Armand, I said as I got out of the car, not waiting for him to do his job. I walked through the black iron gates and rang the doorbell impatiently. I rang it 3 times before I heard Brody's voice call from the inside. "I'm coming, Jesus Christ," he said. I heard the door unlock and then he opened the door. His eyes grew wide when he saw me. "Daniel, what the hell are you doing here?" I pushed past him without him extending an invitation. "Please, come in," he said sarcastically behind me as he closed the door. I started pacing the entryway of his place, the wooden floors creaking slightly under my feet. "I thought you were supposed to be in Bora Bora for like another week," he said. "Yeah, I was," I said heatedly. "So, why are you here?" "I'll give you one guess." The waters weren't clear enough?" he asked with a raised brow. "Kira, you idiot," I snapped. "Oh, you got my little surprise," he chuckled. "You think it's funny sending her halfway across the world to surprise me?" "Hey, she was willing. She got a free vacation out of it," he shrugged. "And in doing so, she ruined mine." "Oh, come on. Don't try to tell me you two didn't have any fun." "We didn't, clearly, which is why I'm here and not back on the beach." Brody rolled his eyes. "What is your problem, man?" "My problem is you, thinking you know me and what I need." "I do know you. You're my brother, and you're just as much of a fuckboy as I am." "Well, maybe I'm not anymore," I muttered. "Oh, look who is all high and mighty now," he replied, putting his hands up and pretending he was impressed. "People change. They grow up. Clearly, you wouldn't know anything about that. Clearly, because you never tell me what the hell is going on with you anymore." I could tell that this went deeper than I thought. Brody and I had always been so close growing up and in business. We had shared our ventures with women like they were trophies to impress each other with. I couldn't blame him for thinking we were still those same brothers when one of us was not. Still, my anger was too hot to admit any of that, and it wasn't the right time to share what exactly had gone on in my life the past couple months. "Well, until you do know, butt the hell out of my life." I held up a threatening finger. Brody didn't say anything as I turned and walked out the door, slamming it behind me. Armand waited outside of the car and opened the door without saying a word. The look on my face must have made it clear I wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. When I got home that night, I should have been tired. I had just flown for 18 hours and had a massive blowout with my brother. But instead, I was wired. I took a hot shower, unpacked my suitcase, ran my laundry, and placed a grocery order for delivery for the next day. As I was ordering groceries, I realized how hungry I was. I threw on a sweatshirt and a baseball cap, not wanting to be recognized by anyone, and rode the elevator down to the lobby. I didn't need Armand. I just wanted to walk the streets of Manhattan in the late hours and find some greasy pizza to eat by myself.
Chapter 41. Addison. "I can't believe we're finally doing this," said Monica, her hands on her hips. She stood in the middle of my loft and looked at all the boxes and bags we needed to open, the gifts from Daniel I'd refused to go through. But after my trip to the hospital and realizing how real this pregnancy was, I knew it was time to start setting up my apartment for baby's arrival, even if I was only just over 5 months pregnant. I'm tired of looking at the boxes. I figured it's time to just rip the Band-Aid off. I shrugged. I'm glad you decided to keep everything. It's the least the jerk could do, she said. He's not a jerk. Did you forget what he said at that charity event? She asked, raising an eyebrow. No, I didn't forget, I replied softly. I just know he didn't sign up for this, you know? And you did? We both made choices we might not have thought through, but I'm happy, Monica. Really, I am. I know this isn't the best place to raise a baby, and my current circumstances seem pretty unoptimistic. But I want to be a mom. I want to be a good mom. Monica knelt down and sat beside me on the wood floor. She put her arm around me. And you will be, she said with certainty. I nodded and looked at all the pretty gift bags and wrapped boxes. They made me think of Daniel. You miss him, don't you? She asked. I try not to, I admitted. It's okay to. I know you really liked him. It was more than that. I felt like I might be falling for him. I had this whole silly vision of us being one big happy family. That's not silly. It's what anyone would want for their baby. But I know now he never wanted that. You don't need him, she said. I looked around at all of the packages and laughed softly. Clearly I did. I would never have been able to afford all of this. Enough of that. It's time to get into baby prep mode, said Monica, slapping her hands on her thighs and reaching for the first bag. She untied the dainty ribbon bow and pulled the tissue paper out. She reached into the bag and pulled out a cream-colored stack of onesies. She unfolded one and held it up in front of me. It's so tiny, I said, running my fingers over the soft fabric. I could feel my heart swell. They were perfect. If baby were a girl or a boy. These are newborn size, she said, looking through the tags. She reached in the bag again and pulled out another stack of the same onesies, followed by another stack. Oh, he got you 0 to 3 months too, and 3 to 6 months. I started removing the tags and stickers and stacking them against the wall as Monica started opening another bag. Aww, she said, holding up a little pair of white and cream-striped pants. It felt like such a bittersweet moment, folding these tiny clothes and feeling the soft material, oohing and awing over the different colors and prints. I felt excited and scared and sad and happy. I was a mess of emotions. Most of all, I just wished Daniel was there with me. Of course, I was happy to have Monica here. She had done so much more and been there for me. But Daniel, the father of my baby, was hard to replace, especially now. I think that's all for the clothes, said Monica, folding up another gift bag. I looked at the stack of clothes lined up against the wall and shook my head in awe. You're set for an entire year, she said, following my gaze. I placed my hand on my bump and rubbed it gently. You are going to be one well-dressed baby, I said softly as I bent over and talked to the baby. Very posh, laughed Monica. These onesies cost more than the shirt I'm wearing. That pile of clothes is probably 3 months' rent, I said, shaking my head. Ready for the next one? She asked. I nodded and she got up and walked over to the biggest box. She grunted as she started to slide it over. Do you need help? I asked, attempting to get up. Sit the hell down. Did you not hear what the doctor said? She said shrilly. I laughed and settled back on the floor. She grabbed a pair of scissors and started working at the tape on the box. Finally, she popped open one side and peered inside. She reached in and pulled out a pamphlet. Looks like you have a crib, she said. Really? I asked excitedly. She handed me the pamphlet that included the instructions. On the front was a picture of a beautiful gold-railed crib. I sucked in a breath when I saw it. It was so beautiful. Wow, I said, mostly to myself. It's really pretty, Hart, said Monica. He did a good job. Why don't you start unboxing the smaller boxes and I'll start putting the crib together, offered Monica. I gave her a skeptical look. Monica wasn't exactly the handiest person. Neither was I, but I at least knew the difference between a Phillips and a flathead. What? She asked with a shrug. How hard can it be? I handed her the instructions and she started pulling out the different pieces and hardware. Once she had everything laid out on the floor, I watched as she flipped through the pages, scratching her head. I think I might need some wine, she said. Oh yeah, that's a great idea, I said sarcastically. Hey, it couldn't hurt. Top left cabinet, I said with a laugh. As if I don't know where you keep the booze. Monica rolled her eyes. While she was in the kitchen, I opened another gift bag. This one was from Saks Fifth Avenue and was wrapped beautifully. I carefully tore open the tissue paper, and wrapped inside was a small white teddy bear. I sucked in a breath as I pulled it close and clutched it against me. It was such a beautiful little bear, one that baby would probably keep forever. I started to cry softly. Hey, what's wrong? Asked Monica, walking over with a glass of red wine in hand. She set it carefully on the floor and looked at me intently. It's just everything. This bear, this crib, the clothes. It's all beautiful. Perfect, really. You and baby deserve it, she said, putting her hand on my back. It's just all has Daniel all over it. I can't believe he did all of this. Monica seemed to think for a second. Maybe you heard him wrong? I gave her a look. I don't know, a guy who does all of this. She waved her hand around the room. It doesn't make sense. I heard what I heard. Well, maybe it was a misunderstanding? I don't know how you can misunderstand that. Yeah, I guess you're right, said Monica. You know what will make you feel better, though? What? Pizza. Yes, I'm starving. I wiped tears away from my cheeks. Monica called and ordered an extra-large pepperoni pizza with jalapenos, and I continued making my way through more baby toys and diaper caddies and different types of bottles. It was going to take us all night to get through everything, and we still had to assemble some things, like the crib Monica hadn't even started. Thankfully, it was the weekend, and we had 2 whole days to do it. The pizza arrived just as I had finished unboxing not 1, but 2 strollers. Monica had finally put together about a quarter of the crib and finished 1 glass of wine. As I brought in the pizza, I started to worry about the size of my apartment and how I was going to fit everything in here. I set the pizza box on the floor in the middle of everything, and we started to eat straight from the box, looking around in amazement. Thanks for spending your Friday night with me, I said to Monica. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, she replied, swallowing a bite of pizza. After we finished eating, we laid back on the floor with full stomachs. I was so uncomfortably full, and as much as the jalapenos were delicious, they were also making my heartburn flare up. Damn those spicy cravings that I kept giving in to. I clutched my chest and winced. Heartburn again? Asked Monica, looking over at me. Always, I answered. You know, I heard that having frequent heartburn means your baby has a lot of hair. Well, it must be a woolly mammoth, I said. Monica laughed and sat up. Do you want me to go and get you some antacid? No, I can go. Are you sure? She asked. Remember what the doctor said? I can walk, Monica, I said, rolling my eyes. Plus, some fresh air sounds nice. Fine, well, I'm going to pour another glass of wine and get back to the crib. She stood and held her hands out to help me up. I grabbed my purse from the kitchen counter and walked out into the hallway. Outside, the night air was cool against my skin as I walked to the corner store. I grabbed a box of antacid from the shelf and stopped by the freezer aisle to grab a pint of cookie dough ice cream. I carried both to the front counter and waited in line. As I waited, my eyes skimmed the magazines. That was when I saw him. Daniel's face on the cover of one of the entertainment magazines. My stomach leaped to my throat as I carefully took it from the magazine rack. He wasn't alone on the cover. He was with a woman. The same awful woman he had brought to my office. It looked like they were on vacation together, sitting together on a white sand beach. I ignored her for a moment and only looked at him. He looked handsome sitting on a beach chair, with his skin tanned and his toned body shirtless. My eyes then reluctantly glanced at the woman. Kira, I think her name was. She looked like a freaking goddess sprawled out on the chair next to him, with perfect beach waves in her hair and a teeny bikini only she could pull off. The line in front of me moved forward slightly. I had time to flip through the pages to find the full story. The headline read, "A pre-honeymoon for the lovebirds?" I swallowed hard as I kept reading. It said that the two were spotted at the St. Regis Resort in Bora Bora enjoying a romantic getaway as rumors of their engagement swirled around them. They looked cozy on the beach as they enjoyed a bottle of champagne together. I looked through the other pictures that surrounded the text of the article. They were all of the same day, on the beach, with a server pouring champagne. I didn't see any pictures of them holding hands or kissing, but it didn't mean that it didn't happen. Hell, they were in Bora Bora together. "Next," the cashier called, breaking my focus. I quickly put the magazine back on the rack and handed him my items. After I paid, I walked out onto the sidewalk and felt like I was going to throw up or scream. Instead, I just started sobbing. People passed by me with curious expressions, but I didn't care. I had just seen the father of my baby, the man I had fallen for, with another woman. I was crushed. I had no right to be upset. I was the one who pushed him away. Instead of talking things over, I lied to him in the worst way possible. I should have told him the truth. I should have told him how I felt when I had the chance.
Chapter 42. Daniel. When I got home from grabbing pizza at the corner joint a block away from my apartment, I saw I had several missed calls from Brody, plus one from Kira. I had left my place without my phone so I could completely clear my head. Now, I had to come back to that. I rolled my eyes. Those were the two people I had the least interest in talking to. Brody might not have known just exactly what he was doing by basically wrapping her in gift wrap and sending her halfway across the world, but she knew exactly what she was doing in coming. I had made it clear that I didn't want anything with her, but she was stubborn and she was too proud to ever give up that easy. I turned off my phone and tossed it on the nightstand before climbing into bed. I was suddenly hit with a wave of exhaustion. The travel day and the drama with my brother had finally caught up with me. I closed my eyes and was asleep within minutes. The next morning, I made a pot of coffee and began getting dressed for work. Even though I was not quite ready to face reality, I couldn't stay on vacation forever. I had to man up and run my company. I had taken enough time off, both physically and mentally. It was time to get back on my game. I rode the elevators down to the parking garage and saw Armand waiting for me. He looked a little uneasy, but I wasn't sure why. "Hello, Armand," I said. "Hello, sir." He nodded and opened the car door. I slipped inside. I watched him take a seat up front and adjust the mirror so he could see me better. He looked like he had something to say. "Everything okay, Armand?" I asked. "Oh, yes. Yes, sir. Everything is fine." I nodded unsurely. He put the car in a drive and drove up the dark ramp of the parking garage and into the sunlight. I looked out the window at the city that was so different from the paradise I had just been. The concrete and glass were a major juxtaposition from the white sand and crystal clear waters. It was too bad I had to cut the trip short. Armand pulled up to a stoplight and eased the car to a stop next to a newsstand. I did a double take as I looked at the row of magazines with my face staring back at me. "What the fuck?" I whispered. "Sir?" "Let me out here," I said. "But we are in the middle lane." "Fuck it, I'll get out myself," I said, opening the car door and almost had it ripped off by a taxi flying by. I checked for oncoming traffic before running to the sidewalk. I grabbed a magazine from the rack and looked at my picture printed on the glossy page with a bold headline underneath it. "A pre-honeymoon for the lovebirds?" The letters popped out at me as if they were punching me in the face. My eyes scanned the cover and spotted Kira's photo printed next to mine. She wore the little white bikini she had been wearing when I ran into her on the beach that day. Fuck, fuck, fuck! I turned the pages quickly and found the full 2-page spread in the middle of the magazine. There were photos of me surfing, of Kira topless on the beach, of her leaving my hotel room the night she had showed up and surprised me. Worse than that, there were photos of us together on the beach, a bottle of champagne between us. They painted a completely different story than what had happened. I shook my head, as if trying to shake the images away, but the magazine was there in my hands staring straight at me. The press had done it again. They had taken something and spun it into another completely different story. Now the whole world thought we had gone on that trip together, and they were just feeding into the narrative that we were going to get married. "Excuse me, sir?" said a voice. "What?" I barked. The woman at the newsstand looked taken aback, but then she took a good look at me and I saw the gears in her head begin to spin as she registered who I was. Her eyes grew wide. Are you gonna pay for that?" She eyed the magazine in my hands. The last thing I wanted to do was support the publications that had made my life a living hell for years, and continue to do so. "No, I'm not," I said. "And no one should. This is complete bullshit." I put the magazine on the rack, the back cover facing out, and walked to the car. Armand had pulled the car to the curb and waited there illegally, the hazard lights on. I opened my door and slipped inside before slamming it behind me. "Sir?" "You saw this morning's tabloids?" I asked, irritated. Yes, sir. My wife was reading it this morning." "Well, it isn't true." "Of course, sir," he replied quickly. "I'm not getting married. I wasn't even on vacation with that woman. I can't go anywhere without being hunted like a goddamn animal." I was more so talking to myself at this point. "I'm sorry, sir." "Work. Now," I snapped. "Yes, sir." He nodded and quickly put the car into drive. I felt bad for talking to him that way. He didn't deserve it. The newsstand woman didn't deserve it. The person who deserved my wrath was Brody, who had gotten me into this goddamn mess in the first place. I had no desire to see his face today or any day soon. Deep down, I knew I could try and blame everyone else, but this was my doing. My phone trilled in my jacket pocket. I answered without looking at the caller ID. "Hello?" I asked, irritation in my voice. "Well, hello to you too," cooed Kira in a babyish voice. "What do you want, Kira?" I asked with a sigh. "Did you see this morning's papers? We are a hit." "We are nothing." "Oh, come on. America loves us. Hell, Bora Bora loves us. The whole staff was abuzz. We put that place on the map." "You're still there?" "Of course, silly. Did you really think I was going to pass up on a tan and strawberry daiquiris? Courtesy of Brody, of course." I rolled my eyes. "They actually gave me your suite. Can you believe that? I loved it so much. I had to have—" "You tend to get what you want." I cut her off. "That's true," she replied breathily. "You know, while I'm in here, I keep thinking about our night together. That was hot." "There was no night together. Nothing happened." "Pretty sure I can still taste you, Daniel." "I stopped it before it got too far." "You're no fun at all." I could picture her ridiculous pout. "Kira, is there something that you need?" I asked, exasperated. "I just thought we looked cute in the magazine and wanted to celebrate our little debut." "Goodbye." I ended the call and shook my head, frustrated. She was loving this and was now probably having her publicist put together another statement for the press. Sighing, I leaned my head against the back of my seat and stared up at the ceiling of the car. I felt like someone had punctured a hole in me and I was slowly deflating. I felt helpless. The press and their stories were something I had dealt with before. Usually I could brush it off. But knowing Hart could see this was gut-wrenching. I hated to think she actually believed this shit. I hoped she knew me better than that, especially after I explained to her what my life was like with the press. But still, those photos were pretty incriminating. I so badly wanted to call her and tell her the truth. Tell her that nothing was going on with me and Kira. Tell her that I couldn't stop thinking about her. There was so much to say. But I didn't think she wanted to hear it. She had made it painfully clear that she never wanted to see me again. I had already caused enough mess in her life. The thought that I caused so much hurt and stress made my heart feel 3 sizes too small. If she had lost the baby, I wondered if I was to blame. I had been so preoccupied with my work that I hadn't given her the time she deserved. And then I was so desperate to win her back that I did something selfish and erratic by showing up at her work, causing her to lose her job. Had I caused so much stress that it had hurt the baby? I hadn't even thought about it until now, causing me to feel like I was about to spiral. Reaching into my jacket pocket, I pulled out the ultrasound photo. I had been carrying it around with me ever since her friend had given it to me that day. It was a reminder of a new beginning, a beautiful little being, a new life I could have had with Hart, raising a family together. Things I never knew I wanted until my eyes fell on this little black and white shape printed on this glossy paper. There were so many things I should have said, so many things I should have done differently. I should have listened to her at the charity event. She was so angry, and instead of hearing her out, I tried to fix it in one of the 2 ways I knew how. Sex. And the other times, I had tried to fix everything with money. I should have picked up the damn ultrasound when she came by my office. I should have given her the time of day. She and the baby should have come first before business, before everything else. And I should have been there for her when she lost the baby. I wish she had trusted me enough to tell me what was going on, so I could have helped her, so I could have supported her, so I could have held her. I would give anything to hold her again. I ran my thumb over the photo and felt my eyes sting with tears. I had lost so much. So had Hart. "Sir, we're here," said Armand cautiously, breaking me from my thoughts. I hadn't even noticed the car had come to a stop. I looked out the window and realized we were at work. I quickly tucked the photo back in my jacket pocket as Armand walked around to my door. He pulled it open and I stepped out onto the sidewalk. I took a few steps toward my building, but turned around before I reached the door. "I'm sorry, Armand," I said. "It's quite all right, sir." "It's not. I'm just going through it." He nodded knowingly. "You miss her, don't you?" I opened my mouth, surprised by his question. We had always kept it professional and private, but I realized that Hart had been a constant in my life for the past few months, and Armand had been there for a lot of it. All the long drives from Manhattan to Brooklyn and back. Hart had always been so kind to him, kinder than any other woman I had been with. She saw everyone simply as they were, human. I gave him a weak smile and walked inside the building, his questions still ringing in my ears. He was right. I missed her so much.
Chapter 43. Addison. I applied a quick coat of lip gloss and inspected myself in the floor-length mirror hanging in my closet. I turned sideways and looked at my growing belly that was on full display in the black sheath dress I had tugged on. Lovingly, I rubbed my stomach. Rather than being ashamed of it, I was proud. That was my baby. I gave myself a quiet, feigned, confident nod of approval and walked to the kitchen where a pot of decaf coffee waited. I needed it. Even though there was no caffeine, I swore that it tricked my mind into thinking it was giving me the energy I needed after my sleepless night. I couldn't get comfortable lately. I was used to sleeping on my back or my stomach, my comfort positions, but those weren't an option anymore. I tried using one of the large pregnancy pillows Daniel had gifted me. It helped a little, but mostly because it felt like someone was in bed next to me and I didn't feel so alone. But then I would wake up and realize I was holding something that resembled a stuffed pool noodle rather than a human being. Rather than Daniel. He was the first man I had woken up to in a very long time. Really the first man I had been with in a while. I missed that morning we had together when he stayed the night here in my little loft apartment. Even though I had washed the sheets several times since then, I could still smell his cologne on them. Maybe it was just my imagination. A cruel little memory my heart wouldn't let go of. Since reading the tabloids a few nights ago, my pain was still raw. The pictures of him on a tropical vacation with his soon-to-be fiancée were imprinted in my memory. Since then, I had tried avoiding the newsstands and the corner store. I didn't want to see any other pictures or read any updates on him or his relationship. I couldn't believe he had moved on so quickly. But I didn't have any right to be upset. I had pushed him out of my life. I had told him I never wanted to see him again. And really, how serious were we? We had only known each other for a few months, and really the only thing that tied us together was the baby. At first, it had just been a one-night stand. I thought I would never see him again, but life had other plans. If I had never gotten pregnant, I wouldn't have called him or invited him back into my life. He would have just been some hot billionaire guy I once slept with. Except, he wasn't just that. He was so much more, and that was why it was so hard to let go. I took a sip from my I Heart New York mug and glanced around my loft. It was cramped in here, but it was ready to welcome the baby whenever he or she came. At least that was one part of my life that was sorted out. Sure, everything was a constant reminder of Daniel, but it was also a reminder of how I was about to become a mother. I was both terrified and elated. Monica and I had spent all weekend unpacking and assembling furniture, including a cream glider that we put near the window where the morning sun hit just right. I imagined sitting there in the early mornings and nursing the baby. I smiled at the thought. My phone rang on the counter next to me. I picked it up and saw Monica's name on the screen. "Hello?" I answered. "Happy last day of work," she exclaimed. "Is it really something to celebrate?" I groaned. "Yes, because the way your boss handled everything is bullshit and you deserve better." "True, but after today I'm jobless." "Well, I have some good news." "What is it?" I asked, my ears perking up. "I found someone who'll give you some freelance work in the meantime, at least until you find a job." "Are you serious?" I asked in surprise. Now, It doesn't pay much, but it's something. And you get to work from home. No more commuting to the city. What would I be doing? You'd be writing articles on nonprofit work. I'm not a writer, though. I'm not you. You don't have to be. It's not like you're writing a novel or something. You're just writing short articles about something you already know. You really think I can do it? I asked hesitantly. Of course. Why do you think I put you up for it? Wow, I said softly. Thank you, Monica. Really, you've done so much for me. That's what best friends are for. I know you'd do the same. I would. Look, I gotta get to the coffee shop to meet my editor. I'll send you the contact information so you can touch base and get started on your new gig. Okay, thank you. Ta-ta. I hung up and felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over me. I might be losing my job today, the only real place I had ever worked. But at least I had something lined up. While I was terrified and not completely sure I knew what I was doing, it was something. And I got to work from home, which meant less stress on me and the baby. It seemed like everything was working out. Hurriedly, I finished my coffee and grabbed my purse, heading out the door. As I walked down the stairs to the subway, I thought about how I wouldn't have to do this anymore. I smiled to myself as I waited for the train to come through. Here I was, thinking today was going to be absolutely awful, and things were looking up. Now I just had to actually get through the workday. I walked into my building and rode the elevator up to my floor. When the doors opened, it seemed like a hushed silence washed over the room. A few people gave awkward waves, and the rest pretended to be busy at their desks. I noticed Brian leaning against the doorframe, as if he was waiting for me. Addison, will you come in here? I nodded, a bad feeling coming over me. I followed him into his office. Take a seat. I did. Clearly, there is no hiding that anymore, he said, eyeing my bump. People have been talking. Oh? I asked. Have you told anyone about your situation with Mr. Jacobs? No, no one. Well, I guess they're just speculating then. Rumors have been wafting around since people found out you lost your position here. Honestly, I didn't care. What did it matter? I was gone after today. Okay? I said, more as a question than a statement. It's just messy, Addison. You see that, don't you? If word gets out... I no longer work here after today, I shrugged. I didn't know what else he wanted from me. It wasn't like I could go back in time and change everything, and even if I could, I no longer wanted to. I was going to be a mother whether anyone liked it or not. Yes, well, now that has even raised some eyebrows as to why you're being let go. Look, Brian, I don't know what you want me to do. Well, I want you to think about the mess you're leaving me with. He sighed dramatically. You fired me, I snapped. Because you decided to sleep with someone for money. I felt my face burn. How dare you? I stood up suddenly. Don't make a scene, Addison, he warned, his voice low as he looked toward the door. You know me. I've worked my ass off for years, and this is how you treat me? That's what you accuse me of? You know me, Brian. I would never. Calm down. I didn't mean it. I'm just worked up, he said. No, I won't calm down. I don't appreciate you accusing me of a behavior that is so far from what I'm capable of. How dare you? People are starting to stare, said Brian, looking behind me and through the windows of his office. Let them. Let them see the giant mistake you're making in letting me go. I have brought in more money than any of my coworkers. I've always done what you've asked of me and then some. You won't find a replacement who even holds a candle to me. Brian put up his hands as if to calm me down, but I wasn't having it. It was as if everything I've been holding in for years suddenly gushed out of me, and it felt so damn good. It was all true. I had poured everything into this job and had hardly ever received the recognition I deserved. It wasn't until I landed the deal with Daniel that people started to take notice. But before, I had been busting my ass here. I never so much as got a thank you or a raise until a few weeks ago. I know I'm supposed to finish out the workday, but I don't think I can spend another minute in this office with someone who casts judgments on something they know nothing about. Goodbye, Brian. I opened his office door and slammed it behind me, not caring that the entire office was staring with open mouths. I held my head high as I walked down the hallway and began packing my things. Quickly, I put my personal belongings in a cardboard box and said a quiet goodbye to my office before closing the door behind me. Upset, I balanced the box in my hands as I walked through the floor to the elevators. I pressed the button and waited impatiently, ignoring the murmurs behind me. Finally, the doors opened and I stepped inside, pressing the button for the ground floor and not looking up. I wasn't going to look back. I was only looking forward now. I carried the box down the stairs of the subway and waited for the next train back to Brooklyn, where I would happily stay. For now. Back at my apartment, I set down the box that held so many memories from the past several years. Rather than feel angry, I felt proud. I had accomplished so much, and while things ended messily, I knew I'd done a lot of good for people around the world. That was what made this all worth it. I suddenly felt empowered. I dug out my phone from my purse and scrolled through my contacts until I found the number I was looking for. I pressed send. "Hello?" I heard my mother answer. "Hi, Mom." "Addison? I didn't think I would be hearing from you again," she said coolly. "And you won't again, not after this." "Oh?" she asked coolly. "Yeah, I wanted to tell you that I don't need you. I don't need one thing from you, not money, not love, not approval." "Excuse me?" "I'm going to be just fine on my own." "I very much doubt that," she muttered. "Doubt all you want. You see, I don't care anymore. I don't need you to believe in me because I believe in me. I'm going to be a great mother to my baby, and he or she will grow up knowing they are loved and supported in whatever they choose to do. There'll always be more than enough for me." "Addison, goodbye, Mother." I hit the red button and set my phone on the counter. I noticed my hands shook as I took a deep breath. It felt good to get that off my chest, but I couldn't shake the feeling of sadness that was creeping in. That was enough goodbyes for one day.
Chapter 44. Daniel. I decided to walk home from work, which was something I rarely did. Armand was following close behind, even though I told him he could head home early. I had no plans that night. I had every intention of holing up in my living room and ordering takeout, which was something that was becoming more and more common for me. Ever since the tabloid came out with the story about Kira and me enjoying a tropical vacation together, I felt more exposed than ever. I had dealt with paparazzi and lies from the press in the past, but this time it might have hurt the one woman I cared about. Or maybe it didn't hurt her at all. That was even more crushing. There was no way she had avoided seeing the story, or the spins that came afterward. There were several photos that came out over the following week. Photos where Kira and I weren't even together, but the press clearly pieced them together to look as if we were. The night she came to my room, we almost were. I had almost let it go too far. It still went further than it probably should have, which was eating away at me. I felt like I had been unfaithful in some way, even though I knew I hadn't. Hart and I weren't together anymore, if we ever even were. The press had placed a photo of my leaving the restaurant days before Kira had arrived next to a photo of Kira leaving the same restaurant after I had left back to New York. A photo of me at the beach surfing was placed next to a photo of Kira lying topless on a beach chair and looking out at the ocean. It was all so predictable. I knew how it looked, even though I knew what was true. To anyone else, we did look like a happy couple. Stupid me didn't even notice any photos being taken. The damn paparazzi were sneaky. It felt eerie looking back to know I was being watched, maybe from behind a bush or from a long lens from a boat. I should have been used to it. I wondered what Hart thought when she saw the photos, if she saw them. Again, they were hard to avoid. I figured it was better to stay home than risk being photographed and having those photos comprised into a story that fit the narrative of someone else. It was a risk just walking these few blocks home, but I had to get fresh air. I had to clear my head, which was covered with a Mets baseball cap in hopes it would help conceal me. When I arrived home, I opened the drawer of takeout menus and blindly selected one. I wasn't sure what I was in the mood for, so I left it up to fate. It looked like fate had chosen Chinese. I dialed the number and placed an order for Mongolian beef, fried rice, egg rolls, steamed vegetables, and honey shrimp. They said it would be about 45 minutes. I decided to take a shower and wash away the day, which had been spent mostly in my office, avoiding my brother. Thankfully, most of my meetings were video calls with our associates in London as we moved forward with our deal. The deal that Brody had landed on his own, while I was dropping the ball. I knew I couldn't avoid him forever. He was my CFO after all, and my brother. I knew my anger and resentment was wrongly placed on him, but he was the closest one to me right now. And for being the closest one to me, he knew absolutely nothing about me or the mess of my life. After my shower, I threw on some black sweats and a large Mets tee. I sunk into my couch and scrolled through my phone to see if my nights at home had paid off. I didn't see any new photos of me, and the story of Kira and my engagement seemed to be dying down. All they had were recycled photos from Bora Bora or photos from years back of Kira and me at certain engagements when we were actually dating. The buzzer on my intercom rang. The Chinese food must have gotten here early. I buzzed them up and listened to the whir of the elevator beginning to descend. I grabbed my wallet from the entry table and fished out some cash for a tip. The doors opened and I was surprised to see Brody standing there with a pack of beer in his hands. "What the hell?" I asked in surprise. "Nice to see you too," he said, walking past me. He went to the kitchen and set the beer on the counter. Make yourself at home, I thought. He opened the box and pulled out a beer and then another. He tossed it to me and I almost fumbled it before steadying the cold can in my hands. "A peace offering," he said, popping the tab of his beer. I stood there, unsure if I wanted to kick him out or let him stay. "Thanks," I said, opening my beer and taking a sip. I guessed it was time to stop being an asshole. We stood there drinking our beers in silence for a moment. It was awkward and uncomfortable, but I was the one to blame for that. The past few months I had been in my own world and shutting everyone out. "So," Brody started, "I don't know what's going on with you, and not to be soft, but I care about you. You're my brother, and I'm here for you." I took a deep breath before nodding toward the couch. "Come, sit. Chinese food is on its way. I ordered way too much." "Junsies?" he asked hopefully. "Where else?" He smiled and followed me toward the couch. We both plopped down and sunk into the large, plush cushions that I had fallen asleep on more times than my own bed in the past few weeks. "Well, I'm listening," said Brody, taking another sip of beer and raising a brow. I gazed out the large glass windows and thought for a moment. As I looked out at the skyscrapers towering nearby, I spoke about something I hadn't thought about in years, something I had blocked out. "Remember Danielle?" I asked. Danielle? From college?" asked Brody, a note of surprise. "Yeah." "God, yes. That was a fucking mess." He shook his head. "I know. I feel like ever since then, Ever since she tried to completely screw you over?" I gave him a look. Okay, he said, putting his hands up. He was right, though. Danielle was my girlfriend through college, and I thought she was the one. We'd been together for 4 years. She was beautiful, bubbly, and fun-loving. I really thought I had our lives all figured out. But then I found out she was cheating on me with the teaching assistant in one of her classes. I was crushed, pissed, sick. She said I never had any time for her, which was partially true because I was trying to get my tech startup off the ground while juggling my senior year. She had always said she supported me. She was rooting for me. But I guess she got tired or lonely. She found comfort with someone else. I broke up with her and threw myself into my startup even more. I had a vision for AI long before AI had even become what it is now. Some say I was the founder of artificial intelligence. After graduation, my startup got noticed. Major tech giants wanted to get their hands on it, but I refused. I never wanted to sell it. I wanted to be one of those major tech giants. By me holding onto it and the buzz surrounding it, the value shot up, and I eventually landed where I am today. I lost Danielle in the process, but I couldn't say I regretted it, especially after what she did to me. Months after our breakup, when the buzz around my startup becoming a full-fledged company was all over the press, she called me. She told me she was pregnant and that it was mine. I was shocked. We had broken up months ago. I was scared to death, but I was also ready to step up and do whatever she needed. But Brody wasn't convinced. He said things weren't adding up and to be cautious. He insisted I take a paternity test. Danielle was pissed, but legally she had to allow me to. It turned out the baby wasn't mine. She was actually only a few weeks pregnant, so it couldn't possibly be my baby. I never found out who the father was. I didn't care. I wanted to get as far away from her as possible. To know that someone could lie and use someone for their own personal gain was scary. But when it was someone you once loved, that was a whole other level of fucked up. Well, since everything went down with Danielle, I feel like I've had a really hard time trusting people, I said. Rightfully so, said Brody. I thought I had blocked that part of my life out, but I think deep down it's always been there. Maybe that's why I haven't settled down yet. Maybe I used this whole playboy lifestyle as a way to protect myself, never letting anyone get too close. I shrugged. Then what's my excuse? Brody smirked. You're young. It's what you're supposed to do. And you're what? A grandpa? I hesitated a moment before speaking again. No, but I was going to be a dad. For real. What? Asked Brody skeptically. I was involved with someone for a few months. It started off as a one-night stand, but then she got pregnant. What are you talking about? When was this? Asked Brody, his voice jumping an octave. A few months ago. I never told anyone. Well, except Freddie. Freddie? Brody's voice raised an octave. You told Freddie and not me? I know, I just got scared. I'm your older brother. I should be a good influence. Ha, hardly, Brody laughed. So, what happened? I was scared at first. Scared shitless. Once I got past that, I felt like we could be the real deal. The whole shebang. I was really starting to see myself as a dad. And you believed her? After everything? Yeah. For some reason I did. I still do. But I messed it all up. Okay, then fix it. I can't. She overheard something I said that was misconstrued. It was bad. And then all this stuff with Kira came out. So that's why you were so pissed, said Brody, putting it all together. I nodded. Well, I can explain it to her. No. I shook my head. It doesn't matter now. The baby is gone. What do you mean, gone? I don't know. She either lost it or took care of it. Wow, said Brody softly. I've been really torn up about it. Well, it all makes sense now. Fuck, I'm so sorry, bro. He put his hand on my back and we sat in silence for a moment. Baby or no baby, it sounds like you have feelings for this woman. Hard, I said. What? That's her name. Fitting. I laughed softly. Well, get Hart back. Just talk to her. I tried. When? I had all these gifts sent to her apartment, everything she could need for the baby. I even wrote her a check that would set her up nicely for a few years. I missed the part where you talked. I gave Brody a questioning look. Money isn't everything, Daniel. There was a time you didn't have it. You used to have to actually use your words. It sounds like Hart needed to hear you. I chewed on my cheek. Brody was right. I had tried to fix everything with money. I should have known Hart didn't want that. She was different, I knew that. So why had I treated her like everyone else?
Chapter 45. Addison. Are you sure you want to go out with me tonight? I asked Shelley over the phone. I held the phone between my shoulder and ear while trying to shove my swollen feet into shoes that would give a little. So far, I'd been unsuccessful. Of course. Whatever went down at work doesn't mean you and I can't still be friends, she said. You're the only one from that place who still wants to even be associated with me, I said. I held my breath as I tried a pair of black ballet flats, as if doing so would somehow help my foot slide in with ease. I felt ridiculous even going out to a bar at 7 months pregnant, but I owed Shelley birthday drinks from all those months ago. She wanted to go to Bemelman's again. While I had tried to get out of it or try to change the destination, she was insistent. I wasn't sure if I was ready for all the memories that would come with it. That night had changed the entire trajectory of my life. Don't let them get you down. They're just trying to save their asses with Brian, who is a complete asshole for letting you go. I couldn't disagree with her. Since I'd left my job a few weeks ago, I had realized how much better off I was. It had been an adjustment, and the significant decrease in pay had been a blow, but I was making it work. Thanks to Monica, I'd been doing a few hours a day of freelance work for the publishing house she had set me up with. While I wasn't a writer, I knew enough about nonprofit work to make it seem like I was. Working from home was a whole new world. I woke up later, which was a luxury now that I didn't have to make the train to Manhattan. I needed the extra hours in bed, since the baby seemed to be running marathons every time I lay down and closed my eyes. It was practically impossible to get comfortable when it felt like someone was doing jumping jacks inside of me. When I did wake up, I stayed in my pajamas. There was no need to dress up or try to look remotely presentable. I stayed in my favorite flannel pajama pants and a sports bra, my round belly on display as I made a pot of decaf coffee and fired up my laptop for the day. It was the break I hadn't realized I needed after years of busting my ass at my old job. While the work was rewarding, I never felt like I received the recognition I deserved. Well, not until I landed the biggest donation we had ever had, but that was short-lived. I better get going if I'm going to meet you on time, Shell, I said, assessing myself in the mirror. Oh shit, is it 6:30 already? She asked frantically. Yes, I laughed. Shelley was never known for her punctuality. I'll see you soon. I heard the phone click on the other line. I walked to the door and grabbed my purse from the small entryway table. Before I closed the door behind me, I looked around my apartment, which had now become baby central. Every time I looked at the beautiful gold crib or the small clothing rack that was adorned with tiny onesies, my heart swelled. Baby's due date was getting closer every single day. I was excited, but I would be lying if I said I wasn't scared. As much support as I received from Monica and the small amount of relief I had because of my new job, I knew I was in over my head. It would be so much easier to do this with a partner, with Daniel. While everything he had bought for the baby had been more than enough to bring new life into this world, I wanted so much more. I wanted the loving home that a baby needed, that a baby deserved. It wasn't even just about the baby. I needed him. I missed him more than I like to admit. I found myself Googling him or flipping through magazines as if I enjoyed the torturous words and pictures that the press published. It hurt, but at least I got to see him. At least I got to get a glimpse into his life. The story about him and Kira had died down, much to my relief. They were focusing more on his business deal with London, which I was proud of him for. I knew that his business deals were what he wanted to be known for. I also realized how big the deal was, and maybe that I had expected too much from him that day in his office when I had showed up unexpectedly. Looking back, I should have been more understanding, now that I knew the kind of stress he must have been under. I'd let my insecurities rear their ugly head, the ones that always told me that I wasn't enough. Maybe it's something my parents had ingrained in me when I started to make choices they didn't approve of. I walked down the stairs. Actually, I more so waddled down. I noticed Elma's door was open, and I knew I wasn't getting out of there without her striking up her usual curious conversation. "Addison!" she called from the doorway. I smiled at just how predictable she was. She stood at the door, stroking Beatrice in her arms. "Hello, Elma," I said cheerfully. I couldn't really be irritated with her. She was who she was, an old, lonely landlord who lived vicariously through the tenants of her building. "You look very nice tonight. Hot date?" "Oh, yes," I said sarcastically. "Everyone is lining up to take me out." I rubbed my bump and winked at her. "You know, I haven't seen that handsome guy in the suit in a while," she commented. "Neither have I," I replied with a shrug. "I really thought you two might have something," she said. "Oh?" I asked. "I guess I was wrong." She sighed before nuzzling Beatrice. So was I thought. "You know, if you ever need anything, just holler, okay? I absolutely love babies." "Really?" I was surprised. As old as Elma was, I never saw any children or grandchildren visit. She really was just the old cat lady, or so I thought. "Oh, yes, I have 5 grandkids, but they live across the country and I'm scared to fly. My daughters don't make it out to New York as much as I'd like. They're busy with their own lives." "I get it." She looked down at Beatrice and stroked her soft fur. I couldn't help but feel bad for her. "You can come visit us any time," I said with a reassuring nod. A hopeful look passed through her eyes. "Thank you," she said softly. I thought she might cry, but she just smiled and stepped back into her apartment, closing the door gently behind her. As I rode the subway into Manhattan, I thought about the friends that would become the baby's family. They might not be blood, but they had a lot of love to give. That was more than my parents or anyone else would give. When I walked into Bemelman's, my eyes shifted toward the end of the bar where Daniel and I had sat all those months ago. I half expected him to be there, sidled up on a bar stool in a dark, expensive suit with whiskey in his hand. But he wasn't there. The empty seat just made it even more clear how vacant he was from my life. "Addison!" said Shelley, waving me over from a nearby table. I smiled and made my way over. "Wow, you look fantastic." She stood and gave me a big hug. "How far along are you now?" 7 months, I said, taking a seat once she released me. "Incredible." I picked up my menu and scanned it quickly. I'd already looked it over online and decided what I could afford, which was an appetizer. I made sure to eat a light dinner before I left. Since I wasn't drinking, I was saving money by not getting an expensive cocktail. Shelley and I placed our orders and began catching up about work and everything that had been going on since I left. I was happy to know she had taken over my position. I couldn't think of anyone more deserving. When our food arrived, she asked me about my pregnancy, but never snooped as to who the father was. She was genuinely curious about symptoms and baby names and birth plans. While I still didn't know the half of it, it was nice talking about it with her. She was so non-judgmental. After we paid our bill, Shelley excused herself to the restroom. I looked around the restaurant and let the memories flood in. The taste of that cosmopolitan on my tongue, my leg brushing against Daniel's, his eyes intent on me when he asked me back to his place. It was that night that changed everything. I glanced over at the corner of the bar once more, but this time there was someone in his seat. Someone I knew. I did a double take as I realized it was Kira. She looked irritatingly stunning in a sapphire blue strappy dress. A dazzling smile was plastered on her face as she talked animatedly with the man in front of her. A man who wasn't Daniel. I sucked in a breath as she leaned in and whispered something in his ear, her hands straying dangerously far up his legs. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This was supposedly Daniel's fiancé or soon-to-be. As much as I hated the idea of them being together, he didn't deserve this. I suddenly felt angry, erratic. Without really thinking, I picked up my water glass and walked over without a real plan in my head. As I approached, I heard her asking him back to her place, and that's when I lost the little bit of control I still possessed. As I walked by her, I poured my drink down her back, pretending I had tripped. She shot up out of her chair, the ice water running down her back and darkening the color of her dress to a dark blue. She whipped around and faced me, a look of discomfort and irritation on her face. "What the hell?" she asked shrilly. "Sorry about that," I said, biting back a smile as best as I could. "Oh my God, you fat freak! Did you do that on purpose?" I realized she didn't recognize me from the one time we met in my office. I didn't expect her to remember a nobody like me, especially now that I was pregnant. "Of course not. I don't even know you," I lied. "My dress is ruined," she said, her voice shrill. "It's water," I said smugly. "Get the hell away from me. I'll call security on you." Her date tried to calm her down, but she pushed him away as she searched for napkins and started to dry herself off. He looked at me sympathetically, and I realized I'd gotten away with it. No one would ever blame a pregnant woman for being clumsy. I noticed Shelley was back at our table and looking over curiously. I backed away from Kira, who was having a full-on meltdown, and made my way over to Shelley to grab my purse that hung from the chair. "What's going on?" asked Shelley, looking from me to where Kira was still fuming. "No idea," I shrugged innocently as I pulled her with me toward the front door, feeling victorious.
Chapter 46. Daniel. "Margaret says you're not coming tonight," said Brody, peeping his head in my office. I didn't realize my secretary was such a narc. I rolled my eyes. "Oh, come on. She's probably just been worried about you, just like I was." "Well, I'm fine now." "Are you?" he asked, taking a seat in front of my desk and eyeing me curiously. "I'm better than I was." It was partly true. Ever since I had opened up to Brody the other night and told him the truth about Hart and the baby, I felt like I was no longer holding everything in. It felt good to get everything out and not feel like I was going to explode at any moment. I realized I should have just told him in the very beginning. Despite being my younger and mostly immature brother, he was still a good confidant. "I don't see why you don't just call her up," said Brody. "Who?" "Addison, Hart, whatever her name is." "I can't." "Why the hell not?" He looked at me, incredulous. "She said she never wanted to see me again. Maybe the loss of the baby gave her the finality she needed." "If you two had something between you, and it sounds like you did, hell, you were going to have a baby together, then it can't be over." "Since when did you become such a hopeless romantic?" I raised an eyebrow. "I don't know. Since I watched The Notebook." "When did you watch The Notebook?" "Oh, I've watched it multiple times. I put it on when I have a girl over. I find it gets them in the mood." He wiggled his eyebrows. "You're ridiculous," I laughed. "What? It works. You should call up Hart and watch it together." "Okay, we're done with this topic." "Fine." He rolled his eyes. "But you're not off the hook for tonight."
Before we continue, we offer you this moment of calm, a chance to reconnect with your breath and your heart. This free audiobook was made with love. Esquines dice Charles.
"It's one of the biggest charity events of the year," I finished sarcastically. "Exactly. We say that about every fucking one." I was all for charity, but I was tired of the endless events you had to go to in order to prove that you cared. I did enough behind the scenes and donated enough money. The ridiculous auctions and expensive dinners were just for show. By the time the event space was paid for, on top of the pricey champagne, caviar dinners, and waitstaff, what was really left for these organizations? These things were just an excuse to buy new dresses and tuxedos and talk about anything but the cause. The only person who had ever seemed actually invested in the work was Hart. I admired her for it. I wondered if she had found another job where she could throw her passion into it, since I had cost her the last one. "Okay, but you're the face of the company and one of the largest donors," said Brody. "Can you go? Please. Just this once. I don't want to deal with the whole red carpet thing and the schmoozing. Plus, I have no interest in running into Kira." "Yeah, I guess I kind of made a mess of that." "You think?" "Fine. But this is the last time I cover for your ass, okay?" "Thank you, bro." He got up and stretched. "I guess I better go pick up my tux and get ready. There's nothing like walking down the red carpet looking like a fucking penguin." "I owe you." Yeah. He walked toward the door. "Have fun," I called after him. He gave me the finger before slipping out into the hallway. I chuckled to myself as I looked out the window. I did feel a little guilty for making him pick up my slack again. The sun was beginning to set, casting an orange glow through my office. I closed my laptop and stood from my chair. I slipped my jacket on and walked down the hallway. "Have a good evening, Mr. Jacobs," said Margaret, giving a little wave from her desk. "You too, Margaret," I replied. "And just so you know, I'm fine. I don't need my little brother babysitting me." She opened her mouth nervously, but no words came out. I immediately felt bad for calling her out. She was always so timid. "It's okay, Margaret." I winked, trying to soothe her worries. I knew she did it because she cared. I had thrown her a few curveballs over the past few months, like canceling important last-minute meetings and disappearing to Bora Bora. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Jacobs," she said after me. I gave her a little wave and stepped into the elevator. On the ride home, I caught up on the news on my phone. At the top of the business page, I noticed my name. I clicked the link, hoping it was an article covering the latest developments with our London partner, but was disappointed to see it was really just entertainment news disguised as business. The headline read, "Will Daniel Jacobs and Kira Shipley make their public debut?" I continued reading. As reported, the two were getting steamy on the beaches of Bora Bora just weeks ago. While we haven't received any commentary from Jacobs' team, Shipley's publicist did release the following statement. "The two are enjoying their reunion and excited for what the future holds." I rolled my eyes and kept reading the bullshit in front of me. The two were in a relationship years back, but broke up, stating irreconcilable differences. While Shipley has married twice since then, Jacobs has continued enjoying the bachelor life. Will this be the second chance that will end in forever? Only time will tell, but we are eager to see if the two show up at tonight's Angel Ball. I closed the browser on my phone and slid my phone back in my jacket pocket. That was just another reason not to go tonight. Kira would definitely be there. I heard she was back in town and she never missed an event to dress up and be seen. The last thing I needed was the paparazzi to snap our photos and the press to put them together, while they spun whatever story they wanted. Up in my apartment, I took a shower and slid on some flannel pajama pants and a Mets t-shirt. I ordered a burger and fries from Lucky's and flipped through the channels on TV for a movie to watch while I waited for my food to be delivered. I settled on an action movie and poured myself a glass of whiskey at the bar. 4 hours later, my stomach was full and my brain was comfortably fuzzy from the whiskey as the sequel to the first movie wrapped up. I checked the time on my phone. It was nearly 11 o'clock. I took the takeout containers to the kitchen and threw them in the trash, and then rinsed out my whiskey glass. I was about to head to bed when my intercom buzzed. Who the hell was showing up now? I hit the button. "Hello?" I asked. "Hi, Mr. Jacobs. There is a woman here to see you," said the front desk attendant down in the lobby. For a second, I thought it might be hard. "Who is it?" I asked hopefully. "Miss Shipley," she said. I sighed. Half of me wanted to send her away, while the other wanted to make it perfectly clear to her that we were nothing, that we were never going to be, as if I hadn't tried that before. "Send her up," I said reluctantly. A few minutes later, the elevator doors opened and I saw Kira standing there in a long champagne gown and a fur stole around her shoulders. Her neck was dripping in diamonds. She stepped off the elevator carefully in her strappy heels that she seemed unsteady in. Probably tipsy from champagne, I thought. "Daniel," she said, spotting me sitting on the couch and not bothering to get up to greet her. "Kira," I said, my voice clipped. She stepped down into the living room and stopped at the edge of the couch. She crossed her arms and pouted as she looked down at me. She looked ridiculous, like a grown baby. I tried hard not to laugh. "What is it, Kira?" I rolled my eyes. "Where were you tonight?" "Where was I supposed to be?" I asked innocently. "The Angel Ball? Duh." "Oh, that," I replied dryly. "Yeah, that. We were supposed to be there together." "I don't remember that agreement." "You always go," she whined. I didn't feel like it tonight. I shrugged. She sat down on the other end of the couch and removed her stole, revealing the top of her strapless dress. Her breasts looked like they were about to bust out. I shook my head. She would always try to do this to get what she wanted. "I don't know why you're being so stubborn," she said, kicking off her heels and nuzzling her feet in my lap. I gently lifted her ankles and pushed her aside. "I don't think I'm the one who's being stubborn here," I replied, raising an accusing eyebrow. "Everyone wants us to be together. Have you seen the press? They're gaga for us." "We had our shot, Kira. You and your beloved press need to let it go." "Think about it, though. It would be good for your business." "How so?" She put her hands up dramatically, as if she were spelling out the words. "New York's most eligible bachelor is finally dropping his playboy reputation?" "Wow, sounds riveting." I deadpanned. "Who better than to do it with me?" She smiled. She slid across the couch and leaned in, playing with the collar of my shirt before putting her lips against my neck. I pulled away quickly. "Kira, I don't know how to make it any more clear, but I don't want to be with you. There was a reason we didn't work out, and I have no interest in treading that same water again." "I'm different now." "You're the same Kira you've always been. Don't fool yourself." "And what Kira is that?" she asked. "The one who likes to be pampered and spoiled and drunk in all the papers." "You used to like that, Kira," she reminded me. "Enough to be with her for a few years, mind you." "Well, I've changed. Plus, I've found someone else." Her lips pressed into a hard line as her eyes shot to mine. "Excuse me?" she said. "I've met someone else. Someone I want to settle down with, and I'm sorry, but it's not you." "I don't believe you." "It's true." "Who the hell is she?" she asked, her voice rising. "You don't know her," I lied. Kira did meet Hart that one time in the very beginning, but I doubted she remembered. The only people she remembered were the ones who could offer her something. "I can't believe you've strung me along," she yelled, standing up quickly. "I haven't. If I have, I didn't mean to. I already told you that what happened in Bora Bora was a mistake, and I stopped it before it went too far." "You will never find anyone like me," she said, snatching her stole from the couch and covering her shoulders. That was true. I had found something better. "You'll find someone, Kira," I said gently. "Don't," she yelled. "I'm sure there is another billionaire out there. They say the third time's a charm." "You're an asshole," she snapped pointedly. I was, but I had to be if it meant she would finally get the hint. She slipped on her shoes, wobbly on her feet, and strode quickly toward the elevators. I watched as she disappeared behind the doors, and I breathed a satisfying sigh of relief. She was gone, and I hoped it was for good.
Chapter 47. Addison. "Baby looks really healthy. He or she is growing at a normal rate," said the tech as she glided the wand over my belly, the jelly cool against my skin. I smiled as I looked at the baby on the screen. The nurse said it was safe for me to look given the position of the baby. Since I had decided not to find out the sex of the baby, the ultrasounds would become trickier. Today, though, I was happy I got to see the baby. I didn't know what made me want to wait to find out. I knew Monica was so eager to know if it was going to be a girl or a boy. She was practically internally combusting with each appointment that passed, and me still choosing not to find out. I just felt like the moment the doctor tells me if it's a boy or a girl will be something I treasure for always. I looked at the video on the monitor. The moving picture on the screen actually looked like a baby. I could see the nose and the lips and fingers and toes. It was so surreal. Every time I cried, but today I really cried. I had a little human who was growing and growing by the day and would soon be Earthside. Wow, I whispered through tears. It's pretty surreal, isn't it? The tech placed her hand on my shoulder and gave me a gentle squeeze. Very. I'm going to take a few photos and get those printed out for you, okay? I nodded, and she began typing on the monitor and positioning the wand for clear photos. Soon, I had a new set of ultrasounds in my hands. I couldn't wait to hang them on the fridge and compare them to the last ones. Let's get you all cleaned up and then the doctor will see you. She reached for a paper towel and handed it to me before excusing herself from the room. I wiped the clear jelly from my stomach and quickly got dressed. This was my first appointment alone. Monica usually came with me to all of them, but she had another meeting with her editor she couldn't miss. I didn't mind, of course. She had already done so much for me. I heard a knock at the door. Come in, I said. The nurse peeped her head in. The doctor's ready for you. I followed her down the hallway to an exam room and hoisted myself onto the exam table. A few moments later, the doctor came in. Miss Hartley, it's great to see you again. She smiled warmly before looking down at her papers. Good to see you too, Dr. Hallquist. How's everything going? How are you feeling? A little restless at night, but I just try to go to bed early to make up for the lack of sleep. Or I take naps during the day. Ah, you have a little night owl in there, don't you? More like a kangaroo? The doctor laughed. Well, it looks like the baby's doing just fine in there. How are your stress levels? Better. I'm working from home and it's a less demanding job. Good. After the scare you had last month, I want to make sure you're taking care of yourself. I am, I assured her. Well, I'm going to have you lie back and I'll give the baby's heart a listen and do some measurements of your belly. I nodded as I lay back on the table. Dr. Hallquist took the Doppler and held it against my stomach, moving it until she located the baby's heartbeat. We listened together for a quiet moment before she gave a nod of approval. Sounds great in there. Now let's measure you. She walked her fingers up the sides of my stomach, causing me to squirm slightly. Sorry, I know it tickles, she said. She then walked her fingers up to the top of my abdomen and pressed gently. Baby is measuring right on track, she said, jotting a few notes on her clipboard. Thank you, doctor. Do you have any questions for me? No, not today. Well, then head to the front and we'll get you checked out, okay? Thank you. I watched her slip out of the room. I felt so grateful to have her as my doctor and the nurses on staff here. It was night and day from that nightmare of an office in Manhattan. That seemed so long ago. I was thankful Freddie had recommended someone else, someone I felt like I could trust and not feel judged by. I lifted myself from the exam table and walked out into the hallway. At the front desk, I let them know that I would have a change of insurance soon. I was dreading the day when I would have to pay out of pocket for these appointments. I needed to find a new insurance company quickly, as I only had until the end of the month with my benefits from my old job. I thanked the girl at the front desk and walked out of the office, staring at the new ultrasounds in my hands. As I smiled down at them, I walked directly into someone, and the photos floated to the ground. I'm so sorry, I said, kneeling down to pick up the photos. Heart? My heart leaped to my throat as I quickly looked up to see Daniel towering over me. Daniel, I said softly, not really believing what I was seeing. He stood there with a dumbfounded look on his stupidly handsome face. The same face I'd imagined for so many nights over the past month, trying to hold on to every detail. Every little expression that I considered was just for me. What are you doing here? I asked, looking around. I'm here to meet Freddie for lunch, he said. Of course. I should have known there was a chance I would run into him here one day. Freddie worked in the same office, and while I hadn't seen him, I felt foolish for thinking I could avoid him or his best friend forever. Daniel kneeled down to help me, reaching for the photos. "What are you doing?" he started to ask. He paused as he looked at the ultrasounds scattered on the floor. His eyes floated up to my round belly. I sucked in a breath as I watched him process what he was seeing, the lie that was crumbling between us. "Wait, are you?" His brows furrowed as he looked down at the ultrasound in his hand. He ran his hand over the image of the baby. It was such a tender motion. My heart felt like it might break in two. I quickly snatched it back and struggled as I tried to stand up. He stood up swiftly and held out his hand. I reluctantly took it before he pulled me to my feet. The same electric feeling I always felt passed through my whole body. Once I was steady, I pulled my hand from his and looked down at the floor. I had been caught in a lie that was so big and so painful I didn't know what to do in this moment. I couldn't bring myself to look at him, even though the only thing I had wanted was to see him over the past month. I had missed him so much, and now he was here in front of me, but this was far from a happy reunion. "Hart, you're still pregnant," he murmured, looking at me intently. "Yeah, I am. But you said..." "I lied, okay?" He looked taken aback, and I saw a flash of pain in his eyes. Pain I had caused. "But why?" "Because I wanted you to go away," I blurted out. He remained silent. "It was the only way for you to move on with your life. I know you never wanted this." I rubbed my belly. "You don't know what I want," he said sharply. "Do you even know what I've been through? Ever since you told me the baby was gone." I kicked at the ground. I knew it was a horrible thing that I had done, but I never knew the full damage it might have caused. Until now. I've been tearing myself apart, thinking of all the things I should have done and the pain you went through. Hart, I've been a wreck, and here you are. You and I were never going to work. You know that. "Do I?" he asked. I looked away. "Don't do that. Don't act like we were going to be some happy little family." "I wanted that, Hart. I told you I did. I told you I was in this. For you, for the baby." His words were everything I wanted to hear. But then I thought of what he had said at the charity event and about the tabloids with Kira. I couldn't let myself fall for it, even though I so badly wanted to. "Look, this," I rubbed my bump, "doesn't change anything." "What are you talking about? This changes everything." "I can do this on my own, Daniel." "But I don't want you to." He looked at me sympathetically. "It's not really up to you." "I'm the father. Of course it's up to me." "Oh, now you want to be a father?" I snapped. He closed his eyes and looked pained, but only for a moment. He then released a slow breath through his nose before looking at me, his blue eyes piercing. I'll admit, I was shocked at first. There were things I didn't handle well. "I'm so sorry for everything, Hart. But you have to understand that what you overheard was a lie, and one I regret every day. No business deal is worth lying about who I am or hurting you in the process. You have to believe me." His voice was pleading as his eyes searched mine. It was so hard not to get lost in him. The little spray of wrinkles around his eyes, the iciness of his gaze, the slight stubble along his sharp jawline. The way he looked at me like that. It was all too much. "And so what if I did believe you?" I asked. "What about your new fiancé? I don't think she would be happy to know that her soon-to-be husband has a baby on the way." He sighed. "She's not my fiancé." "Really?" "Because you looked awfully cozy on the beach." "It's not what it looked like." I laughed sarcastically. Please, explain how you ended up at the same resort halfway around the world at the same time. It's a long story. Of course it is. I rolled my eyes. You know, you seem to have an excuse for every little thing, Daniel. I'm surprised you haven't used them all up yet. I know I've lost your trust, but if you would just hear me out. I'm good. Really. I've heard and seen enough. I slipped the ultrasound photos in my purse and walked toward the door. I heard his footsteps behind me. His hand slipped around my arm gently, pulling me to a stop. I whipped my head around, and he lowered his forehead to mine. For a moment, I thought he was going to kiss me, and wondered if I had enough strength to stop him. Please don't do this again. Please, Hart, he begged. It's for the best. Now you can live the life you wanted before you met me, I whispered. I pulled away from his grasp and pushed open the doors, sucking in a deep breath outside in the sunshine. How many times would I have to say goodbye to this man? And how did it hurt more and more every single time? I hailed a cab and quickly clambered inside as Daniel ran after me. I sat there stoically as the car pulled away from the curb, leaving him behind.
Chapter 48. Daniel. I watched as the yellow cab drove away with Hart and our baby inside. She never once looked back, even as I slapped my hand against the window as the car pulled away from the curb. There wasn't a cab to follow her, and Armand had gone to lunch. I had no choice but to watch her go. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe I had run into her. Outside of her OB office, nonetheless. It was the last place I expected to see her again, since she would have no business being there. But it turned out she did. Our baby was alive. I felt like I was dreaming when I turned around and saw her. She was as beautiful as ever, if not more. She wore a white dress that hugged her bump snugly. Her hair seemed longer as it fell around her face. Her makeup-less skin glowing. Only she would be able to get more beautiful the more pregnant she became. She still smelled the same intoxicating way. It took everything for me not to pull her into my arms. The only thing that made me realize she was real was when I offered her my hand and she took it. That same electric feeling ran up my arm before she quickly pulled away, breaking the connection and bringing us back to the reality that we were there together again. And she was still pregnant. Pregnant. The word echoed in my head as I watched the cab turn the corner. This time I had gone after her, quickly following her as she fled from the office. I didn't want her to get away again, but for being pregnant, she was quick. It felt like a scene from a movie where I was chasing after the cab down the streets of New York. Now, standing here on the sidewalk, I felt like I was having déjà vu from the last time she had left me and said she never wanted to see me again. I had felt helpless then, after causing her to lose her job. But now, I didn't know how to feel. I was hurt, angry, sad, still helpless. "What are you doing out here?" I heard Freddie ask behind me. "Hart," I said softly. "What?" he asked confused, as if he wasn't sure he heard me correctly. "Hart was here." "Really? Why didn't you tell me she's still pregnant?" I whipped around to face him. "What? She's still pregnant?" The look on his face was pure shock. I realized he had no idea. I nodded. She was just leaving her appointment. 7 months, if I'm counting correctly. "I, honest to God, had no idea, Daniel," he replied, shaking his head. "You know how it is. We're always coming and going with labor and delivery, either here or at the hospital. Plus, we don't discuss our patients with other doctors." "Yeah," I said, understandingly. "Wow. Just wow," he murmured. "I can't believe she lied to me." I shook my head. She had so badly wanted nothing to do with me that she came up with a lie so deceitful. For as good and honest Hart was as a person, I realized how much I had hurt her for her to go through that length to end whatever we had. It damn near broke my heart. Freddie put his hand on my back as I stared down the block, willing the yellow cab to turn back around the corner with Hart inside. I knew it was wishful thinking. She was gone. "Why don't we get out of here and go to lunch?" asked Freddie. "We can talk more there." "Okay," I nodded. "Where do you want to go? You choose." "Ocean Prime?" I suggested. "My man!" He slapped me on the back and we began walking the few blocks to the restaurant. We stepped through the large glass doors and were met by the hostess, who seemingly recognized us. She gave us a warm smile and stood up a little straighter. "Freddie," she said, opening her arms wide. "It's been a while." "I know, sweetheart. Been busy delivering babies." She giggled before looking to me. "Mr. Daniels." She nodded and gave me a shy smile. "Hello," I said. "Table for two?" she offered. "Yes, please. Usual spot, if you have it," said Freddie, looking toward the window. "You got it." She grabbed 2 menus and gestured for us to follow her. Freddie's eyes fell exactly where I expected as her hips swished in a tight skirt. I rolled my eyes at how obvious he was and nudged him with my elbow. "What?" he asked, oblivious. "She's like 21. "I'm just looking," he whispered with a sly smile. "Here we are," said the hostess, pulling our chairs out slightly. We both sat and she handed us our menus. "Your server will be right with you," she said before walking away. Freddie's eyes followed. "So, how is Virginia?" I asked, breaking his focus. Freddie sighed heavily. "Everything was going great, really damn good. I mean, you met her. She was a firecracker." "She definitely kept up with you," I recalled. "Until she couldn't." "Uh-oh. What happened?" "She got tired of the doctor life and me being on call at every hour of the night. It's not like I can predict when a baby will be born. I thought she knew what she signed up for." "I'm sorry, man," I said. "I just can't stop thinking about her. I thought she really might be the one. After we went to dinner with you and—" "You can say her name," I said. "Hart, after that dinner, I realized how well she fit into my life. It felt like she had always been there." "Well, maybe it's not over yet. I wouldn't give up so easily," I suggested. "Look at us," mused Freddie. "Who have we become?" "A bunch of old softies," I muttered. He laughed as our server came and asked for our drink order. I ordered an old-fashioned and Freddie ordered a Coke. It was still the afternoon and there was a possibility he would be delivering a baby in the next couple of hours. I, on the other hand, had nothing that serious going on. "So, tell me about Hart," he started, taking a sip of his Coke and looking at me intently. I sighed and looked down in my drink. I can't believe she still has the baby. That was a double shock for me today, seeing her and then seeing her still pregnant. "Why did she lie?" asked Freddie. "That's kind of fucked up." "I must have really hurt her. I'm not exactly good at this whole relationship thing, you know?" "That's an understatement," said Freddie with a grin. I rolled my eyes at him. The whole time I feel like I've been saying the wrong things, doing the wrong things. "That can't be entirely true. Hell, she let you get her pregnant. You must have done something right." When I met her for the first time, something in me told me I had to have her. I used the usual Daniel Jacobs charm I always do. It was never meant to go past a one-night stand. But then, Freddie started. The baby came along. I said. But I saw you two together at that dinner. Baby or no baby, there was something there. Even Virginia commented on it at the end of the night. She said the two of you were like magnets. I would have to agree. I've never seen you like that with any woman. Not even with Kira, I muttered. Yeah, what's going on with that anyway? It's over, for good. I was harsh, but I think she finally got the hint. So she won't be showing up here in a hot pink bikini? Asked Freddie with amusement as he looked toward the door. Ugh, don't remind me. I took another sip of my drink. Hart saw the tabloids. Who didn't? Freddie shrugged. It only made things more complicated. She thinks we are really engaged or something. I just wish she would listen to me. Freddie thought for a moment as he studied me. What? I asked, raising an eyebrow. When was the last time you actually talked? Asked Freddie. We talked all the time. I mean about your relationship. I started to say something and then stopped. Freddie had a point. Hart and I never really talked about us. Never established what we were. If things got tough, we would either fight or fuck, and it never led us to any sort of resolution. I guess we never really did, I admitted. Why? Asked Freddie curiously. Clearly this girl means something to you. Maybe that's why. I don't know how to do this. I haven't been in a relationship since Kira, and that was all so surface level. I look back and wonder if the years we were together were all just part of one big publicity stunt. We never shared anything really real, you know? Not surprising. It's Kira. But you both were young and she was fun. Always up for a good time. It's what you needed at that time. Freddie shrugged. Hart is different, though. So are you. How do I get her back? I asked. Well, what have you done in the past? I thought for a moment. Let me guess. He started with a shake of his head. You bought her extravagant gifts. They were for the baby, I said defensively. Daniel, I know your intentions are pure, but that's what you've always done. Dresses from Bloomingdale's, jewelry from Tiffany's. Now, apparently, cribs from Nordstrom. Different, but still the same. It's what's worked, I shrugged. On other women. You yourself just said that Hart is different. She was. She really was. And I had just let her get away again. So, try something different. Like? Oh, I don't know. Why don't you try talking to the girl? She won't give me the chance. You haven't tried. I thought back to when I would make the drive out to Brooklyn every morning just to possibly have the chance to ride with her back to Manhattan. It had been a risk showing up like that with cold herbal tea in my hand, but she had agreed. Maybe it really was that simple. You have to stop trying to buy her and start trying to earn her, said Freddie. Holy shit, I said, looking at Freddie in surprise. His eyes widened. That was pretty good, he admitted. You're like Dr. Phil or something. Are you sure you're in the right profession? We both laughed. Freddie was right, though. I had been going about this whole thing with Hart all wrong. She wasn't like the other women I had dated in the past, if you could even call it that. I needed to start treating her differently. That meant actually talking and not deflecting with sex. That meant showing up and not sending gifts. I had to earn her trust back, which I knew wouldn't be easy, but I had to try. It wasn't just because she was still pregnant with our baby. I missed her as a person. The past few months had been hell not having her in my life. The rest of my lunch with Freddie, we enjoyed oysters and steak and lobster. We didn't talk anymore about relationships or Virginia or heart. We were both tuckered out from matters of the heart, things we weren't used to. Instead, we talked about work and the stock market and the usual things. But the whole while, I was thinking about Hart, how I could win her back, the right way. I knew it would take time, something big, but I was going to do it. I had to.
Chapter 49. Addison. When the cab dropped me off at a subway station a few blocks away, I walked down the stairs, still shaking from seeing Daniel at the doctor's office. I couldn't afford a cab ride back to Brooklyn, but it was the quickest getaway I could find to escape him. Part of me wanted to stay, to hear all the excuses he would muster up and the sweet words he was so smooth at delivering. But the other part of me doubted everything, and it caused me to flee. I had heard him say he never wanted to be a father with such confidence, and while he had an excuse to say it, it sounded all too convincing. And then there was Kira. I had seen the photos. I had read the tabloids. I had done a deep dive into their relationship when I was suffering from pregnancy insomnia the other night. It was stupid, really. I supposed I just wanted to torture myself more. She had been his only real relationship in recent years, and that said something right there. There must have been something special about her for him to commit to her for those couple of years. I looked through all the press photos, all the paparazzi photos. She looked like a damn supermodel in every single one, even the caught-off-guard ones. And he looked like a GQ model right next to her. They looked perfect together. It was no wonder the public was rooting for them. I realized as I scrolled through the photos that I would never fit into his world, as if I didn't know before. What I realized even more was that a baby would never fit into his world. It was a harsh realization to have at 3 a.m. when the baby was doing somersaults in my stomach. Then to see him today, looking every bit his best self in a custom suit that hugged him just right, and those damn icy blue eyes boring into me as he realized I'd lied straight to his face. It was too much. I started to cry right there on the subway steps, people busily passing by me and too concerned with their next destination to care about the crying pregnant woman. I didn't care. I didn't want anyone to notice me as I grieved all that could have been with the man I had once again left on the sidewalk. The driver had looked concerned in the rearview mirror, which was all I could look at as Daniel ran after the cab, his hand against the window. I felt bad for leaving him in such a state of desperation, but I had to. I thought about his muffled voice through the window, yelling my name, the name that I only ever let people close to me call me. He had once been that person, but now the word heart sounded so sad on his tongue. It made me cry even more. The stairs were getting more crowded as people walked up and down them, bumping into me as they went. I had to get moving. I wiped my tears away and took a step down toward the platform. Suddenly, I felt unsteady on my feet. I reached for the railing to steady myself. The stairs in front of me looked as though they were warped, moving in and out. People moved in swift blurs around me. I gripped the railing tightly and blinked a few times, trying to get my focus back, but it was no use. My legs felt weak underneath me, as if I'd been sitting on them for hours, and now they had fallen asleep. I let out a little gasp as I slid to the floor. People were starting to notice me now. I wasn't just some emotional pregnant woman. I was in trouble. I felt dizzy and out of breath. "Ma'am, are you okay?" asked a man in a business suit, crouching down next to me. I don't know," I stammered, still gripping the railing, as if it were the only thing holding me there on this planet. "Can we get some help over here?" he yelled over his shoulder. I didn't want to make a scene. "Oh, that's not necessary," I said, trying to get my feet and failing. "You stay right there," he said, putting his hand on my shoulder. "I need some help," he called again. A woman came down and crouched next to him, looking at me worriedly. She looked like she was a server at the nearby 50s-themed diner. This must have looked like quite a scene to everyone around us, like something out of a movie. "How far along are you, honey?" she asked. 7 months, I said. "Are you having contractions?" "No," I said, shaking my head. "I just feel—" I then keeled over and threw up right between the two of them. They both quickly jumped away before looking at each other worriedly. "We're going to get you to the hospital," said the woman. "Help me lift her." The man and the woman wrapped their hands under my arms and hoisted me to my feet, guiding my arms around their shoulders. We walked up the few steps back to the sidewalk, and the man quickly hailed a cab. They both helped me inside, the woman following in behind me. The man checked his watch and looked slightly perplexed. "I can take her from here," said the woman assuredly. He nodded and gave a little wave as she closed the door behind her. "Please take us to the nearest hospital," said the woman urgently. I felt like I was having déjà vu from my last trip to the hospital after I flew home from Pittsburgh. Except this time I wasn't having contractions. I just couldn't catch my bearings. Everything seemed to be blurring in and out, and breathing felt like a task on a to-do list that I couldn't quite check off, no matter how hard I tried to get to it. "What's your name, sweetie?" asked the woman. She was probably old enough to be my mother. "Addison," I replied, holding my belly woozily. "You?" "Sandra. You're going to be just fine, Addison," she said, taking my hand and giving it a squeeze. "Thank you, Sandra. Can you call my friend? Her name is Monica," I said, reaching for my purse. "I'll get that for you," she said. "You just rest." She reached over and grabbed my purse for me, searching for my phone. I quickly typed in my password for her, and she scrolled through my contacts to Monica's name. I closed my eyes as the cab weaved through the traffic of Manhattan. "Hi, Monica?" asked Sandra. She waited for a reply. "Yes, this is Sandra. I'm with your friend Addison. We're on our way to the hospital. Can you meet us there?" There was a brief silence as Sandra listened. I could hear Monica's frantic voice on the other line. No, everything is fine. I think she's just a little out of sorts, but I think it's best she sees a doctor." Sandra gave me a reassuring smile. Yes, I'll text you the hospital once we get there." She hung up. "Thank you," I said. My mouth felt dry and tasted sour from throwing up. 10 minutes later, we were pulling up to the hospital. Sandra paid the cab driver, even though I protested. She waved me off and walked me inside. "I'll text your friend which hospital we ended up at," she said as we walked to the front desk. Sandra explained what had happened, and the nurse brought over a wheelchair, helping me sit down. "We're going to take her up to triage and get her checked out," said the nurse. I looked up at Sandra gratefully. "Thank you so much. Please let me repay you for your kindness," I said. She waved me off. "Oh, please, sugar. I believe in paying it forward. You just get better, okay? For you and that precious baby." I nodded, feeling teary-eyed. "I better get going. My shift starts soon." She bent down and gave me a quick hug before walking toward the door. The nurse wheeled me toward the elevators, and we rode up to triage, where she found me a room. She helped me get into a hospital gown and got me settled in a bed where she hooked me up to the machines. The same one as last time, although I wasn't having contractions. She brought me some water and said she would be back. I lay back in the bed and closed my eyes. I must have dozed off because I soon woke to a knock at the door. Monica quickly strode in, and her eyes took me in, a worried expression on her face. "You have to stop doing this to me," she said, putting her hands on her hips. "I'm sorry," I said. "I don't know what happened. I ran into Daniel, and then it was like my body went into some sort of shock." "Excuse me? Daniel?" "He was at the OB office to meet his friend. I literally ran right into him, and then he saw all this." I motioned to my belly. "Jesus, heart." "I know," I said softly. "What a mess. This is exactly what the doctor told you to avoid. All this stress isn't good for you." "Clearly," I said, gesturing to the machines and my hospital gown. Monica took a seat beside me and reached for my hand. We sat there, and I told her everything that had happened with Daniel. How I had to tell him the truth, and how he had run after the cab. "Girl, you're like a walking, talking book just waiting to be written," she said, wide-eyed. "Tell me about it," I muttered. "Which, by the way, there's something I want to talk to you about." There was a knock at the door, and the doctor walked in. "Hello, I'm Dr. Patel. I realize we don't have any intake information for you yet, but I will have some sent up. What's your name, miss?" "Addison Hartley." "And you are—" She eyed my belly. "7 months pregnant?" "Yes." "Just over," I said in amazement. She nodded knowingly. "It looks like your blood pressure took quite a drastic drop, leading to a dizzy spell and the nausea. Have you eaten enough today?" "Yes, plenty," I said before listing off everything I ate. "Good, and how are your stress levels?" Monica gave me a pointed look. "Not so good lately," I admitted. "It's not the first time she's been in the hospital, Doc," said Monica, crossing her arms. "I see," said Dr. Patel. "Well, I'm sure your doctor has already told you, but this stress is not good for you, and especially not good for the baby. You need to get it under control." "Yes, doctor. I'd like to keep you here overnight just to be sure everything's okay." "Okay," I said softly. I felt guilty for the craziness of my life because of how it could be potentially harming the baby. It wasn't like I asked to lose my job or run into Daniel, but I couldn't help but feel like everything was my fault. The doctor gave me a reassuring smile before slipping out of the room. "Heart," started Monica. "I know, okay?" I said, my eyes watering. I didn't need another lecture when I was already feeling bad enough. "Okay." She put her hands up and backed off. We stayed silent for a few moments. "What were you wanting to talk to me about?" I asked, remembering our conversation from before. "Well, I kind of started writing a book that's loosely based on your life lately." I sat up in the hospital bed and looked at her curiously. "Please don't be mad," she blurted out. I laughed. "I'm not mad. I want to hear some of it." "Well, lucky for you." Monica leaned over and pulled out her laptop out of her bag. "I have some of it right here." I settled back in the bed, and she began reading the first few chapters. I closed my eyes and listened to her storytelling, which made my life sound so much more magical than it really was. She really knew how to write. When she was done reading, I opened my eyes and looked at her. "How does it end?" I asked softly. "I'm still waiting to find out." Monica winked.
Chapter 50. Daniel. "How does it feel to be an old man?" asked Brody as we strode down the sidewalk to our usual coffee spot. The air was crisp and the leaves were starting to change to shades of burnt orange and warm brown. It was just another reminder of how much time had passed. Another reminder that the baby was growing and readying itself to enter the world, and I would have no part in it. It was shattering. "Hello, Earth to Daniel," said Brody, trying again. "Sorry, it feels good?" It came out more as a question. "Oh, come on. You've got to do better than that." "What do you want from me, Brody?" I snapped, harsher than I intended to. He put up his hands defensively, as if to ease me before looking ahead. We still had another block to go, and on every corner I tried not to look for Hart. Every long-haired brunette made my head turn, until I realized they were missing her round stomach. How many kicks had I missed? How many sleepless nights had I failed to soothe Hart back to sleep? How many doctor appointments did she have to go to alone? Had she found out if it was a boy or a girl? So many questions that I felt I would never have answered. Time was passing too quickly, and my birthday was just another cruel reminder of that. "Sorry," I muttered. 34 just feels old." Brody smirked. "You're a real ass." I shook my head as I finally gave him the laugh he was chiding me for. He smiled as he pulled open the door to the coffee shop. The warm air and smell of freshly roasted coffee beans wafted through the doorway, welcoming us in. The tables were crammed with people. Men on their laptops, women on their phones, typical Manhattan. We stood in the short line and ordered 2 Americanos to go. "It's his birthday," said Brody to the barista, nudging me. I rolled my eyes. "Well, happy birthday," she said with a warm smile. "This one is on the house." "Thank you," I said, as I watched her write our names on our cups, adding a few birthday doodles to mine. I left a 20 in the tip jar and followed Brody to the end of the counter to wait for our drinks. It was early. We still had about 30 minutes before we needed to start the workday at the office. It was Brody's idea to go for coffee beforehand. "So," he said, eyeing me cautiously as we waited. "What?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. I knew that look, that tone. He wanted something, but was afraid to say what. "Since it's your birthday, Freddie and I—" "Nope." I shook my head. "You didn't even let me finish." "I don't need to. I have plans tonight. My couch, pizza, beer. The last thing I want to do is go out and party with you two." Brody groaned. "Come on, man. You never go out anymore. You're so mopey. In fact, Freddie and I call you that. You're like the 8th fucking dwarf. Except instead of being holed up in a cottage with a hot chick, you're holed up in your penthouse." "I like it." I shrugged. The barista called my name and slid our drinks across the counter. Brody grabbed his and I wrapped my hand around the paper cup covered in balloons and confetti. A slightly embarrassing display that I was 1 year older. Birthdays never bothered me before. I enjoyed the parties, the attention. Every year seemed to get better and better. I felt like I had my life figured out. I could have retired 5 years ago, hell, maybe even 10. To everyone else, I'm sure I looked like I had it made. I thought so too at one point. But then I met Hart and everything got flipped on its head. I had a taste of what a real relationship was like. I saw a glimpse of what my future could possibly look like as a father. While it had scared me shitless at first, now it was all I could think about. Now my life didn't seem so full. "What if we just keep it low-key?" asked Brody, taking a sip of his coffee. He wasn't letting up. Knowing him, he already had the night booked and planned. This coffee date was just his way of trying to get me to go. Freddie probably put him up to it. I looked up at the ceiling, exasperated. "You're not going to let this go, are you?" I asked. He shook his head. "Fine. Low-key, just the boys. Whatever you probably already have planned, cancel it. I don't need strippers popping out of cakes or bottle service girls coming home with us." "Oh, but it was so fun last year," he chided. I shot him a look. "Fine." He rolled his eyes and headed toward the door as I trailed behind him, feeling annoyed. The workday was filled with mostly meetings and going over the final designs for the launch of our product with London. It wouldn't be out until next year, but we had to finalize the colors and fonts for our newest AI software. The tech magazines were already talking about it, since we purposefully leaked bits of information. Our plan worked, and the hype was already building around it. It was the most anticipated release in the tech world. After the final meeting of the day, I sat back in my chair and sighed triumphantly. We had finally nailed down the final look of everything and come to a solid agreement with our associates in the UK. Not an easy feat when there was an ocean and a drastic time change between us. Brody rolled in a bar cart with a bottle of champagne on ice and 2 glasses. "What's this?" I asked, leaning back in the chair of the conference room and eyeing him curiously. "Just a little celebration." He popped the cork from the champagne, the sound echoing through the empty room. He was careful not to let it spill on the floor or the conference room table as he poured 2 generous glasses before handing me one. He raised his glass. "To London, our biggest launch ever. And to you, brother, one of the youngest billionaires in the country, even with it being your birthday." He really was trying. I couldn't fault him for that. "Thank you, bro," I said, raising my glass to his. "I couldn't have done it without you." We both downed the champagne, and I looked around the large conference room where we had just led a meeting with about 20 people. I never thought my life would be where it is now. I should have been proud. I was, but the nagging hole in my heart felt like it was pulsing. "Let's cut out of here early. The night awaits," said Brody with a sly smile. "Low key," I reminded him. I know. He waved me away. We had another glass of champagne before leaving it with Margaret at the front desk. She looked at us like we were crazy. "Work is done for the day," I said, handing her a glass. She took it carefully from my hands, looking from me to Brody as if we were playing some sort of trick on her. "Birthday boy's orders," said Brody, pointing a playful finger at her. When we got downstairs, Freddie was waiting outside a limo. Low-key my ass, I thought. "Happy birthday, Daniel," he said loudly, patting me on the back and ushering me inside the limo. There was another bottle of champagne waiting, and thankfully, no women in sight. I settled into the seat as Freddie and Daniel clambered in. As the limo pulled away from the curb, Freddie popped open the bottle. It was even more expensive than the last. "Where are we going?" I asked hesitantly, taking a full glass from him. "Nobu, to start." "And then?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "Calm down," said Freddie innocently. "It's chill. Just us boys." I nodded and took a sip of champagne. Freddie wasn't lying. We did go to Nobu and had a private room just for us. We ordered a round of sake and practically everything on the menu. When I didn't think I could eat any more, the server arrived with a small cake with a sparkler candle lit, emitting sparks as she brought it over. Freddie and Brody both sang the birthday song, horribly, might I add, and for the first time in many birthdays, I actually made a wish. After I blew out the candle, Freddie asked, "What did you wish for?" I gave him the best smile I could muster up and lied about making any wish at all. After Freddie paid the bill, we got back in the limo. I would have been perfectly content with going home then, but Freddie and Brody had other plans. On the drive, I expected the limo to pull up outside a club, but instead it pulled up outside a pool hall. I looked from Freddie to Brody, shocked. "What?" Brody shrugged, knowing full well I was impressed. "Thank you," I said. We headed inside and found a seat at the bar. It was dimly lit and not too crowded, just the kind of low-key thing I wanted. Freddie ordered a round of beers and Brody found a nearby open table for us to play. I grabbed 2 pool sticks and began chalking them. "Cutthroat?" I asked, handing them their sticks. "You're on," said Freddie. After we played a few rounds, I leaned against the table and took a long sip of beer. I could feel Freddie and Brody's eyes on me, as if they had something to say. "Out with it," I said, putting my beer down on the edge of the table. They looked startled, like they had been caught. "We're just worried about you," said Brody with a shrug. "I'm fine," I said. "Are you?" asked Freddie. I thought for a moment before letting out a sigh. I had been shutting them out for months, and where had that got me? Being alone with my thoughts wasn't getting me anywhere. In fact, it was driving me crazy. "I never thought I would say this," I started. "But I really want to be a dad." Brody looked at me wide-eyed and took a long sip of beer. "I know. Weird, right?" I said. Nah, offered Freddie. I had never really thought about it, but then once there was a possibility, and that possibility was ripped away from me, it's all I can think about, I said, grabbing the 8-ball and rolling it across the table mindlessly. Well, you still have time, offered Freddie. It will happen one day when you meet the right one. I already did, I said softly. Right. Brody's voice trailed off as he stuffed his hands in his pockets. We didn't talk about this kind of stuff. Not because we didn't want to. It's just neither of us had been in any sort of relationship in a long time. Not one that was serious enough to have parenthood on the table. What are you going to do about it? Asked Freddie, raising an eyebrow. I looked at him curiously. She's still pregnant with your baby. You're obviously crazy about her. Maybe you can have it all. I want to, I admitted. I just don't even know where to start. Well, let's get another round of beers, and we can come up with something, said Brody, slapping me on the back. I laughed as I followed him to the bar. I really should give my friend and my brother more credit. For the first time in a while, I felt hopeful. Like maybe my birthday wish might come true.
Chapter 51. Addison. I rolled onto my other side, trying to get comfortable in the hospital bed, but deemed it impossible. I felt like a boulder ping-ponging slowly between the guard railing. I let out a heavy sigh and reluctantly sat up, although the only thing I wanted to do was sleep. The baby had been kicking all night, and while I loved the feeling, I didn't love it as much at 4 a.m. Monica sat slumped in a chair, her chin resting on her chest as she slept. I had told her she could go home, but she had insisted on staying after the doctor told me I needed to stay not 1, but 2 nights to be monitored, just to be on the safe side. I smiled sleepily over at her and realized that the hospital bed didn't seem so bad in comparison to the chair she was in. I lay back and stared at the ceiling, feeling the baby do somersaults inside of me. I placed my hand gently on my stomach and closed my eyes, soaking in this moment. To know the baby would be earthside soon made me realize these kicks were fleeting. I couldn't help but feel a little guilty that Daniel was missing these moments. I shook the thought away and tried to focus on something else, like Monica's book. While it was a little weird to hear a version of my story typed in her poetic prose, there was a magic to it. It wasn't my reality, but it was a version of it that I had so badly wanted at some point. She depicted my character perfectly, stubborn, fiercely loyal, and independent. And even though she had met Daniel once, she seemed to have written his character effortlessly, ridiculously handsome, smart, and scared. I couldn't blame him for the last part, which was also why it was better to do this on my own. As much as I wished we could have a happy ending, there were too many messes that were made along the way. Too much uncertainty. I wanted to give the baby stability. While I didn't really have the financial means, I could at least give him or her the emotional stability. I could give them love. Unfaltering love. "What you thinking about?" asked Monica groggily. I looked up and saw her staring at me curiously with a sleepy expression on her face. "Just the baby," I said. She rubbed her eyes and stretched before looking at her phone for the time. She groaned. "Christ, it's barely 4 a.m., she said, settling back in her chair. "I know. Baby kicking?" "It's the witching hour," I laughed. "At least when the baby's here, I can relieve you so you can get some rest. There's not much I can do out here." She pointed at my belly and back to herself. "Go back to sleep," I said with a chuckle, settling back in the bed. I turned on my side and shut my eyes tight, willing sleep to come. But it never did. 3 hours later, A different doctor knocked softly on the door, waking Monica from a deep sleep that I was jealous of. I sat up slowly, hoping I could go home. I looked at him eagerly. "Hello, Miss Hartley. How are you feeling this morning?" he asked, clicking his pen and readying himself to write on the clipboard in his hands. "I'm feeling much better," I said. "Any nausea?" "No." "Dizziness?" "No." "Cramping?" "No." He jotted a few notes down before looking back at me. "Well, it sounds like you're feeling much better. I was able to go over your charts from the night, and it looks like things are normal." "Does that mean I get to go home?" I asked eagerly. He laughed. "I take it you want your own bed." I smiled and nodded. "I will have a nurse come by with your discharge papers, but before I do, I need to remind you that stress is not healthy for you or the baby. I don't want to assign you bed rest." I gulped. I couldn't imagine being bedridden for the rest of my pregnancy. "We're not at that point yet," he continued, "but I do need you to take it easy." "Yes, doctor," I said sheepishly. I couldn't believe I had gotten myself to this same place again because of the mess that was my life. I wanted to kick myself for putting the baby under any stress. It wasn't fair. "I'll make sure she takes care of herself, Doc," said Monica, standing up and giving him a firm nod. "Good," he said. "Now, you do need to schedule a follow-up with your OB. I will make sure to put in my notes that it's urgent so you can get scheduled in a timely manner." "Thank you," I said. "I better not see you back here unless that baby is being born." He said it so seriously that it made my stomach drop. But then he gave me a wink, which sent a flood of relief through me. "Trust me, I don't want to be back here," I said. "Have a good day, Miss Hartley," he said before slipping out the door. An hour later, Monica and I were in a cab back to my apartment. I told her she should go home, but she again insisted she stayed. "I have my laptop. I'm good. I can write from anywhere." She drummed her fingers on her laptop case and gave me a reassuring smile. "Thank you. I don't think I've said it enough." "You've said it plenty. I'm your best friend, and I know you would do the same for me." I nodded and rested my head on her shoulder as the cab weaved in and out of the morning traffic of the city. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, we were out front of my apartment. I lifted my head groggily as Monica paid the driver. "You were really tired," she said, opening the door and stepping outside. She offered me her hand and pulled me out of the cab with a grunt. I gave her a grin as I hoisted myself out of the seat. "I can't imagine myself getting much bigger than this," I said, rubbing my belly. "You have 2 more months, Missy." She raised a brow and led me to the door of my building. Once we were up in my loft, I collapsed slowly onto the bed. Exhaustion hit me hard. Hunger, too. My stomach grumbled loudly. "How about I whip up some pancakes?" asked Monica. "That would be great." She nodded and started opening cabinets in the kitchen, pulling out a bowl and whisk and pancake mix. I watched as she moved around the small kitchen, feeling so grateful for her. 15 minutes later, she brought over a steaming plate stacked high with 4 buttermilk pancakes drizzled with syrup. My mouth watered just looking at it. I eagerly took a bite. "Thank you," I said as the sweetness danced on my taste buds. "Of course," said Monica, sitting beside me. "Look, I think I'm going to move in sooner than later." I looked at her, confused. We had agreed she would move in after the baby was born to help out and ease the rent. I already felt like enough of a burden to her. I couldn't let her do more for me. "Monica," I said, my voice thick with emotion or syrup. I wasn't sure. "You need someone here with you to make sure you and the baby are okay. But no buts. I'll gather some of my things today and slowly get the rest this week. We're officially roomies." I laughed, but also felt tears forming in my eyes. Hey, she said, pulling me close. Don't cry. We're in this together, okay? I nodded and wiped a tear from my cheek. Now, I'm going to call your OB and see if she can squeeze you in today, okay? Okay. Monica spent most of the morning and afternoon making trips from her apartment back to mine. My loft was small as it was, and having her few things and the baby's things made it feel even smaller, especially when I felt as big as a house. I knew we would soon outgrow this loft, but for now we would make it work. I wasn't much help with the heavy lifting, but I did help her set up a little workstation right next to my small desk, a place where she could write alongside me. I felt grateful that I had the freelance job she got me, because I knew I would go stir crazy without having anything to do. Plus, we needed the money. I'd been avoiding looking at my finances since I'd left my old job. My final paycheck had already hit my bank account, and now I relied on the small paychecks from freelancing that weren't nearly as big or stable. After I ate my pancakes this morning, I opened my nightstand to grab my journal and saw Daniel's check folded in the dark corner of the drawer. It would make life so much easier if I just cashed the check. But I was stubborn. I didn't want to rely on him. I knew deep down the baby needed me to check my ego out the door and accept his help. He was the father, after all. Until that day, I would just have to figure it out, day by day. Monica was able to get me an appointment with my OB at 4 that afternoon. I felt my nerves creeping up my throat as a cab pulled up outside. Just a few days ago, I had seen Daniel here, and while the chance of seeing him again was slim, I was still absolutely terrified. "You're shaking," said Monica softly as she grabbed my hand. "Ridiculous, huh? I'm being ridiculous," I said, looking out of the window of the cab, up and down the sidewalks. "You're not, but you need to calm down, okay?" said Monica worriedly. I nodded and opened the door of the cab. I paid the driver before I heaved myself out of the car. I hated spending money on cabs when I had a perfectly fine subway pass, but Monica didn't trust me not to go into labor down in the tunnels or the train. Anxiously, I glanced at the spot where I had left Daniel on the curb before he chased me down the street. I sucked in a deep breath and walked by it and into the building. My OB didn't tell me anything I didn't already know. The doctor from the hospital had sent over my charts. The doctor from the first hospital a few months ago had done the same. She knew everything about me, inside and out, and the look of concern on her face made me clutch my stomach tightly. "Addison," she said, narrowing her gaze and grabbing my hands firmly. I slowly looked up at her. "If you want this baby to come out healthy, I need you to rest. Stay at home as much as possible. Let people help you, okay?" It was like she was trying to tell me something, even though she knew nothing about Daniel or our history. "Okay," I said softly. I tried not to get frustrated by what she was saying, or when the other doctor had said the same thing. I didn't ask for my world to collapse around me or for my heart to be shattered. Still, I promised her and myself that I would do as I was told.
Chapter 52. Daniel. I woke up surprisingly early, despite the night out for my birthday. While it wasn't the normal party I partook of each year, we still had a risky combination of alcohol. Champagne, sake, beer. It was a true boys' night out, and I was surprised and grateful that my brother and best friend actually listened. I'm sure they were originally planning bottle service or a hotel suite, but the pool hall had been perfect. We had stayed until closing, shooting pool and talking about my next move with Hart. For all being bachelors, I realized we did have some romantic bones in our bodies. They made me feel the harsh reality that if I really wanted to be the man I said I wanted to be, which was a father and a husband, I needed to realize that money couldn't buy that. And if it could, then it wasn't the right woman. We came up with various scenarios where I could win her back. I'm sure if anyone were listening to our conversation, it would be ridiculously humorous. 3 guys at a pool hall with pints of beer and talking about romantic gestures. "You could write her letters," suggested Brody. "Letters?" I asked, raising a questioning brow. "Yeah, a letter every day." "You've been watching The Notebook too many times." "You watch The Notebook?" interjected Freddie, casting Brody a surprised glance. "The ladies love it," said Brody, puffing his chest out. "I think you love it," Freddie laughed. "Whatever. That romantic shit works." "Letters would make sense if we didn't live in the same city," I mused. "Brooklyn and Manhattan are basically different cities," said Freddie. I rolled my eyes and took a long sip of beer before we started coming up with different alternatives. Now that I was awake at 6 a.m, all the alternatives seemed a little hazy now thanks to the pints of beer. I do know they had just become more and more ridiculous as the night went on. Talks of ginormous cakes and flying storks and hiring a band to play outside our window. They were all laughable now. I lay in bed trying to remember them all, but gave up. None of them were right. There was a part of me that wondered if I was stalling out of fear. Fear of rejection, fear of losing the little bit of a dream. So much had already slipped through my fingers like sand. I felt like I was desperately grappling to hold on to it, but more time was passing and I was losing the real possibility of being a part of Hart's life, the baby's life. I sat up suddenly in bed and made the mental decision that today was the day. No letters, no grand gestures, no frills. I would simply show up as myself. Quickly, I washed up in the bathroom and was about to get dressed when I realized it was barely past 6 a.m. As much as I wanted to see Hart, I figured I should at least show up to her place at a more respectable hour. I padded down the hall to the kitchen to put on a pot of coffee. As it brewed, I settled into a bar stool at my kitchen island. I unlocked my phone and began scrolling through the news as a way of distracting myself from the day ahead. A day that could end in a true goodbye. Or a day that a new life would start. I read the latest business articles for tech and smiled to myself as I saw my company at the top of the morning's headlines. They were teasing what the new product might be. They didn't know what we were launching, but everyone had their guesses. Some were right, some were way off. Either way, it had everyone talking, which was increasing the company's market value, which was where I browsed to next see how my investments were doing. As I browsed and scrolled, I realized it had been a few weeks since I had seen my face in the tabloids. While I hadn't gone looking, I would usually hear from my publicist if something was off color. Kira had been surprisingly quiet. She hadn't released any more statements about upcoming nuptials or our time in Bora Bora. Maybe she had really gotten the hint after all. She had to eventually. We were through. Just out of curiosity, I clicked the tab for the gossip pages. Most of the headlines were about a celebrity affair and a major divorce. I kept scrolling, and then I saw a picture of Kira looking drunk off her ass, leaving a benefit event with a man twice her age. The headline read, "Do we ship Shipley's new romance?" I chuckled to myself and shook my head. Some things never changed. I was just glad I wasn't any part of that anymore. I walked over to pour myself a cup of coffee and went to the living room and looked out the large windows at the city below. The steam from my coffee warmed my face as I watched the light change from purple to an orange glow as the sun began to rise. It really felt like a new day. I texted Brody, who I was certain was still asleep and probably hungover. I had gone home after the pool hall, but who knew what Freddie and him got up to afterward? They were in the mood to party more, but I had Armand drive me home, much to their disappointment. Probably not coming in today. I'm about to go full Notebook. I hit send and sat on the couch to drink my coffee. The minutes felt like they were dragging on. When it finally hit 7 in the morning, I went to shower and change. I slid on a pair of dark denim jeans and a black crew neck before texting Armand to meet me in the parking garage. It was still early, but I figured I could make a stop along the way, and the traffic to Brooklyn would probably tack on another hour. I just knew I couldn't be in my apartment anymore. I had to keep this momentum going before I lost my nerve. "Where to, Mr. Jacobs?" asked Armand as he slid into the driver's seat. "Is there a nearby florist?" "All the florists are closed at this hour." Disappointed, I chewed on my cheek as I thought of an alternative. "But the flower market should be open. It's where the florists get all of their supplies," offered Armand with a smile. I wondered if he knew what I was up to. "Great. Take me there, please," I said. 20 minutes later, we pulled up to a long stretch of sidewalk that was lined on one side with black awnings hanging over fresh greenery and colorful flowers. As I stepped out of the car, I was immediately hit with sweet and earthy smells. I had never seen anything like it. I began walking up the sidewalk, feeling slightly overwhelmed. I usually had a florist put something together. I stopped and looked at the selection of roses, rubbing my chin with my fingers. "May I make a suggestion?" I heard Armand say. I turned around and saw him standing there hesitantly. I thought he had stayed in the car, but here he was trying to help me. "Please do," I said. "Well, blue hyacinths are a representation of making peace, and they are slightly more unexpected than roses, although when mixed together can make a beautiful bouquet." I looked at him in surprise. "I've had a few bicker matches with my wife." He shrugged before giving me a smile. He knew exactly what I was up to. "How did you fix it?" I asked. He sighed and looked thoughtful for a moment. "Communication," he said. "It seems so small, such a small gesture, but talking to each other is what really works, what really matters." I nodded as I thought about his words. Everything I had done in the past had just been a band-aid, a monetary quick fix. A large check and prettily wrapped boxes wouldn't get us to the heart of the issue. I realized I had relied on my money out of fear. Fear that the words wouldn't come out right or that they wouldn't be enough. I wondered when I had become that person. "Flowers help, too," said Armand with a wink. For the next 20 minutes, I followed him through the flower market, and he began explaining the different ones to me. He told me the meaning behind each one, and I started to wonder if he was a florist in a previous life. We began pulling various flowers from their freshwater containers. With Armand's help, we put together a bouquet of blue hyacinths, pale pink roses, and white orchids. While each had their own meaning, they all had the same message of, "I'm sorry," and I owed Hart a big one. As I looked around the market at the bustling morning crowd, I wondered how many of these people were trying to make things right, too. I knew flowers wouldn't be nearly enough, but I hoped they would be a beautiful reminder of how I wanted to be in Hart's life, and in our baby's life. As we walked back to the car, I put my hand on Armand's back, making him turn to face me. "Thank you, Armand. Really, I mean that," I said gratefully. "Of course, Mr. Jacobs," he nodded. He looked hesitant for a moment before speaking again. "If I'm not being too bold, Mr. Jacobs." "What is it?" I asked. "That one was special. I have never seen you like that with any other woman." I gave him a soft smile, realizing we had never really ever talked about anything personal. In all the years he had worked for me, this was as deep as we had ever gotten. I guess I never realized all the time we actually spent together, all the things he knew about me and had witnessed over time. She was special, is special, I corrected myself. "Let's go get her," he said, putting his hand on my shoulder. I laughed and got in the car. This man was getting a big bonus at the end of the year. As we began our drive to Brooklyn, I suddenly thought of something as I realized where we were. "Armand," I said, leaning forward in my seat hurriedly, Yes, Mr. Jacobs? One more stop, please. Where to? The coffee shop. The one with the tea? You know the one. He nodded and made the necessary turn before it was too late. I hopped out of the car and stood in the long line of morning commuters. I tapped my foot impatiently, feeling a mix of anxiousness and excitement bubbling in me. When it was my turn to order, I ordered an herbal tea, the same tea I had taken to Brooklyn all those months ago when I would drive Hart into the city for work. It felt like a lifetime ago, if I were being honest. When things were better. When things were right. I held the cup in my hands, its warmth seeping into my skin as we approached the Brooklyn Bridge. The tea brought me back to all those long car rides as we really got to know each other. I solely concentrated on the heat on my hands and the smell of the flowers because it was all I could do to not lose my nerve. My phone buzzed. I slipped it out of my jacket pocket. It was a text from Brody. Go get her back, bro. I smiled down at my phone before returning it to my pocket. I hoped more than anything that I could.
Chapter 53. Addison. Do you need anything while I'm out? Asked Monica. She applied a nude shade of lipstick to her lips as she stood in front of the small floor-length mirror next to my closet. She looked fantastic, in a cream skirt and a flouncy silk blouse that was tucked into her waistband, revealing her petite figure. I looked down at my flannel pajamas and sports bra that did their best to contain my body that was growing at a rapid pace. I couldn't help but feel a little envious of her. She wasn't a ball of emotions, or an actual ball of a human, for that matter. She got to work her dream job and leave the apartment as she wished. It felt unfair that she would have to stay holed up in here with me. I sighed as I thought about how different I looked and how different life looked. Hey, said Monica, walking over to the bed and plopping down next to me. What's wrong? I feel like a whale. I look like a whale. I'm only 2 days into being on house arrest and I'm already going crazy, I said, laying back in the bed dramatically. I knew I was being dramatic and emotional and all, woe is me, but I couldn't help it. My hormones were playing a game of which one could make me break down first, and seemingly they were all winning. Hey now, said Monica as she put her arm around me. You do not look like a whale. You put other pregnant women to shame. You're weeks away from delivering a beautiful baby. What did you expect? To look like Heidi Klum? Ha, I laughed sarcastically. She looked hot even pregnant. So do you. Look, I know this isn't how you imagine pregnancy to be. Or life. I rolled my eyes. But you're kicking ass. You have a job that lets you stay at home in your pajamas. People would kill for that. I nodded. Leave it to Monica to try to make me see the bright side of things when I could only see the shaded areas. I should feel lucky that I even had a job at all, let alone one that I could do from the comfort of my home, and one that followed my doctor's orders of resting as much as possible for the health of the baby. I feel so selfish, I said softly, my eyes welling up with tears. What? Why? Because I'm complaining about all the things I should be grateful for. I should be thinking about the baby and how to keep him or her healthy as they come into this world. I'm already a bad mom. Oh, hush, said Monica, squeezing me tight. Your hormones are playing tricks on you. I won't hear any more of it. She released me from her hug and stood up quickly. Get up, she said, or more so demanded. I groaned. Now. I sat up slowly and rolled out of bed. Now stop feeling sorry for yourself. You're going to eat the breakfast I made you. It's on the kitchen counter. Then you're going to get dressed and start your workday, okay? Her hands were on her hips, and it looked like she meant business. Sympathetic Monica had left the building, and here stood Bulldog Monica. You're bossy, I said, giving her a slight smile. Someone needed to snap you out of this, she said, eyeing me up and down. Well, thank you, I replied, and I meant it. I had been in such a funk the past few weeks, and it was taking a toll on not only me, but the people around me, which was really only Monica, and she deserved better. I followed Monica to the kitchen and grabbed the plate of bacon and eggs that was still warm on the counter. I picked up a fork and took a big bite of eggs as Monica watched me triumphantly. Thanks for breakfast, I said after I swallowed another bite. Auntie Monica wants to make sure her niece or nephew is well fed, she said. She reached over and gave my belly a little rub. Now, my meeting with my editor shouldn't be too long. She's just proofreading the last few chapters. Call me if you need anything. I'll be fine, I assured her. She eyed me warily. This was the first time she had left my side since we left the hospital. I knew she was worried about me, but I had no plans of leaving my apartment that day. Go, I said, shooing her toward the door. She grabbed her purse from the counter and walked out the door, closing it behind her. I breathed a sigh of relief. I need a little alone time. I finished my breakfast and put the empty plate in the sink. Since I was working from home, I knew there was no point in really getting dressed, but I decided to follow Monica's orders and change. Being in pajamas would make me just want to crawl back in bed anyway. Slowly, I rummaged through my closet and found a pair of black bike shorts that were stretchy enough to fit. I opened my dresser drawer and pulled on an oversized t-shirt that wasn't so oversized anymore. As it slid over my belly, I studied myself in the mirror for a moment and gave myself a discontented smile. This was as good as it was going to get. In the bathroom, I brushed my teeth and splashed my face with some cold water. I was still a little sleepy from another restless night. I looked forward to when my body would once again be mine again, even though I doubted I would get much more sleep with a newborn. I wondered which sort of insomnia was worse. I pulled my hair into a messy bun and then padded into the living room, which had really become a nursery. I had a little time before I needed to start working. No one was clocking my hours anyway. I just had to make sure I met my writing deadlines. I walked over to the gold crib that shone in the morning sunlight and ran my fingers over the cool metal bars. It really was a beautiful crib. I imagined the baby sleeping peacefully in it, although that wouldn't be for a while. The baby books all suggested a bassinet close to the bed for the first few months. Daniel had made sure to get the best one, and it already sat in the corner of my bedroom. Everything in this apartment that had to do with the baby reminded me of him. I wondered if I would ever stop seeing his face whenever I looked at the baby clothes, or the rattles that sat in a wicker basket, or the small teddy bear in the corner of the crib. They were all such joyful things, but they were all little reminders of pain. Would I feel that way about the baby? I wondered if the baby would look like him, and if it would break my heart every time I saw their piercing blue eyes and dark hair. I wondered if it was a boy or a girl. Most days I was content not knowing. The surprise of it made it that much more special and exciting. But some days I was so curious to find out. I would know soon enough. After spending a little more time looking through the baby's things, I finally sat down at my desk and fired up my computer. I opened my web browser and today's news stories popped up. I read up on the nonprofit work going on in Uganda and the newest startup charity that was making waves on the West Coast. I scrolled to the business page and saw Daniel's name in the top headlines. My breath caught as I hovered my mouse over the link. Hesitantly, I clicked and was brought to the article about his newest product launch. It was probably the one that had him so stressed that day I dropped by unannounced with the ultrasounds. The day that really changed everything, because it shook the confidence I had in him right out of me. Everything had gone downhill from there. The charity event, the things I heard him say, the tabloids I read about him and Kira, the pictures I had seen. I sighed as I closed out of the article. Then my curiosity got the best of me. I clicked the tab for the tabloids, which was something I had been avoiding ever since I saw the pictures of Daniel and Kira in Bora Bora. I scrolled down a ways and was relieved when I didn't see Daniel's name. Then I saw Kira's, and right next to it, a photo of her and that older man I'd seen her with at Bemelman's a few weeks ago. I quickly read the headline and skimmed the article. It seemed as if she was in a new relationship. My stomach turned as I looked from her to her new beau. He could be her father. Gross. I felt a faint smile cross my lips as I closed out of my browser. Maybe Daniel had been telling the truth about him and Kira, how nothing was going on. Still, those photos were pretty incriminating. And yet they shouldn't be. We weren't together anymore. He was free to do whatever he wanted. I didn't have a say in that. My feelings shouldn't matter. I told him I never wanted to see him again. They were words I often regretted, because they were a lie. I would do anything to see him and fix things, but my stubborn pride and insecurities kept me pushing him away. It was too late now anyway, especially after the other day outside the doctor's office. He had found out about the biggest lie I'd ever told. How could he ever forgive me after that? More so, how could I forgive myself? The time on my laptop read that it was close to 10 a.m. I really needed to get to work. I had a deadline of 5 this evening and had several articles to research and write. I tried my best to push out the lingering thoughts of the baby and Daniel out of my head so I could focus. I opened my latest doc and picked up where I had last left off. When I first started this job, I felt like I wasn't qualified. I had never really been a writer, but I did know nonprofit work. The ins and outs of it, and that was what helped me. It wasn't like I was writing fiction like Monica could, with pretty prose and fanciful stories of love. I simply had to write the facts. I began typing and finding my rhythm, which was why the knock at the door broke my stride, irritating me. I looked at the time again. It was barely 10:30 now. I knew Monica had said her meeting wouldn't take long, but she hadn't left that long ago, and she had to commute back and forth to Manhattan. Maybe it really had been quick. I figured she must have forgotten her key. "Coming," I said softly, as I pushed myself out of the desk chair, which I was surprised I hadn't gotten stuck in yet. I should probably start working from the couch from now on. It would be more comfortable anyway. I walked over to the door and opened it. I was taken aback when I saw it wasn't Monica. Instead, it was the last person I expected to see standing there, with a bouquet of flowers and a familiar paper cup in his hand. I looked into his icy blue eyes and felt everything else fall around me.
Chapter 54. Daniel. I watched as Hart's deep brown eyes found mine and widened in surprise. Her lips slightly parted as if she was about to say something, but nothing came out but a slight breath of air. We stood there, staring at each other for a minute that felt like an eternity. An eternity I could stay in because it meant she was here with me. I wondered what her next move would be. Would she shut the door in my face? Would she let me in? Would we hash it out right here? I stood tensely just outside her doorway with her familiar vanilla scent wafting into the hallway, captivating me even more. It felt like I was in some sort of dream. She looked so effortlessly beautiful in an oversized light blue t-shirt that hugged her round belly and a pair of black bike shorts. Her hair was pulled into a messy bun on the top of her head, and her skin was flawlessly makeup-free. She clearly wasn't expecting company, but it didn't make her any less perfect. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as if realizing what she looked like, which was more than enough for me, but I could see her self-consciousness get the better of her. I wished I could reach out and touch her face, make her see what I saw. Instead, I stood there and watched as her eyes fell to the ground, her hands moving to her stomach protectively. It broke my heart in that moment. "Hart," I started. "What are you doing here?" she asked softly, still looking at the ground. I couldn't stay away. I can't stay away. But I said, I know what you said, I interrupted. But I don't believe you. I refuse to believe we are better off apart and out of each other's lives. How can you say that? She asked, raising her eyes and meeting my gaze. I shifted my feet as her pointed gaze penetrated me. I couldn't tell if she was about to yell at me or cry. Either one I was ready to take. I knew that I deserved it. My whole life turned upside down after I met you. I got pregnant, lost my job, and found out the father of my baby was practically betrothed to someone else. It's a mess. Us together is a mess. Why can't you see that? She pled. I know life didn't go according to plan. Does it ever? I had no idea I would find you on that garden terrace and become completely enthralled with a stranger who was bad-mouthing me straight to my face. Believe me. Hart shook her head at the memory, a flush of color rising to her cheeks. But I wouldn't take any of it back. Not one thing. Well, maybe a few things, but only where you got hurt. But meeting you, taking you home that night, realizing I was going to be a father, all of that I would do 100 times over. She remained silent for a moment. Why? She asked finally. Her eyes searched mine. Because this is the life I want. I pointed between me and her. But you said... What I said at that party was a lie. A stupid one to tell for the sake of my company. It was selfish and wrong, but most of all, it was a lie, a big, fat lie. Then what's the truth? She asked. I want to be a dad. I want to be a dad more than anything, but I want to be one with you. My eyes fell to her stomach, which was even bigger than I remembered after our run-in at the doctor's office. My heart swelled just thinking about the baby inside, how close it was to entering the world and how I might not have a chance to see it. It broke me. Her hands clutched her stomach even tighter as my eyes remained where they were. How could I make her see? Then I thought of something. I set the bouquet of flowers and the tea on the ground. What are you? She started. I reached in my jacket pocket and felt the glossy photo against my fingertips. The same photo I had been carrying around since I found out she was pregnant. The one her friend gave me that day just a few feet away from this very spot. I pulled the ultrasound carefully out of the pocket and heard Hart audibly gasp when she saw it. The baby was just a little speck on the paper. It was probably just over 12 weeks old. Where did you get that? She asked, her voice breathless. Your friend gave it to me. She looked at me questioningly. The look on her face told me she didn't know I had it or that her friend had given it to me. Short, dark hair, fiercely protective. That would be Monica, she said with a hint of a laugh. She gently took the ultrasound from my hands and looked at the picture. Her eyes welled with tears as she looked at it. This was from so long ago, she said, almost to herself. I've had it ever since. But why? You've just been carrying it around with you? I shrugged. Yeah, I guess I have. I don't know why. I just felt like it needed to be close to me. She twisted her mouth as she looked from the photo and back to me. Is this a bad time? Said a voice from the stairs. Hart and I both looked over simultaneously to see who was interrupting this moment. I saw her landlord standing at the top of the stairs, clutching the banister as she looked between the two of us. An expression of amusement and enjoyment was on her face, as if she had just walked into a soap opera as a live audience member. Her cat weaved between her legs and purred at us with the same curious expression as its owner. Yes, Edna, not a good time, said Hart, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Edna nodded, but didn't take any initiative to leave. "Can it wait?" asked Hart, sighing. Edna's eyes widened as she realized she was indirectly being told to leave. Clearly, the lady could not take a hint. Hart had told me how nosy she was. As I looked at her in her pink fuzzy robe and matching slippers, I realized she must just be lonely. I kind of felt bad for her. Yes, sorry, I'll be going," said Edna, as she scooped up her cat and held it to her chest. She began walking down the stairs, and Hart waited until we heard her door close to continue our conversation. She let out a sigh of a laugh before bringing her hand to her head. "Are you okay?" I asked worriedly, reaching my hand out and wrapping my fingers gently around her arm. "Oh, I'm fine. It's just Edna. Sorry about that." I nodded, but didn't let go of her arm. She looked down at my hand, but didn't pull away. I took that as a good sign. It was time to go notebook on her. With no speech planned, I just let every feeling I had do the talking. When I first met you, I wasn't looking for anything. Relationships weren't on the table for me. I wanted to believe I was too busy for one or too disinterested in the same woman who only wanted my money or status. But I think I was also scared. But then I met you. Somehow, those fears just kind of washed away. It was so easy with you, like I had always known you or something. Like you had known me before I became the Daniel Jacobs. And I say that in the most humbling, embarrassingly way. Hart's lips lifted into a smirk, and it took everything in me not to lean in and kiss her. But I knew I had to get everything off my chest. If our past had proved anything, it was that we needed to learn how to talk to each other, really talk to each other. At first, it was just about the sex. I never thought it would turn into something else or that you would become pregnant. I saw her mouth open as she was about to say something, but I continued. And I want you to know before you start jumping to assumptions, I didn't want to be with you just because you got pregnant. Yes, it's the commendable thing to do, but it was more than that. You were more than that. Her mouth snapped shut. I knew her well, better than she probably knew. You are as determined and strong as you are beautiful. Your kindness is too pure to believe sometimes. I've never met someone whose true passion was to help others when it didn't lend them any advantages. You put me in my place when I need it, and you don't tiptoe around my feelings. You also don't tiptoe around yours. You tell me how it is and your needs. You're stubborn as hell, which is annoyingly endearing. I could see her holding her breath as she took in my words, and I only hoped that she was really absorbing them, believing them. It seemed like no one had told her just how incredible she was, and that was a cruel revelation to me. While I know you can raise this baby on your own, and you'd fight tooth and nail to give it the best life you could, all while being a loving mother, I don't want you to do it alone. She looked down at her stomach that she couldn't even see her feet over, and the look in her eyes showed the love she had for the baby. I could see right then and there the kind of mother she would be. The baby was so loved already, and that's what mattered. It didn't matter the kind of crib the baby slept in or what clothes it wore or what stroller it rolled around in. What mattered is that it had loving parents. I took a chance and gently placed my hand over hers. We stood like that for several minutes, just embracing the silence, and this moment that felt all too fleeting. I felt a tear fall on my hand and drip off my knuckles. I looked up and saw that Hart was silently crying. Her eyes found mine, and then she did something that made my heart feel like it was being put together. She slid her hands from under mine, and my palms were then pressed against her firm stomach. She placed her hands over mine and pushed against them slightly. That was when I felt it. A kick. The most incredible feeling in the entire world. I felt my eyes burn as tears began to form behind my eyes. Then there was another kick, and another, as if the baby was saying hello, as if the baby knew who I was. I leaned down and whispered, "Hello." After a few moments, the baby became still again, and I stood slowly as if in a trance-like state. How could someone I had never met have me wrapped so tightly around their finger? I had never loved someone so fiercely, except maybe for the woman who stood before me, silently weeping. I slowly raised my hand and brushed her tears away with my thumbs. She nestled her cheek into the palm of my hand and looked at me with a soft smile. I could see she was scared. I was too. We could be scared together, just as long as we were together. "Heart, I love you," I said. Fiercely, loyally, and passionately. She sucked in a shaky breath. "It would be an honor to raise our baby together, if you'll let me."
Chapter 55. Addison. I stood in the doorway of my apartment and let Daniel's words soak into me as if I was stepping into a warm bubble bath. They surrounded me with warmth and a comfort that I didn't know how badly I needed until this moment. I felt like I was in a movie or one of Monica's romance novels. It felt so surreal to be delivered a speech like that, one you only saw on the screen or read in books. But the words were for me. I had a quick, satisfactory feeling, thinking about how Monica's book just might have that happy ending after all. Daniel's eyes were looking at me expectantly. The icy blue of them had somehow danced into a deeper shade, and I found myself lost in them, lost in this moment. I knew he was waiting for me to say something. It took everything I had not to start sobbing and try to formulate a sentence. My gaze fell to the floor. At my feet was the most beautiful bouquet of flowers. I had never seen anything like that. The hues of blues and pinks and soft whites kissed in a soft array of pastel colors. Roses, orchids, hyacinths, and next to it, a white paper cup of herbal tea that was probably lukewarm by now. I laughed softly at the gesture, the memory of a time when things seemed so simple and new. Even then, he was trying to be a part of my life by showing up to Brooklyn each morning and driving me into Manhattan. A commute back and forth that not many would want to take first thing in the morning. He really had been trying all along. And maybe he didn't get it right sometimes. I sure as hell hadn't. But he was here at my door, and he was fighting for me once again. I took a deep breath. When I first met you, I thought I had you pegged. I knew your type, a rich, spoiled playboy. I told you as much until I realized who you were. I'm still mortified by that, I said. Daniel laughed softly. But even through having my preconceived notions of you, I felt something on that terrace. It's like you actually saw me. Someone most people look over. I couldn't shake the way you looked at me or the way you made me feel out on that terrace. It's like you somehow crept into my mind without me knowing, and you stayed there. And you've stayed in mine, said Daniel. I had a hard time believing that someone like me would be of any interest to you. I let everything I had read about you and everything I had seen about you tell me I wasn't enough. You are enough, he started, but I put my hand up. I had to get this out. He nodded and he put his hands gently down at his sides, signaling he was listening. I had never really had a real sense of confidence. I never felt pretty enough or smart enough or successful enough. It could be because of the relationship with my parents. While my childhood was wonderful, when I moved out, it was a different story. I felt like I could never keep up with the plan they had plotted out for me. one I never wanted. When I chose a different path, they were more than willing to let me know it was the wrong one. I realized this was really the first time I had shared anything this personal with Daniel. My estranged relationship with my parents was something I didn't open up about with anyone, besides Monica. I wondered if we had been this open and honest and deep from the beginning, if things would have played out differently. But there was no sense in thinking about the would have, could have, should haves. We had this moment now. I feel like I've spent years trying to prove I was worthy enough in the choices I made in life, and I never succeeded. Because of this, my self-esteem has been about this big, I said as I held up 2 fingers and pinched them together, leaving a small sliver of space between them. I've seen the women you've been with. Beautiful, successful, thin. I let my intrusive thoughts and my own insecurities push you away because I didn't feel worthy. I could tell he was restraining himself from saying something, but I continued. But I feel worthy now. I don't know if it's this pregnancy or meeting you or finding my true independence, but as hard as these past months have been, I've never felt stronger. I have my days, a lot of them, but at the end of the day, I know I'm strong. It hadn't really hit me until then just how strong I'd grown. Yes, a lot of days I'd been weepy and felt sorry for myself, but I'd also done things I never thought I would. I'd stood up to my parents, once and for all, and gained my freedom from their judgments that had eaten away at me over the years. Not many people could do that, especially to family. The people who raised you. I had stood up to my boss, who unfairly looked at a situation and judged me before even hearing what I had to say. I had worked for him for years and had been one of his top employees, yet I was rarely acknowledged for that. I deserved better, and I made sure to tell him as much. And then there was this pregnancy and all the ups and downs I had gone through, all the appointments, the scary hospital visits that no one would ever want to take, the building of furniture and preparation of my loft. I had Monica through most of it all, but I knew she couldn't be with me forever. I knew in the end I would be raising the baby by myself, and I had to come to terms with that. I was determined to be a good mother, despite the circumstances. But as strong as I was, it didn't mean I had to push away this man in front of me. I know I can do this on my own, I started. I could see Daniel's face drop. But I don't want to, I finished. His eyes lit up as quickly as they had just faltered. A small smile began to form on his lips. You mean? I nodded eagerly. He took 3 quick steps toward me and pulled me into his arms, his hands wrapping around me as my body melted into his. I had missed him so much. His steady breath, his strong hands, his smell, a mixture of sandalwood and something sweet I couldn't put my finger on. I closed my eyes and breathed him in as the familiar electric current ran through me. This was everything I had wanted, but would never admit to myself because of my stubborn pride. I suddenly felt overwhelmed with emotion and something else. I let out a breathy moan and pulled out of his embrace, keeling over. Heart? I closed my eyes and waited for the pain to pass. Heart, what is it? Asked Daniel worriedly, putting his hand on my back. After a few more seconds, the pain passed, and I stood upright, blinking a few times as I tried to regain my bearings. I'm okay, I stopped. I felt pressure between my legs and a bursting sensation, followed by the sound of water spilling on the floor. Oh my God, said Daniel, looking at me wide-eyed. I looked at him and down to the floor where a puddle lay between my legs. My water broke, I said in disbelief. We have to get you to the hospital, he said. I shook my head. No, it's too soon. I'm not even 8 months yet. It's too soon, I cried, my eyes watering as I clutched my stomach. It felt like a shadow of doom passed over me as I stood, realizing what was happening. The baby was coming, and there was no stopping it. I couldn't naively refuse to go to the hospital out of disbelief that the timing was wrong. I knew I had to go. This was all my fault. Everything I'd put the baby through had finally had the most unfortunate consequence I'd dreaded. I started sobbing as the guilt took over. "This is all my fault," I said, mostly to myself. "Hey now, don't talk like that. No one knows how these things are going to go. Babies have their own timing, and ours just wants to meet us sooner than later." Daniel pulled my hands from my stomach and gripped them tightly, pulling me to face him. His eyes were intent, but somehow calm. I found a fragment of relief in them. "We have to go to the hospital now, okay?" He said more as a statement than a question. I nodded. "I'm going to text Armand. He's just down the street. He can take us." "Okay," I said. "Now, do you have a hospital bag packed?" he asked, the same steady calmness to his voice. I said. "Okay, let's go get it," he commanded as he typed a quick text on his phone. He followed me into my apartment, and I pointed next to my bed where my black duffel bag sat. It was the one Daniel had bought me, and it was packed with all the essentials the baby books had recommended. He picked it up and slung it over his shoulder. "You ready?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. I wondered how he could be so calm. I also wondered what I would have done if he wasn't here. I would have been 100 times more scared than I was now. I didn't know if I could be doing this without him. What a stroke of luck that timing would bring him to me at this exact moment. "Yes, I'm just going to change real quick," I said as I walked into my closet. I peeled off the soaked shorts and took off my shirt and underwear before slipping on a fresh pair of underwear and a roomy dress over my head. I remembered something I read, so I ran to the bathroom quickly and put on a maxi pad and grabbed a towel. Apparently I was going to keep leaking. "Okay, ready," I said. He grabbed my hand gently, and we quickly walked out of the apartment and down the stairs. Elma's door was open. "Elma," I called, knowing this would make her day. "It's happening!" I heard her slippers move quickly across the wood floor and saw her peep her head out. Her eyes bulged when she saw me, and she clapped her hands excitedly together. "Oh, my stars!" "Wish me luck," I said with a wink. She gave me a warm smile, and I swear I saw tears forming in her eyes. I didn't have time to make sure, because another wave of pain came over me, causing me to bend over again. They were contractions, more painful than anything I had ever felt. They put the Braxton Hicks to shame. "I'm going to start timing your contractions," said Daniel, pulling out his phone. He waited for me to stand upright before placing his hand on my lower back and leading me to the door. He nodded to Elma, who watched us go. Outside on the curb was Armand, who stood by the car with the back passenger door open. He looked nervous, but excited. "Hart, it's good to see you," he said as he took my hand and helped me into the car, Daniel bringing up the rear. "Good to see you too, Armand," I said breathlessly. He closed the door behind us and jogged to the front of the car, slipping quickly into the driver's seat. I told him which hospital, and he peeled away from the curb faster than he ever had before.
Chapter 56. Daniel. I didn't let go of Hart's hand the entire car ride to the hospital. It felt useless because she was in so much pain, but I wanted her to know I was there for her. Every time a contraction came, she squeezed my hand until it was turning purple, but it was nothing compared to what she was going through. I could see the worry in her eyes. I felt it too, but I didn't want to show it. I didn't want to show any fear in this moment because I knew she needed reassurance that everything was going to be okay. That was what I kept repeating to myself internally, as my heart felt like it was frantically beating out of my chest. In the baby book I had read, I barely skimmed what would happen if the baby was born prematurely. Now I was kicking myself because I felt so unprepared. The baby wasn't supposed to arrive for at least another 4 weeks. I tried not to think about the chance that their health might be at stake. Hart groaned beside me as she doubled over in pain. Her contractions were coming faster now, spaced out at about 2 minutes between each one. Each one seemed to be more painful than the next. I felt helpless as I continued to hold her hand and rub her back with my other hand. Armand looked nervous in the front seat, but he kept his eyes on the road and expertly weaved in and out of traffic. It was a good thing Hart had chosen a hospital in Brooklyn. We wouldn't be so lucky with time if we were heading into Manhattan. I could see the buildup of traffic on the bridge, and there was no way we were taking the subway. Hart cried out. "I'm right here with you," I said, giving her hand a squeeze and letting her squeeze back until my fingers turned purple and blue. "We need to call my doctor," she got out breathlessly. "She's already on her way," I said. "I texted Freddie as soon as we got in the car. He filled her in." Hart nodded as we pulled up to the hospital. We had made it there surprisingly quick. I wondered how many illegal moves Armand did to get us here so fast. It was just another thing I owed him for. Another thing to tack on his end-of-year bonus. He ran around the car and pulled open the car door. I quickly slid out of the seat and he helped me pull Hart from the car. She slung her arms over our shoulders and we walked her through the sliding doors of the hospital. A nurse saw us coming in and ran over with a wheelchair. "How far along is she?" she asked. "Almost 33 weeks, said Hart. The nurse nodded and helped Hart into the wheelchair before looking to Armand and then me. "And you are?" she asked. "I'm the father," I said with a stern nod. "Come along," she said, gripping the handles of the wheelchair and steering Hart toward the elevators. "Thank you, Armand," I called over my shoulder as I tried to keep up. "Good luck," I heard him say. We rode in the elevators for what felt like 100 floors until we reached the labor and delivery floor. The nurse asked questions as we rode about when Hart's water broke and how far apart her contractions were. Hart was in too much pain to answer, so I took over. "We're not bothering with triage," said the nurse. "There's a good chance this baby will be here within the next hour." "It's too early," said Hart, crying. "It's okay, sweetheart. They're coming today whether it's early or not, but we are going to help you through it. We are going to take care of you and the baby." Hart looked back at me in a panic, but I gave her a reassuring nod and the best smile I could muster. The nurse helped Hart strip and change into a hospital gown. She talked her through everything, including the catheter and the machines she was being hooked up to. Everything was moving so quickly, but I did my best to try to keep up. Once Hart was settled in bed and the nurse was done with the wires and the IVs, she began writing information on a nearby whiteboard. I took my chance and walked over and stood by Hart's bedside, taking her hand in mine. "I'm scared," she whispered. "Me too," I finally admitted. "But it's going to be okay, I promise." I hoped that promise wouldn't be broken. We heard a knock at the door and a woman in scrubs walked in. "Addison," she said with a big smile. "It's the big day." She looked over at me and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm her doctor." She held out her hand. "Daniel," I said, shaking her hand firmly. She gave a knowing nod before snapping on a pair of gloves and turning to Hart. "Now, let's see what we have going on here," she said, pulling up a rolling stool and taking a seat at the foot of the bed. I stayed at Hart's side, her hand in mine as the doctor did a quick examination. She called out a few numbers to the nurse, something about effacement and dilation. My mind tried to grasp the numbers and make sense of it. "Well, the good news is baby is face down. I can feel the head right there. The bad news, depending on what your birth plan was, there's no time for an epidural." Shit, I thought to myself. I knew nothing about Hart's birth plan, or if she made one, or what her thoughts were on an epidural. All I knew was, from what I had read, was that natural births were painful, and I was scared for Hart. "Okay," said Hart nervously. "You can do this," I reassured her. She pressed her lips into a tight smile and gripped my hand as another contraction ripped through her, causing her to cry out. "Is there nothing you can give her?" I asked the doctor worriedly. "Unfortunately not. This baby is coming and coming soon. She's too far along in active labor. The epidural will only slow things down. But I assure you she can do this," said the doctor. "Did you hear that, Addison? You can do this." "Okay," whimpered Hart, breathing out. "I'm going to get my tools prepped and I'll be back soon," said the doctor, slipping out the door. And soon it was. It hadn't even been 10 minutes before she was followed in by a nurse rolling a table full of metal tools. I swallowed hard as I took everything in. It was all happening so fast. I followed the doctor's directions and helped Hart get positioned on the bed, with a nurse at her side and the doctor at the foot of the bed. "Okay, Daniel, do you want to come down here to the edge of the bed? You can just hold her leg and coach her through it, okay?" said the doctor. I looked to Hart to make sure that was what she wanted, as we had never discussed my role in the hospital. Hell, I didn't even know I would be here, let alone actually watch our baby being born. Hart gave me a warm, pained smile that said to do as the doctor told me. The next 30 minutes, I watched as Hart cried and yelled through the pain, but all the while showing strength I had never seen in anyone. Between the doctor's orders of when to push and when to relax, I stroked her leg and held her hand, giving her my own words of encouragement. "Okay, Addison, I want you to push now. Give it everything you've got," said the doctor. Hart bore down in the bed and gripped my hand harder as she closed her eyes. I watched as her face scrunched together and she let out a cry. "Breathe," I said. "Breathe, baby." "One more push, Addison, you've got this," said the doctor. Hart pushed once more and squeezed my hand again. I felt her legs shake as she put everything into it. And that was when my eyes fell to the most beautifully strange thing I had ever seen in my life. Our baby was born. After a few seconds of silence and the doctor skillfully moving, I heard a shrill cry fill the room. My eyes welled with tears immediately. "It's a beautiful baby girl," said the doctor triumphantly. "Oh," Hart sobbed, trying to sit up and see. "Sit back, Mama. I'm bringing her to you." The doctor carefully cradled our baby girl as she brought her over to Hart and placed her gently on her chest. I came and stood next to Hart and the baby, running my fingers through Hart's damp hair. "Dad, would you like to do the honors?" asked the doctor, holding up a pair of scissors. I swallowed hard, knowing what was coming next. I felt like a bundle of nerves as I shakily took the scissors from her. "Just cut right here," she instructed reassuringly, pointing to the umbilical cord. I did as she said, holding my breath the entire time. "Good job," she said. Then Hart and I cried softly together as we took in our baby girl. She was absolutely beautiful. So tiny. I tried to push my concerns over her size out of my head and just enjoy her first few moments in our world. After several minutes, the doctor broke the magical spell we were under. "Daniel, if it's okay with Addison, why don't you hold her and assist me in weighing and measuring the baby?" Hart gave me a nod and carefully held up the baby for me to take. If I thought cutting the umbilical cord was scary, this was next level. I carefully wrapped my hands around the baby's head and body, bringing her to my chest. She was so light. It was so unreal. I breathed her in as I followed the doctor to a nearby table. She swiftly took the baby's measurements and weight. 4 pounds, 5 ounces, 16 inches, said the doctor as the nurse jotted it down. "Now, I need to get her to the NICU. From the looks of everything, she's perfectly fine, But given her age and size, we need to keep her there for monitoring to make sure she's healthy. Don't worry. These are standard procedures for any preemie," assured the doctor. "When can we see her again?" asked Hart frantically. "Why don't you rest up a little bit while we will get her settled? Then you can come visit her. You can visit her any time, I promise," said the doctor, looking from Hart to me. "Okay," Hart whispered in disappointment. I handed our baby carefully to the doctor, who placed her gently into a little bed on wheels. They wheeled our baby out of the room, leaving Hart and me alone with what felt like a hole in my heart. "She'll be okay, right?" asked Hart, looking at me teary-eyed. "Of course. She's strong, just like her mama," I said, walking to her. "We don't even have a name for her," laughed Hart softly. I grabbed a chair and pulled it up beside her. "Well, let's think of one," I said, sitting down. We went through a list of names, me vetoing some and Hart vetoing several others. "This is something we should have talked about before," she said, shaking her head. I knew she was right. There was so much we should have done and talked about before this enormous moment in our lives, but we couldn't dwell on that now. I was just happy we were together. I kissed her knuckles softly. "Let's not think about that now," I whispered. "I love you. I'm here. We are figuring it all out now. Just know, I'm not going anywhere." She reached her hand up to my face and caressed my cheek. The love I had for her swelled in my heart. A thought came to me. "What about Bridget?" I offered. Hart rolled the name off her tongue as if she was trying it out. "It was my grandmother's name," I added. She thought for a moment. "I love it," she said. I leaned in and kissed her.
Chapter 57. Addison. "What do you want for breakfast?" asked Daniel as he perused the small hospital menu in his hands. "I feel like I could eat the entire cafeteria," I answered sleepily. My stomach grumbled loudly in agreement, and I placed my hands on it to quiet it. The bump that was there 24 hours ago had deflated like a balloon and left me feeling empty. Although Bridget was here, she had to spend tonight and many more nights in the NICU. It was a hard idea to grapple with, and I missed her so much, even though she wasn't far and I had already visited her several times. I must have looked sad because Daniel stood from his chair and walked over to me. I scooched over and made some room for him on the small hospital bed. He slowly lowered himself next to me. He was in his navy flannel pajama pants and Mets shirt from the night before, when he slept on the small couch against the window of the hospital room. "You okay?" he asked, wrapping his arm around me. "I just miss her," I said softly. "Me too," he said. "She's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." "I know. Well, she's tied with you." I nudged him playfully and laid my head on his chest. "I just keep thinking I did everything wrong. She needed a few more weeks to grow and—" I felt my throat closing up as the tears started forming in my eyes. Ever since Bridget was born, I had been playing the blame game with myself about all of the things I could have done differently to not have us in this situation. Last night, it kept me up for hours as Daniel slept soundly just a few feet away. "Hey now," said Daniel, stroking my cheek gently. "This wasn't your fault. She was just excited to meet us." I laughed softly. He had been so comforting this entire time, from my water breaking at my apartment, to the car ride here with Armand, to the delivery of our beautiful baby girl. As strong as I thought I was, I didn't know if I could actually do any of this without him. Not now that I could feel the solidness of his body next to mine, or the calmness in his voice as he soothed all of my fretful thoughts. "You're really something, you know that?" I asked as I looked up at him. "You're the one who just had a baby. You're practically Wonder Woman. Now, let's get some breakfast in you." He read off the breakfast items from the menu, and I chose scrambled eggs with cheese, bacon, and pancakes with extra syrup. Daniel chose the same and called down to the cafeteria to place the order. I watched him sit at the edge of the bed, so serious as he held the phone, like he was taking a business call rather than ordering eggs. I laughed softly to myself, and my heart wrapped around him like a warm hug. Last night, he had ordered 2 gigantic subs from my favorite Italian deli and had them delivered to the hospital, along with a mini bottle of sparkling cider to celebrate. The cold cuts I'd been missing through pregnancy tasted so good, and the sparkling cider was close enough to champagne that it made me think I was actually tipsy. I wasn't comfortable yet celebrating with real champagne, since I was breastfeeding and I was overly cautious since Bridget was so small. We ate our dinner while we watched a marathon of Friends. It felt like we were having a date night in, which was something we had never done, and I loved every second of it. Laughing and stuffing our faces with spicy pepper sandwiches and greasy potato chips. It felt like we hadn't lost any time at all. It felt like we had known each other for years. Last night was the most reassuring thing I had felt our entire relationship. Having Bridget, going through all of that had brought us closer. Not once during the delivery did Daniel waver. He stood by my side with not one shake in his body or squeamish look on his face. He held my hand as he coached me through the most exhaustingly rewarding moments of my life. Our lives. He listened to the doctor, and he did as she said without any hesitation. I had no doubt in my mind that he was ready to be a father now. We hadn't talked much about us yet, or where we were going to go from here. I wanted to, but we had to take one thing at a time. Our breakfast arrived 20 minutes later, and I shoveled the food in my mouth hungrily and impatiently. I wanted to go up and visit Bridget as soon as possible. "Wow, you were hungry," said Daniel, eyeing my empty plate as he took probably his second bite of eggs. "I want to go see Bridget." He stood up and took the tray from my lap. "Of course you do," he said, placing the empty tray on a nearby table. He helped me out of bed and into my fuzzy hospital slippers. He went to put his on, but I stopped him, knowing he had a full plate of food to eat. "Stay," I said. "Finish your breakfast." "Are you sure?" he asked, raising his brows. "Of course, you need to eat." "Okay," he said hesitantly. "But make sure you tell her Daddy says hi." Those words soaked in my heart like a sponge. Daddy. I gave him a soft smile and a nod before walking out into the hallway. One of the nurses spotted me and came walking swiftly over. "Do you need a wheelchair to go visit baby girl?" she asked. No, I waved her off. "I'm feeling strong today. Plus, she's not far." The nurse smiled and went back to the nurse's station. All of the nurses had been so wonderful and helpful, especially in the NICU. I walked down the hallway to the room of incubators where Bridget was. I checked in with the nurse and washed my hands before I eagerly made my way to her and saw that she was on her back and looking up with curious eyes. "Hey, baby girl," I whispered as I sat down in the chair beside her. Bridget turned her little head toward me, and her grayish-blue eyes found mine. I sucked in a breath as I took her in. Every single time I saw her little rosy cheeks and dark brown hair, I felt completely taken aback. She was so beautiful, so tiny, so perfect in every way. If I had thought I loved her before, then my heart had grown 100 times since the doctor placed her in my arms. I didn't know how long I was staring at her when I heard a voice behind me. "Miss Hartley?" I turned around and saw the same nurse who stopped me in the hallway and offered me a wheelchair. "Yes?" I asked. "Your parents are here to see you. They're in your room." "My parents?" I asked in surprise. "Yes, would you like me to tell them to wait?" she asked. If she was confused, she didn't let it show. I twisted my mouth as I looked from Bridget to the nurse, debating what I wanted to do, debating if this was real. My parents? "I'm coming," I said. I followed her down the hallway to my room and heard voices inside, Daniel's and my father's. I felt my heart quicken as I stepped inside the room. I saw my mom first, sitting on the couch where Daniel had slept and nervously clutching a familiar little white lamb plush. Dad stood next to Daniel, who was looking at me with a nervous excitement. "Mom? Dad?" I asked, looking between the two of them. "I'll let you have a moment," said Daniel, giving me a kiss on the forehead before walking out the door. I watched him go before turning back to my parents. My mother was now standing, and my father had his arm around her. They both looked at me with glossy eyes. My mother spoke first. "I know earning your forgiveness is a vague possibility after everything we've done, after everything I've done. But I owe you an apology. 1,000,000 apologies." Her voice broke as a tear rolled down her cheek. I wanted to go to her and hug her, but it felt like such a foreign thing to do. I couldn't remember the last time I hugged her or saw her cry. "When Daniel called us to let us know the baby was born," started my father. "Wait, he called you?" I sputtered. Daniel didn't know much about my parents. He didn't know their names or where they lived, didn't know how truly complicated everything was. Yet I was completely touched by his gesture and how he had tracked them down to share the news of Bridget. This man truly cared about me. I suddenly felt overwhelmed with emotion. My father nodded. "Last night, we took the first flight out. We wanted to see you, meet our grandbaby." I looked from my father to my mother. "I know we have no right to see her or have a place in her life, but..." She clutched the little lamb in her hands even harder, and then I remembered. That lamb used to be mine as a baby. I put my hand to my mouth as I registered it all. She had kept it all this time, even after everything. "I thought Bridget would like to have him," said my mother. I held back tears. "Would you like to meet her?" I asked. My mother and father looked at each other and back to me, nodding enthusiastically. I led them down the hallway to the NICU. We checked in, washed our hands, and walked over to Bridget. We found Daniel sitting in the same chair I had been in, holding Bridget against his bare chest. He looked up as we approached and smiled warmly. "Skin to skin," he explained nervously, as he realized he was half naked in front of my parents. I laughed softly as I shook my head. The sight was too precious. I heard my mother suck in a breath as her eyes took in Bridget, who lay curled up, her little fingers pressed against Daniel's chest. "She's so beautiful, Addison," said my mother as she wrapped her arm around me gently. At first, my body didn't know how to react, but I soon melted into my mother's embrace, now realizing how badly I had missed it. "Look at her tiny toes and fingers," whispered my father in awe. "She's perfect in every way," said my mother. "She looks like you," my father added. "And you," my mother commented to Daniel. We spent the next 30 minutes admiring every inch of Bridget, and there weren't many. I couldn't get over how small she was, but the doctor said she was strong and healthy, which were the most reassuring words I could hear. "We should probably let you have your time," said my mother, not able to tear her gaze away from Bridget. I nodded and gave Daniel a thankful look before I led them out the room. We walked in silence down the hallway. As we approached the elevators, I stopped and looked at them both. "I want you to be a part of Bridget's life, of my life, but..." I saw my mother's face bristle as she waited for what was coming next. "We have to promise we won't drop out of each other's lives again," I continued. My mother let out a sigh of relief, and she pulled me in for another hug. My father came from behind and wrapped his arms around us both.
Chapter 58. Daniel. Calling Hart's parents had been a bold move. I had never met them before, but was the father to their grandchild. I was sure that wasn't the way they had planned things to go for their daughter. Her mother had sounded surprised on the phone, but said they would make the necessary arrangements to get out to New York as soon as possible. When the nurse brought them to the hospital room this morning, I was taken aback. I wasn't expecting it to be so soon, but it was probably better for them to take me off guard. My nerves of waiting to meet them would probably eat me alive. I would be practicing how to introduce myself and how to share the story of Hart and me meeting. I knew it would be a mess of a story. Now that I was a father, I would keep Bridget far away from a guy like me. At least, the guy I used to be. While Hart was with her parents, I decided to do another bold thing. I called her best friend, the bulldog otherwise known as Monica. I had swiped her number from Hart's phone while she was sleeping. I held my breath as the phone rang, not knowing if this was going to go well or not. We hadn't exactly gotten off on the right foot, and I knew how fiercely protective she was of Hart. I looked around the empty NICU to make sure I wasn't disturbing anyone. Bridget was still asleep on my chest, breathing calmly and soundly. There wasn't a more soothing feeling than her little body against my chest. It felt like my whole world was right here. The phone rang a few more times, and I finally heard a click on the other line. "Hello?" answered Monica. "Hi, Monica?" I stammered. I didn't know which was more nerve-wracking, facing Hart's parents or her best friend. "Who is this?" she asked skeptically. "It's Daniel. Daniel Jacobs, Hart's." I didn't know what to call myself. Boyfriend, baby daddy, friend. "I know who you are. What's going on? Is everything okay?" she asked in a panic. No, everything is fine. I'm sorry to alarm you. I'm with the baby right now." "Wait," she cut me off. "She had the baby? It's too early. Is she okay?" I smiled and looked down at my daughter. "She's perfect. Hart is perfect. She's with her parents," I reassured her. There was a pause on the other line, and I checked to see if she hung up. She hadn't. "Her parents?" she asked skeptically. "Yes, her parents came to meet the baby. I called them last night," I said, trying to keep the confusion out of my voice. "Well, shit," said Monica. "Excuse me?" "I'm just surprised after her last visit with them." "Oh?" "You don't know, do you?" she asked. Clearly, I didn't. I wondered if I had made a big mistake in calling them last night. Were they even welcome here? I felt heat creep up my neck. I realized I didn't know much about Hart's family life, nor did she know much about mine. The time we spent together, it never came up. It felt like we had skipped go and gone straight to the finish line. The baby on my chest was proof of that. I knew in my soul that I loved Hart, though. She loved me. Maybe we had done things backward, but I would spend my life getting to know her. I couldn't wait for that. "What don't I know?" I asked. I might as well get started on knowing Hart from the person who knew her best. Monica chuckled. The cockiness that she knew and I didn't was palpable, but I ignored it. I deserved it. "Hart and her parents hadn't spoken for years before you came along and changed everything." Years? Shit. What had I done inviting them here? No wonder her mother had sounded so taken off guard on the phone. And Hart had seemed in a daze when she brought them into the NICU. It all made sense now. But why? I had to ask. "What happened between them?" I asked cautiously. "Oh, I'll leave the details for Hart to fill you in. But let's just say they haven't been the most supportive parents of her decisions. From her major in college to her career to getting pregnant before marriage." I swallowed hard. They had seemed more than kind to me, a stranger who they clearly knew nothing about who had gotten their daughter pregnant. Would it be wrong to say I was relieved they didn't know all the details of the past few months? They would probably be much cooler to me. Hart had spent so long trying to live up to their expectations of her, to earn their love, nothing was ever good enough. Those two are a real piece of work, continued Monica. Wow, was all I could say in barely a whisper. No wonder Hart was so guarded, so unsure of how wonderful she was. No one had told her in recent years how special she was. So stubbornly strong in thinking she could do everything. She hadn't needed to rely on anyone else. The thought broke my heart. It all made sense now. But they came? Said Monica musingly. That's a good sign. They did. Things actually seemed good. Good. Good for Hart. Good for them. I had hoped they would come around, eventually. Thank you for filling me in, I said. I know I have a lot to learn about Hart, but I want to be here to know her. I want to be here to raise the baby. I love your best friend fiercely, and I know I've screwed up too many times to count, but I promise I plan to make it up to her. To Bridget, I said. Bridget? Monica sucked in a breath. Now I knew something she didn't. To say I wasn't a little satisfied would be a lie. We chose the name last night. It's beautiful, said Monica. A silence settled between us for several seconds before she spoke again. If Hart is giving you another chance, then I am too, said Monica. I smiled as I looked down at Bridget. She had good people in her life. Then maybe you can help me with something, I said. Sure. What is it? Well, I saw that everything for the baby was already built and set up. I'm guessing that was you. Let's just say I'm a pro at the Allen wrench now. I laughed. Well, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for Hart. It's what best friends do. Well, since that's all done thanks to you, maybe we could put together some sort of welcome home party for her and the baby. I don't know when we're getting out of here yet. We will know more in the next coming days. But I'd like to put you in touch with my assistant, Margaret, to help plan the party. I'm sure Hart would love that, said Monica. I think so too. She needs it after everything she's been through. Okay, I'll get right on it. Just keep me posted on when, said Monica. I'll text you Margaret's number. She has all my contacts for florists and caterers and anything else you need. Okay, said Monica. Just then, I saw Hart walk in the doors of the NICU. Hey, I gotta go, I whispered. Keep it a surprise. I will. Thank you, Daniel. Glad you're back, said Monica before hanging up. I locked my phone and slid it back in the pocket of my flannel pajamas before looking up at Hart, who wore a smile on her lips. Hey, I said softly. How is she? She asked, looking to Bridget. Been sleeping like a baby. I chuckled. She laughed softly and pulled up another chair. Do you want to hold her? I asked. No. She waved me off. Let her sleep. She looks so peaceful. You think she'll always be this good of a sleeper? Don't get your hopes up. She placed her hand gently on Bridget's back and ran her fingers softly up her spine. Thank you for calling my parents, she said, keeping her eyes on Bridget. Of course. I hope you didn't mind I found their contact in your phone while you slept. I knew you were so tired that phone calls weren't the first thing on your list. For being so small, she sure kicked my ass, said Hart with a smirk. There was a moment of silence, then she added, No, but really, you don't know how much that meant to me. How much I needed it. Her eyes held a happiness that was new, as if she was fulfilled. I hoped it meant she found peace with her parents. Will they be here for a while? I asked. not wanting to pry too much or reveal anything Monica had just told me. "I think so," she said, a smile spreading across her lips. I reached over and took her hand, giving it a squeeze. "I know we have a lot to learn about each other, and you don't need to tell me everything now. But I want to know you, all the parts of you, the good, the bad, the sad, the scary, all of it." I brought her hand to my lips and kissed her smooth knuckles. Her eyes closed at my touch. "I want to know you too," she whispered. "Our life starts now," I said, placing her hand on Bridget's back. She opened her eyes and smiled lovingly at our beautiful baby. "What's it going to look like?" she asked dreamily. "Well, I'm hoping it means you're my girlfriend?" she asked playfully. God, this is so weird. I feel like I'm in middle school, except I'm 30-something with a baby. Hart let out a loud laugh, and Bridget stirred in my arms. Hart covered her mouth, and her eyes widened as we watched Bridget fall back asleep. "Yes," I whispered. "I want you to be my girlfriend. Will you?" She looked at me, her eyes dancing. "I'd love that." "And another thing," I said, hoping I wasn't moving too fast. "I'd like you and Bridget to move in with me," I said. Hart's breath caught as she looked at me. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. "I want us to be a proper family. I want us to go to sleep together, and I want to wake up to help with her. I want to set up a nursery where she can play and learn and grow. I want to dance with you and laugh with you and show the baby what a loving home is," I said. "You mean it?" she asked. "With every part of me." She looked thoughtful for a moment before nodding slowly. "Is that a yes?" "Yes," she said, her eyes glazing over with tears. I reached over and placed my palm gently against her cheek before pulling her in for a kiss. Her eyes fluttered closed as her lips met mine. In that moment, I couldn't tell if the taste of salt was from her tears or mine. As we kissed, with our baby between us, I thought back on how much my life had changed in the course of less than a year. I never thought it would turn out like this, so extraordinarily different from the life I had lived before. I didn't realize how empty I had been until all those hidden parts of me were filled by these two girls right here. As Hart pulled away and rested her head on my shoulder, I smiled to myself. My birthday wish had come true.
Chapter 59. Addison. "I'm outside," said Daniel through the phone. I smiled and walked swiftly to the window. There he was, leaning against the town car in that effortlessly casual way, but instead of his suit, he wore jeans and a sweater. He must have felt my eyes on him, because he looked up and grinned, making my heart pitter-patter. I wondered if I would ever get used to the sight of him, or if I would permanently feel this combination of goosebumps, jitters, and a racing heart. "Be right down," I said before hanging up. "You going to go see the baby?" asked Monica from the couch that had been her bed for several weeks. I nodded. After Bridget was born 4 weeks ago, Daniel and I were able to stay a few more nights at the hospital, but eventually we had to leave to make room for other patients. I wished we could have stayed there forever, or at least until Bridget was released, but that wasn't how things with preemie babies worked. It was the most painful thing ever to leave the hospital knowing she wasn't coming with me. Daniel practically had to pry my hands off her incubator and held me as I sobbed through the hallways. He took me back to his place to comfort me, and I stayed for a few nights before going back to my apartment in Brooklyn with Monica. He only let me because he knew I wouldn't be alone. Since then, it had been a waiting game. Daniel came and picked me up from Brooklyn every morning with a cup of coffee instead of tea. It felt so reminiscent of our first weeks together that it made me smile as we drove the long stretch back into Manhattan. Almost the entire time, we would talk about Bridget and wondering if that would be the day she could be released. In the other moments, we got to know each other more. I learned more about his childhood, his vivacious mother and his serious father, a match that was likely to combust, and everyone betted on it, yet it worked. Their wildly different personalities meshed well together, like a pair of hands that were meant to hold each other. I could tell from the way Daniel spoke about them that he was very fond of them, but since they lived in Europe, he didn't see them very much. Little by little, I was discovering the different pieces of Daniel, and he was discovering mine. It was as if we were putting together our own puzzles, even though we fit together seamlessly. When Daniel saw me step out of the building, he walked swiftly toward me and wrapped his arms around my lower back as I looked up at him. He just stared at me for a moment before gliding his hand up the length of my spine to the back of my head, gently tilting my face up toward him before meeting my mouth with his. I felt the breath leave my body as I leaned into him. He pulled away and stroked my cheeks with his thumbs. "Are you ready to go see our girl?" "Mm-hmm," I said, still trying to right myself after his kiss. Armand opened the car door, and Daniel and I slid inside the back seat. As the car pulled away from the curb and began its journey toward Manhattan, I lay my head on Daniel's shoulder. "Do you think today is the day?" I murmured. "I have a good feeling," he said. I did too, but I was trying not to get my hopes up. Last week, Bridget was able to be taken from the incubator and weaned into a crib. It was a huge development, and the doctor had told us it wouldn't be long now. Today, she was just past 37 weeks and had already grown so much. She didn't even look like the tiny baby we had met all those weeks ago. Her fingers were plumper and her cheeks were rounder. The doctor said she was strong, a tough cookie. Daniel made sure to let the doctor know that she took after me. Instead of our usual chatter on the drive, we remained mostly silent, a bundle of anticipation. When we arrived at the hospital, we walked hand in hand up to the NICU. The nurses all said their hellos. They had grown used to us being here every day. When we arrived to the special care nursery, we rushed over to see Bridget, who was playing with her fingers and looking up at a cloud mobile that hung above her crib. "Good morning, beautiful girl," said Daniel. Bridget turned to him and cooed. I gently picked her up and gave her a hug, swaying as I held her and breathing in her perfect newborn scent. "Ah, Addison, Daniel, you're here," said the doctor, walking in with a smile that I tried to dissect, hoping today was the day. "As always," Daniel chuckled as he ran his finger over Bridget's cheek. "I have good news," said the doctor. My breath caught. I looked at her hopefully. She nodded as if to answer my question. "Today is the day." I could already feel the tears streaming down my face as Daniel held Bridget and me to him. I barely registered what the doctor was saying because my head kept echoing. Today is the day. Life could begin for us three, really begin. We spent the next several hours waiting to be discharged. It was a lengthier process given Bridget's history. The nurse also had to take us through care instructions. I didn't care, though. We got to take our baby home today. Around 4 o'clock, we carried Bridget out of the hospital for what I prayed would be the very last time. Armand had insisted on setting up her car seat in the town car and was waiting at the curb for us. When he saw me holding Bridget, I could have sworn his eyes had teared up. I positioned her so he could get a better look. "She's beautiful," he whispered. Those were definite tears. "Thank you, Armand. Thank you for everything," I said, and I leaned in to give him a quick kiss on the cheek. His face turned red as he opened the door for Daniel and me. We gently eased Bridget in the car seat and took too long making sure everything was just right before we began our drive to my place in Brooklyn. The whole time we stared at our beautiful girl who sat between us, drifting off to sleep by the lull of the car. When we got to my building, Armand came around and helped us out of the car. We unstrapped Bridget from the car seat, and Daniel scooped her up. She looked like a pink fuzzy teddy bear in his strong arms. The contrast was the sweetest thing I had ever seen. She yawned and blinked a few times as she realized the change of scenery. "Welcome home, baby girl," I said. I opened the door to the building, and we carried Bridget up to the second floor. I unlocked my door and pushed the door open. I slightly stumbled backward as I saw what was inside. There were pink roses everywhere. On the tables, the counters, lined against the walls. There was a white balloon arch above every window. There was an array of desserts on my small dining room table. Powdered donuts, chocolate croissants, berry tarts. But besides all of that, there were friends and family. Monica stood in the center of the room with a glass of champagne in hand, grinning cheek to cheek. Next to her were my parents, and on the other side of her was who I could only assume was Daniel's brother. Shelley was also there, and a few old co-workers from the nonprofit, Freddie and Virginia. "Since you never had a baby shower," said Daniel softly in my ear. I looked up at him and just shook my head in awe. Is this okay? I looked to Bridget. He nodded reassuringly. "I talked to the doctor today. She's strong enough." I felt a wave of relief. After I greeted everyone and gave them all hugs, Daniel placed Bridget gently in my arms and put his hand on my lower back as he guided me further into my small apartment. I went to Monica first, who cried when I handed her Bridget. She cradled her in her arms and rocked her back and forth, taking her all in. "She's perfect, just perfect," she murmured. "Did you do all of this?" I asked, looking around. Monica nodded. "With a little help." She looked up at Daniel and winked. "It was his idea." "You too?" I pointed between them in surprise. "We're besties now," said Daniel with a laugh. My mouth dropped open slightly as Daniel went to grab 2 glasses of champagne from a table nearby. He returned quickly and handed me one. "I'd like to make a toast," he said. Everyone turned their attention to him. "To Hart, Addison, the strongest woman I know. I don't know how I deserve you, but I will never take one single day with you for granted. I love you for the woman you are, and now for the mother you are. Cheers, everyone." He raised his glass, and everyone followed suit. I looked up at him with teary eyes as we both took a sip of champagne. "I love you," I said, standing on my tiptoes and kissing him on the cheek. "I love you," he said. He stared at me a moment longer before looking around the party proudly. I saw his eyes land on Brody and Freddie. I knew he was eager for them to meet Bridget. I scooped her from Monica's arms and handed her to Daniel. "Go," I said, giving him a nudge. "Go introduce her to her uncles." He looked at me and down at her before walking over proudly to his friends. "The whole dad thing looks good on him," said Monica. "It does, doesn't it?" I sighed, taking another sip of champagne. I admired him for a moment, already thinking about getting him alone later tonight. If we would have a chance for that now that we were a family of 3. We had so much to navigate, but I was eager to do it together. I turned to Monica, my best friend who had done so much for me during everything. I wanted to thank her, but I stopped myself when I caught something in her eye. I hadn't seen that look in a really long time. "Monica?" I asked curiously. She said dreamily. "What you thinking about?" I asked, nudging her. She giggled. Actually giggled. Monica the bulldog acting like a giddy character from one of her novels. "Monica?" Okay. I met someone." "Oh my gosh," I squealed. "When? How? What? Who?" Calm down. She laughed as she put her hands up. "This is crazy," I whispered after I realized people were looking. "I know. At first I thought the whole thing between you and Daniel was crazy, but then—" I waited for her to finish, but she shook her head. "I'll tell you everything later. This is your day," she said. I pulled her in for a hug. "You better." We made our way over to where Daniel was now surrounded by his brother, Freddie, and my parents, all admiring Bridget. Never would I have pictured all of these people in a room together, but here we were. It was one of those moments you wanted to take a mental snapshot of and keep forever. I would never forget this.
Epilogue. Daniel. My eyes slowly blinked a few times as they adjusted to the stream of morning light cascading through the window. Its warmth only making me more comfortable in the cloud that was my bed. It was Saturday. No need to wake up yet. I closed my eyes and tried to go back to sleep, but I felt a hand trail down my chest and move slowly down my torso. I opened my eyes and found Hart looking at me with a sleepy but mischievous grin on her face. I let her hand wander as my eyes explored her naked body that peeked out from underneath the silky white sheets. I held my breath as her fingertips met my length, stroking gently up and down, waking me up. Her eyes locked with mine as I grew hard against her touch. I reached under the sheets and gripped her hips, pulling her quickly toward me. She let out a little squeal and reached one hand up, wrapping it around the back of my neck, while the other continued moving with more intent now. She leaned her forehead against mine, our breaths growing heavy as we stared at each other. My mouth met hers. My tongue ran across her lips, coaxing its way inside. She accepted and let me taste her, her tongue meeting mine. As we kissed, my hand moved down her breasts, grazed her stomach, and found what it was looking for between our legs. I felt her suck in a breath while we kissed, as my fingers trailed against her. As my tongue moved inside her mouth, I dipped a finger into her, and it was met with a slickness that made me hungry for more. I moved to the rhythm of our kiss, which was growing more desperate. Her hand gripped my erection harder and began moving faster, matching my desire. Her hand on my neck moved to my lower back, her fingers digging into me as she pulled me closer. I rolled onto her, one hand still moving against her while the other supported me against the mattress. Her eyes trailed down to my erection she gripped in her hand. She bit her lip as she spread her legs, an open invitation. I slowly eased my finger from her wet walls and placed my hand on the mattress, so I now hovered over her. She positioned herself underneath me, so that my tip was against her wet opening. She massaged it against her, continuously moving up and down the length, her eyes watching as she pleasured herself, never letting me fully inside. I groaned with pleasure and the desperate desire for more, but she just gave me that teasing smirk that I would never get used to, the one that sent me over the edge. I watched as she moved her hips under me, her legs spreading further. "Heart?" I whispered, somewhere deep in my throat. Her eyes found mine, and I needed her right then. She knew it. She put her hands up by her head, and my hand wrapped around them, pressing them into the bed. My other hand positioned myself against her. I could already feel myself throbbing with lust. I eased myself into her, inch by inch, feeling her walls surround me. She let out a cry of pleasure as she writhed underneath me, but I didn't free her hands. I eased out and smiled down at her. Her eyes were desperate, hungry. Two could play this game. I brought my mouth down to her beautiful breasts that were mine for the taking. I flicked my tongue against her nipple lightly before taking it into my mouth completely, I massaged my tongue against her, swirling it around her erect nipple. I felt her breath quicken. "Daniel," she said, her voice breathy. "Please." I looked up at her as my mouth moved to her other plump breast. "Please," she said more desperately. She pressed her hips up to meet mine. I smiled, knowing I had this power over her. I pushed her hips back down on the bed and held them there. Her legs opened wide, and I plunged inside of her swiftly. She cried out and broke her hands free, meeting my back and digging her fingers into me as I pounded into her again and again, until we both were at our peak and crashed into each other, releasing everything we had. "Fuck," she said as I fell on top of her. "Ditto," I said. She nipped my shoulder playfully with her teeth as we tried to catch our breath. A moment later, we heard a cry on the baby monitor. Bridget was awake. Hart groaned. "I've got her," I said, kissing her softly on the forehead. I peeled myself off her and grabbed my sweatpants from the floor, sliding them on. Hart propped herself up on her elbows to watch. I shook my head at her and laughed. "What? I can't help it," she shrugged. I strode over to the bed and pressed my lips against hers before walking out of the room. Most of our mornings started like this. Mind-blowing sex, and then tending to the baby. We were practically hormonal teenagers with how much we couldn't keep our hands off each other. Thank God she lived with me, or it would be torture. Hart had moved in shortly after Bridget was born. It just made more sense that way. We didn't want to be apart, and we wanted to raise our baby together as a family. Plus, she had gotten a job in Manhattan at my friend's firm. She was able to work from home and in the office. I started working remotely some days too. We traded off on who took care of Bridget. We made one of the spare bedrooms a nursery, and we had done it all just us two. I didn't hire anyone. I wanted it to be our thing. I quietly opened the door to the nursery and walked inside to see Bridget sitting up and looking at me expectantly. "Good morning, beautiful girl," I said as I scooped her up. She let out a little giggle as I led her to the glider in the corner of the room. I sat down and rocked her gently. "Did you know what today is?" I asked. She tilted her head curiously. "It's your first birthday." Birthday. "That's right," I exclaimed as I kissed her cheeks. "Mama?" she said, looking toward the door. I looked up and saw Hart standing in a pink floral robe. She looked just as beautiful as the day I had met her, if not more. "Hey, birthday girl," she said, walking over and sitting on the armrest of the glider. She leaned in and gave Bridget a kiss. We sat like that for a few minutes, exchanging cuddles and kisses and coos. My whole world was in this room. "We should probably get ready for the party," said Hart. "Coffee first?" I asked. "Obviously. After last night and this morning, I might need a pot all to myself." Hart winked as she strode out of the room. I laughed softly as I stood up and walked Bridget to the changing table to get her cleaned up. I loved being a dad. Even the diaper changes or the middle-of-the-night feedings that I often did to let Hart sleep. It was all more than I ever thought it would be. I met Hart in the kitchen, where she was waiting with a steaming mug of coffee for me. I leaned in and kissed her before taking it from her. She took Bridget from my arms and snuggled her. I smiled at the sight of them. Hart was such a good mom. I loved her even more now. "You're incredible. You know that?" I asked, after taking a sip of coffee. She looked at me curiously. "You are. I just thought you should know," I shrugged. She gave me a soft smile, her cheeks turning a rosy shade of pink. "I love you," she whispered. "I love you." After several cups of coffee and setting up the party with Monica and the party planner Margaret had hired, the place looked party-ready. There was a large pink balloon arch that hung over the entire living room that was filled with cocktail tables and chairs covered in pink tablecloths. There were white, glittery streamers hanging from the ceiling. A dessert table sat in the center of the room, filled with every miniature sweet treat you could imagine. The kitchen was bustling with the caterers preparing the food. The face painter had just arrived, along with the princess we hired for story time and dancing. Bridget sat in the small ball pit we had bought and was looking around at everything in awe. "Is it too much?" asked Hart, leaning her head against my shoulder. "Maybe, but she's worth it," I replied as I looked around. The doorbell rang just then and the party began. A few co-workers from Hart's new job came, along with everyone from my office. Brody and Freddie, Monica, Hart's parents, even my parents flew in from France for the party. They had already met Hart and Bridget a handful of times over the past year. They said they had been away too long and wanted to be a part of their granddaughter's life. All our lives. I didn't realize how much Bridget had brought everyone together, and she wouldn't even be here if it weren't for Hart coming into my life. She had changed everything for the better. I watched as she danced around the living room with Bridget in her arms, the party crowd clapping in sync with the music as they watched. I reached into my pocket. My thumb brushed over the velvet box that was nestled inside. I smiled, knowing what was to come by the end of the day. "You ready for this, bro?" whispered Brody, slapping me on the back. I removed my hand from my pocket swiftly. "Will you shut up?" I laughed. "What? No one heard me. No one knows." I shook my head at my brother, who looked like a kid on Christmas morning. "I'm ready," I said with a nod. He had come with me to pick out the ring at Tiffany's a few months ago. I was waiting for the right time, and today felt like the perfect occasion with all of our friends and family here to witness. "I'm happy for you," he said. "Thanks, Brody." After Bridget opened her gifts and dug her hands into her smash cake, it was nearing time for everyone to go home. It was almost her nap time anyway, and she made it known by the long yawn she let out that everyone awed over. It was now or never. I pulled Hart to the center of the room, where Bridget sat at our feet playing with wooden blocks my mom had got her from Paris. Hart looked at me curiously as everyone made a circle around us. "I want to thank everyone for coming," I said, holding her hand tightly in mine. "I especially want to thank this woman right here. Hart, you have turned my life upside down and made everything right. I love you for the woman you are, the mother you are." Hart's eyes glazed over with tears as she looked at me. "I can't imagine life without you," I said as I reached into my pocket and pulled out the velvet box. I heard the crowd gasp and a few squeals emerge from our mothers, but I kept my eyes on Hart, who looked as shocked as anyone. Her hands flew up to her mouth as she watched me get on one knee. "Will you marry me?" I opened the box, revealing the solitaire oval diamond that sat on a thin gold band. Effortlessly beautiful, just like Hart. "Yes," she cried through her tears.
You've been listening to Whispered Sins, The CEO's Secret Baby by Rebecca Baker, narrated by Anu Sauter and Bastian Allen. Published by Quest Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. House Limited. This recording is copyrighted by W.F. House Limited.